Madam Clerk, can you come over? Madam Clerk, can you come over? Just give us a few minutes. We should start at 6:56, 6:57, so give us a few minutes. We have quorum. Madam Clerk. We're waiting for Madam Clerk to step in.
We have a spill in aisle 3.
Where? Oh.
We have a spill in aisle 2.
Here, there's another. That was your cup of coffee.
Ariel's here.
Hmm?
I don't see Dariel.
He's not?
I haven't seen him.
All right, then we'll just.
He's not here. He's not here.
Okay.
Unless somebody was here from his office.
No. Well, I'll make the. I'll ask and then. Okay. Well, sometimes aides are kind of taking it back sometimes. Yeah. Keep it. All right, madam. Good evening, everyone. We are about to start our Tuesday, May 20th commission meeting, 2025. Madam Clerk, can you please do the roll call? The time is 6:58. Excuse the delay.
Commissioner Florimon?
Here.
Commissioner Jean's running late, should be joining us shortly. Commissioner Smith?
Present.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Present.
Commissioner Sue?
Present.
Vice Mayor Jay Chernoff?
Here.
Mayor Michael Joseph?
Here.
You have quorum, sir.
All right, next item on the agenda is invocation. Pastor Abraham Rivera, La Puerta Life Center. Here he is. Thank you, Pastor.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, let's pray.
Amen. Come on.
Dear Heavenly Father, I ask that your presence bless, protect, and prosper the city of North Miami Beach. I ask that your blessing upon every deliberation, every decision, and every vote today and henceforth. I ask that members of this council will continue to strive to work hard and be faithful to the legacy of honor and service that our city represents. Now I pray a blessing over the mayor, every council person, and their staff. Bless them with wisdom and moral integrity, as their decisions will impact thousands. Bless them with physical health and endurance to be able to serve more efficiently. Bless them with moral strength to carry this great weight of responsibility that's entrusted to them. We invite heaven's assistance and heaven's blessings upon these proceedings. May our government always be filled with a sense of unity and cooperation. May morality, truth, and justice be the underlying theme of all business that's conducted here. May we humbly acknowledge our need for you, God, in all our affairs, and may we continually and constantly remember these words: in God we trust. I ask God bless this meeting, God bless the mayor, God bless the council members, God bless every participant today. God bless the city of North Miami Beach.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you. Next is Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Go ahead. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any, we're on section 4, requests for withdrawals, deferments, or additions.
Yes. Per the request of Commissioner Jean, item 9.3 under consent, resolution 2025-51 will be deferred to a future date.
Which one? I'm sorry.
It's item 9.3 under consent. Resolution number 2025-51.
Okay.
That will be deferred.
All right.
Also, per the request of Commissioner Jean, item 15.3 is to be moved up and heard after consent and before the quasi-judicial.
Wait, hold on.
That's the traffic.
And
So after consent.
it'll be heard, it's requested to be heard after consent, right before the quasi-judicial.
All right.
And we possibly move the quasi-judicial up?
That's up to you to decide.
If you want to move it prior to that,
Is that
then
your
just
request?
yes, we'll move. What's that item? What's that item number?
It's 10 point, hold on.
So 10.1 prior to the 15 to the traffic calming.
So there's 10.1 and also 10.2
Those two, prior
to be moved up,
Yeah, prior to the
consent.
yeah,
Prior to the traffic.
prior to the traffic, right after consent. Those two quasi judicial ones.
First 10.1 and 10.2, and then the traffic calming.
Yes.
Okay.
All right,
10.1 and 10.2,
are both the quasi judicial items.
okay.
All right, next, Madam
Okay,
Clerk.
also per the request of Commissioner Jean, item 11.4 is to be heard and placed on the consent agenda.
That's the Beacon Council.
That's the Miami-Dade Beacon Council. Okay. We will also be having a presentation from the Miami-Dade Beacon Council right after that, the tax collector, which will now be item 5.2.
Okay.
Clear?
Commissioner Chernoff.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'd like to remove 11.6, resolution number R 2025-66.
11.6.
11.6. Commissioner Sue.
I'd like
Vice
to,
Mayor, by the way, Vice Mayor Chernoff, sorry. Sorry, I said Commissioner.
I'd like to move legislation 9.8 to the consent agenda 9.8 to legislation.
As the first one?
It could be the last. I mean, it could.
It would have to be okay, so it'll be
Okay,
the
it
first
could
piece
be
of
the first.
legislation. Okay,
Yeah.
first piece of legislation, 9.1.
Okay.
Okay, and then we have. I'd like to change the date on the 9.11 from June 14 to May 21st on the resolution on the consent agenda. 9.11
To what date? Can you,
to May 21st.
I mean, I think we have to vote on that.
Yeah.
all of it, we have to,
We have to vote for it, but go on.
No, I'm just saying, if she wants to change the date, I think that's something we need to vote on.
Yeah, well,
So then,
okay, so let's just.
I
so
Move it
said,
out of consent, it would
Move
be a
it.
discussion.
It'll be well, no, let's move it into our first piece of legislation,
okay.
and we'll talk about that item there. So we're moving it down. All right? We're moving, what's the
9.11.
9.11 is going to be moved down to legislation. One of the,
Yes.
I think it'll be the second item after the first, it'll be the item, it should be the item prior too. It should be the first one. All right, so that'll be
And
the
then
first. And then your other item is going to be right after that.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Madam
And then I
Clerk?
also want to table 11.2.
11.2.
table, that would require a vote. Do you want to move it, defer it, withdraw it?
Well, you have to, that's in the.
Well, I could defer it then. I'd
That
like
was
to defer it
11
till the proper procurement procedures are followed and we have a competing bid.
What? Well, okay, so,
Okay.
because I don't want to have to start bifurcating a lot of this stuff. So I know you have a lot of, I don't want to keep bifurcating, there's a lot of bifurcation. When we get to the item, you can move to defer it or table it, but it doesn't necessarily have to, we can continue on the agenda. The other items can be, we move them around. So just for anticipator, let's keep that item, and then when we get to it, you can either move to table it or defer it. Okay?
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, go on.
Wait, just let me make sure I understand how that works. So when we get to the item, my mic is on. I'm sorry, maybe the mic needs,
I don't think it's the mic, I think it's the volume. I
okay.
think it's the volume.
we don't have any, we have no means to turn the volume up. This is it. Okay. Mr. Mayor, could you just teach me if you go into,
Okay, one
Calm
second.
down, everybody.
if you go into a discussion item,
Well, no, it's but prior to, you can make a motion to table or refer. I mean, it's not taking away the ability. I just want to wrap up the agenda and then move forward to it. So it doesn't take away her ability to make the motion. I'm just trying to move on.
Okay.
So look,
so if we wanted to table it though, would that be the way it would work? Because you'd have to table it now, wouldn't you?
no, you don't have
Okay.
to.
Okay. I
So, Madam
appreciate-
Clerk, can you read through the changes real quick?
No, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Also, in addition to that, the attorney's office has a clarification that needs to be done.
If I may be
Attorney
recognized.
Johnson?
Go
If I
ahead.
may be recognized. There is a scrivener's error in item 10-2 that needs to be clarified. Namely, there are two phrases missing in the title. The 20-foot wide alley is missing, that will be corrected. And in the whereas clauses, whereas the exhibits to the alley and rights of way being vacated are herein attached. and are being added. The language was correct in the advertisement and the notice. However, there was a scrivener's error in the actual resolution that needs to be corrected.
Okay, Madam Clerk, so now that yes,
Mayor,
City Attorney.
to go back to Commissioner Smith's point, the other thing is that we say table, but typically what is actually brought is a motion to postpone or defer to a date certain, as opposed to on the table.
Madam, Mr. Attorney, and through the chair, if I may, but we did this a couple months ago, and instead of the outcome being what the original thought was at the time the clerk is accepting the agenda, the outcome was, well, we can take a vote. And I thought that the original person was asking that they deferred it or that they tabled it or whatever, but instead, when it came to that time, because we left it in, instead it was, I wish I could remember what it was about, but they made the vote.
No,
It takes a vote is the point. You
So-
can take any action if you take a vote. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
But just to be clear, like when we get to the item, we can still do the same action. So, where's Madam Clerk? Oh, okay, Madam Clerk. So I just want to move. Okay. I'm going to try to move to close up the agenda. Madam Clerk, do I have a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Could you review one more time?
Okay, can you go through the list, please, Madam Clerk, for Commissioner Smith?
Okay, can everyone hear me?
I can.
Bring it closer, bring it closer.
Put it in your mouth.
Okay. Item 9.3, under consent, will be deferred to a future date. Item 15.3 will be moved up and heard after the consent agenda and before the quasi-judicial. Item 9.8 will be moved to legislation. Item 9.11 would also be moved to legislation.
That's prior. That's the first one prior to the other one. So that's the first piece.
Okay.
On.
Item 11.6 has been withdrawn. We have a presentation that's going to be from the Miami-Dade Beacon Council, which will be now item 5.2 under presentations.
Okay. Do I have a motion on the second?
So moved.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Next is presentations. Dario Fernandez, tax collector. Is anybody from his office here today?
I don't think so.
Okay, it must be. Yeah, he runs the entire county, so I don't understand. He's pretty busy, very busy.
Yeah.
And he's coming. He's going to be putting an office here in NMB, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
That being said, our next item is presentation is hurricane
No,
preparedness.
Beacon Council.
Beacon Council. Please come on up. Next item is Beacon Council. Please come on up. Thank you. I know that's more. There's more than just one Beacon Councilman.
Why do I have this?
You're taller in person.
I try to be. Thank you. Mayor, honorable commissioners, we're so glad to be able to present and just share a few thoughts with you. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try and lean into it just a little bit. Mayor, honorable commissioners, glad to be here. My name is Rod Miller. I'm president and CEO of the Miami-Dade Beacon Council. We've been around for about 40 years. We were founded in 1985 with the mission of growing jobs and private investment in Miami-Dade County. Over the last 40 years, we've helped to bring over 120,000 jobs, worked with over 1,300 companies, and $8.4 billion in private investment to Miami-Dade County. Our team is, I'm the leader of the team. I'm the CEO of the Beacon Council. I've been in that role for about 2 years. Over the last 20 years, I've led economic development agencies, not only here in Miami, but also in Puerto Rico, in Detroit, in New Orleans, and have had senior roles in Phoenix and other markets. Our team, would the Beacon Council team please stand up? So this... This is our team of dedicated leaders. I'll just go from left to right. Here we have Mr. Julio Pitti. We call him Mr. Miami. He's a 20-year veteran of economic development with the Beacon Council. We got Marixel Garcia, who's on our business development team, who joins us after a storied career as a diplomat. We've got Tatiana Silva, who's our chief of business development, who joins us after a decade and a half at Google in senior leadership roles. We've got Dr. Paula Hopkins, who is our executive vice president of stakeholder engagement, and partnerships, and she joins us after leading Pepsi here in South Florida. And we've got Scott Powell, who heads up our research and strategy team. So we're your Beacon Council team, and our goal is really to work much more closely with you here in North Miami Beach. These are some of the companies that are members of our organization. So we work with companies throughout the region and around the globe, big and small. And our strategy is simple. We want to grow the economy. So we try to grow the economy both through targeting companies that should be here in specific sectors, as well as working with existing companies. 80% of an economy's growth comes from existing companies. So we've gone from meeting with about 150 to 200 companies a year to meeting with 330 in Miami. We want to champion Miami's growth so market. We want to invest in people. So we know our top asset is people. So we run something called the Academic Leaders Council with all the universities and the superintendent of schools that's focused on workforce development and making sure that people have access to quality jobs. And then while we're transactional on one hand, on the other, we know that we've got to champion strategic investments that are going to allow the economy to grow. So when we think about their economic development ecosystem at the state level, they've got the heavy artillery for incentives, for marketing, et cetera. At the local level, at the regional level, we are kind of the top of the funnel driving deals, and at the municipal level is really where deals get done in terms of the ability to work directly with the companies in terms of site development, on the ground experience, and that sort of thing. And one of the things that we've said we've focused on is really increasing our level of partnership with municipalities. And so why North Miami Beach and why now? One is regional integration. You all have a very unique positioning in this marketplace, and we believe that we can work with you to elevate your assets and really position you for more projects to consider in North Miami Beach. We believe we can support you in your messaging and marketing. What's that unique value proposition? How are you different from the other places in the region and other places around the globe? Business attraction. At any given time, we're probably working with 100 or so companies. Mm-hmm. So understanding more about this community and having a close relationship with you will allow us to better be able to pitch you to the companies that we work with. Business retention. As we mentioned, 80% of an economy's growth is from existing companies. So we want to meet with your companies here. And then enhanced visibility. One of the things that we know that we're very effective at is being able to get companies in front of you. So as we think about North Miami Beach, there are three opportunities that really jump out. Number one is real estate activation. So how do we unlock these key sites so that you can get scalable, sizable, not only development, but quality job creation? One of the things that we noticed when we were doing our analysis is that this market is over-indexed on retail. And retail, while retail is great, you want the quality jobs. So how do we get more of the higher paying jobs in this marketplace? Really leveraging the CRA to accelerate development, quality development, and really focusing on inclusive small business. Given the demographics and the level of entrepreneurship in this community, how do we actually increase the ROI to these entrepreneurs and their investments? So far this year, we've got 23 projects completed, representing about 1,200 jobs with an average wage of $86,000. When we look at last year, we did over $800 million in private investment. And we're on track to outdo that this year, and that was over 45 projects and 10,000 total new jobs. We want to make sure that you all get the jobs that you deserve in this community for the people of this community, and we want to be your partner in that. So how can we work together? Having a champion within the administration that we can work closely with on direct deals. So far, we've been working with Ms. Mona's team, and she's been absolutely exceptional. Participation in events. We've got a variety of trade shows and conferences, engagement, and of course, developing the sites. Those are the real core pieces of the work. And here you see just over the next few months, some of the engagement opportunities. These include trade shows globally as well as domestically, and these also includes opportunities to engage with senior business leadership throughout the region. So with that, I'm very honored to present to you and would be glad to answer any questions.
I understand that you had individual meetings with each commissioner. Your work speaks for itself. Commissioner Smith, you have a thought?
I just want to thank you for coming here. I want to thank you for the time on the phone. I want to thank you for the presentations you make downtown, because I not only heard you, I not only see it, but I felt it in that room where it was international from all over the world, and they were sitting there with money just wondering where Beacon Council felt it was the best place to invest it. And now we're excited that you're going to say North Miami Beach.
Absolutely.
So
Thank you
we're
very
thankful
much.
for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And all right. That being said, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Florimon, you had a thought?
Yes, just a thought. Thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate the work you're doing. Look forward to partnering with you guys.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
My same sentiments as Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Florimond. It was a pleasure talking to you, talking to your staff, and meeting everyone, and seeing you in Tallahassee, and seeing that you're trying to make a difference even there as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
We're incredibly honored. Thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda is hurricane preparedness. Major Sandy Rodriguez. And retired Sergeant Laura Gonzalez, North Miami Beach. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Oh, yeah. We should have just voted on it so they can leave. Can we just do that?
After this. Go on.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City staff, and all that is in attendance. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a quick overview of our city's hurricane preparedness efforts as we head into the 2025 hurricane season. Our Emergency Operations Center, which is located in the North Miami Beach Police Department, plays a vital role in coordinating emergency response across not only our city, but across our satellite cities as well. Today, we will share the steps we have taken to ensure our departments are ready, highlight our recent training exercises, and offer preparedness tips for our entire community. So, for a quick overview, as I mentioned before, the North Miami Beach Police Department is where our EOC is located. And our planning section, which is retired Laura Gonzalez, which she is part of our planning section, helps coordinate various trainings and exercises in preparing our city departments as we head into an EOC activation and their roles within the EOC. So I want to go over some preparedness initiatives that we've done so far to prep our city officials, our senior management, directors, employees, as far as what we will do in a time of activation. I'll have Laura talk about that.
Hello. Beginning in February, we began to conduct meetings and training geared toward hurricane and disaster preparedness. On March 18th, we began our hurricane preparedness and emergency management training for all city senior management here in City of North Miami Beach. On April 3rd, the police department EOC personnel had their first hurricane preparedness meeting. We reviewed police department emergency plans and checklists. April 30th, the city's emergency operations tabletop exercise was conducted. It was a weather-related disaster training geared toward flash floods and that sort of weather relation. Not necessarily just a hurricane, because as we know, the weather starts to get worsen as the hurricane season comes into play, and we also get other storms besides hurricanes. May 1st, the city participated in Miami-Dade County's Department of Emergency Management hurricane exercise at the Miami-Dade EOC. On May 13th, we hosted our web EOC and crisis track trainings that were conducted by Miami-Dade County, which was held at the North Miami Beach Police Department. On May 28th, we will be holding our NMB Divisional EOC mock hurricane exercise. And it's important to know that at our tabletop exercise and at our hurricane mock exercise, Miami-Dade County officials and the Florida Division of Emergency Management, they had evaluators, and they actually gave us hands of applaud because they said that we did a great job and our city's well prepared, and they will also be at our mock hurricane next week. So that was great to hear. Throughout the year, we also conduct advanced FEMA trainings, and we do this on a regular basis, obviously to refresh ourselves and to get anything that's new that's upcoming now in the next year.
Laura, do you want any of us there when you do it?
The FEMA trainings?
On any of the times? Do you, if you want any of us, just let us know.
Oh, okay. I will definitely reach out. I will also, through our staff personnel, there are trainings that are offered to city officials, which I'm sure that you've probably received them through your email, contacts. But if you don't, please do reach out to us, to Major Rodriguez, and we'll definitely make sure that you get those trainings sent to you as well. So you might be wondering, what is WebEOC and what are Crisis Track? These are disaster management softwares that are used to manage and coordinate information and resources during a storm. Crisis Track is a comprehensive software tool used to conduct and document damage assessments after a disaster to facilitate local, state, and federal assistance. The entire state is going to Crisis Track, and we do have many city personnel that are currently trained in Crisis Track, and it's very important, and will become very important for us to be able to get FEMA assistance readily and to the community as well. So both of these programs are used by local, I already said that, I'm sorry. We have coordinated various trainings for these programs to assure all of our city departments are well prepared for a disaster. As I said, we did some on May 13th, but we also had some on April 29th and on May the 15th. So we are definitely prepared, and we want to assure the community and the commission, mayor and commission, that we're prepared to handle these disasters. Thank you.
You're taking it seriously. You're doing a good job.
Did I talk too fast? Tips.
So just real quickly, I wanted to go over some tips for everyone, because we are in hurricane season. These are steps that we need to start taking now before the storm, and which can make all the difference in keeping our family, our neighborhoods, and our city safe. So on the top of the list is just a reminder to assemble an emergency kit. Make sure you secure your home, reinforce windows, doors, trim trees, clear gutters, things like that. Make a plan for an evacuation if necessary. Protect your important documents and stay informed. I'll be going over some of our social media and website information. And the North Miami Beach also has a mobile app where we give out active alerts during activation. Also, remember fuel and charging up your electronic devices, batteries, flashlights, portable power sources, and our vulnerable community, our senior community, very important. If you have neighbors, family members, please make sure that you have contact information in order to get in touch with them in time of severe weather or another emergency event. And also, just like I mentioned, stay informed. The City of North Miami Beach, their website has a link on there. If you follow them, or if you go on the website, you can sign up for alerts through their website, through our website, or you could sign up for our NMB mobile app. And also, I put up there if anybody needs the website for the city's website, and for our police website can be accessed through the city website, and also the Miami-Dade County Severe Weather and Emergency Readiness Guide. It is out online, and once the copies are available, we will also have them at our police department. And we're also working on a video to push out on our social media platforms that will go over these tips as well and give out other information. So I just want to say thank you for your time. And with our strong coordination, trained personnel, and a prepared community, we're confident in our abilities to respond effectively this hurricane season. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up.
No, I have a question. Should we vote on the Beacon Council?
Oh, yes. You have a motion to.
Well, it was Mackenzie.
You want a point of privilege?
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. I just wanted to add
We're gonna do. Go on.
I assume it's a point of privilege.
Is it a point? He wants to move an item out of order to vote on it now.
Okay.
I had a question for the presentation.
Oh, sorry. Can you come right back? Ms. Rodriguez, please.
No, oh,
Major Gonzalez.
No, both. No, Commissioner Smith has a question.
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Could I just ask, I know, because I live where they evacuate, many times they don't have in place where you're going to go. Is it going to be open? Isn't it going to be open, et cetera? So is there a way for us to have a definitive where people can go prior to ever having a storm?
No.
Especially for their animals?
So you're talking about shelters and things like that?
Shelters, when people have to leave and come inland, even their shelter because people won't leave their home because they won't leave their animal.
Right.
So is there a way that we could start the ball rolling? There is no storm, but if there is ever a storm, this one is always open and it will take is there some that are always like, Highland Oaks Junior High used to always be open.
So the Miami-Dade Emergency Management has already sent out asking all the different divisionals and cities where they may have locations for shelters and what kind of shelter it can be. So I believe that list is being compiled, and so once that gets released, we could definitely get that information out.
To the storm, people will know where they're going. Okay,
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Yes,
Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to ask that.
Thank you. Commissioner Florma.
Thank you. I just wanted to move the Beacon Council item up for a vote, please.
Do I have a motion?
second.
Do I have a second?
Let me just by title,
Okay.
if I should. What resolution was that? 11.4. I'd like to move item 11.4, resolution number 2025-64 up for a vote.
We got a second. We don't need a roll call. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next
Thank you
is
guys. Take care.
Thank you for coming so far.
The office of Dariel Fernandez texted me and they apologize. He's not going to be able to.
no. We're going to be he's going to come back. Believe me.
No, he is.
He will come back. That being said. No, we already voted on it. I thought we voted on the motion.
You should read the
We
title.
voted on the item itself. He motioned to just to move it up or
No,
No.
he motioned to vote on it.
To move it up.
okay.
Okay.
So procedure. Let's do.
I'll make the motion to vote on it.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? No. We moved it up.
The motion to vote on it passed.
Yes.
That was it. Move it up and vote on it. Now you need,
To-
it's in front of you.
Now we
You just need somebody to move it to the floor, set and vote on it.
do. I
Yeah,
have
move it to the floor to vote on it.
Second.
all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
The attorney should read the title.
I thought we did read it.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Mayor.
You read-
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we have
There's no
charter.
roll call. It's a resolution.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, if you would indulge me, guys, we have charter officers for a reason, and so if you guys can just speak up a little bit faster, that would be good, because we just voted on something and now we're saying we need to read it. That should have been said prior to the vote. So let's just all get in unison here and move this meeting efficiently.
City Attorney, can you do it real quick, please? That particular item.
It was 11.4.
4. Give this to him.
Turn on the mic.
Item 11.4, resolution number R 2025-64, approving the agreement with Miami-Dade Beacon Council for Enhanced Economic Development Services, sponsored by Commissioner Danielle Jean. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the Enhanced Economic Development Services Agreement between the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, and the Miami-Dade Beacon Council, Inc., authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 11.4.
Is that sufficient enough, City Attorney?
Yes, but you could just ask one more time. All in favor? Why not?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right. Next, we're going to the final presentation. Tariq, Chief Financial CFO, please come on up. You said you're going to be brief.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for having me today. I'll be going through the second quarter financial report. This is data as half through the fiscal year as of March 31st. As you can see here, the city's all funds were budgeted at $212 million. As of March, we have collected almost 50%, so we are on target. As you can see here is the all fund revenues comparison budget to actuals. The first chart, as you see, is our main general fund, which is also at half, 50% through the projections. This chart shows major funds of the city at $212 million. As of March 31st, we collected $105 million, which is 49% of projection. This chart just to show you the health of the general fund as of March. We collected, I will say, 43.7 million, and we spent 39.3. So we have a cash surplus as of March of about $4 million, which is good to help the city go through the second half of the fiscal year. And I think at the retreat, I presented that also the city's general fund reserve is in a good state as we started the city about $12 million surplus. This chart shows the budget to actual comparison in terms of revenue. Our major revenue continues to be property tax. Now, as we move on to general fund revenue ending March 31st, you can see the line items. Some of our revenues have already exceeded the 50%. Some of them are still below. And every tax line item or revenue line item, the collection of revenue is mostly timing. But at the end, we are over 50%, so the city collected 54% of projected revenue. In the expenditure side, we are trending below line at 44%. Overall, we spent $99 million as of March 31st. This line item shows the citywide expenditures by fund comparison, and you can see the general fund always continues to be the major fund for the city. This table also shows the multiple expenditures actuals for each fund. Overall, the city's overall funds are 44%, which is 6% below target. The general fund expenditures here, as you can see, between departments, as you can see, some departments are on target, some others are below target, but we are trending in line with the adopted budget for fiscal year 24-25. The finance department continues to monitor the expenditures with each department, and the next month we're going to start wrapping up the process for next year's budget cycle. The general fund expenditures by function, as you can see, each department here, the percentage is at 48%, so we are 2% below target. Last but not least, the expenditures by class comparison. I think salaries continues to be over almost 70% of our budgeted expenditures, but for the actuals, we are trending below target, and most of it is timing and also filling vacancies throughout departments. The general fund expenditures class details, as you can see here, the 43% continues to be salaries and other benefits. The pension has been fully paid, 98%, and overall, we are at 48% of budget. The capital program, as you can see, we have a $9.8 million. We are still working through the procurement process for the major projects, and by the third or fourth quarter, we will continue to see some expenditures. The general fund salaries and related expenditures, you can see here, some departments are higher than others, and that's based on number of FTEs and also the size of the department. Citywide salaries and related expenditures here by fund, we can see also that the general fund continues to be the major trending fund for the city. The general fund salaries and related expenditures, you can see that every department has different vacancy rates, but overall, citywide, we are at 43% of personnel expenditures. Conclusion, the city is in a good financial state. As I mentioned in one of the slides, that the general fund has generated almost $4 million of surplus. That $4 million will help the city go through the next 2 quarters for the fiscal year. If you have any questions, let me know.
Anybody have any questions? Good.
That was fast.
Thank you, Tarek.
Thank you.
Next item is public comment. City Clerk, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There's a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to the podium, please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other. And our first 2 speakers are C. Stoner Williams and then Eugene Montpremier. Eugenie, excuse me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here about my name is Collis Stoner Williams, and I'm here about my property at 16030 Northeast 18th Place. There is some pine tree that planted on the curb 18 years ago, and no one come to trim them, and we need them to trim because it's the season for storm. They fall in the street, and all the time, nobody in the city don't even care about that side. Nobody picks up the palm branches. If I don't pick them up, nobody picks them up. And when I'm not at home, I travel because I have sick relatives. And I have to go and look after my relatives because they come first to me. And they pick them up and they throw them on my curb, and I get sanitation for them. Please, I'm asking for them to come and trim the trees, whosoever plant those wild forest palm trees, and they are full with termite, please. Thank you.
Our deputy city manager here is going to talk to you right after, so thank you for your comment. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Eugenie Montpremier. Rose Coriolan.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Rose Coriolan, representing Niche Radio, which is WSR 1580 AM. That's why they are in 162nd, 1510 Northeast 162nd Street. But before I do my presentation, I need to understand because Commissioner Lynn is removed. I don't understand what's going to be done with 11.2.
Okay, so 11.2 has been,
your time.
we are going to discuss it later.
No, that's fine. It's still on it.
It's still on there because I didn't understand.
It's still on, no, it's still on the agenda, but please continue.
Okay.
It's not back and forth, but continue on with your
Okay. I just want to make sure. It's about the trolley and then the trolley setup. As a radio station, we receive all type of calls everywhere and from anyone. And the fact that we have a food bank where we do distribution every day, we have all type of people coming over. And some of them are using the trolley to get there. Some of them are using the other setup that you guys have to get there. And one of the things, if I understand correctly, they were analyzing and see if it's something going to be stay or if it's going to be removed. In my management skill, I always said there's room for improvement. You guys have to analyze where is the trolleys going and then where is more profitable for the people, because there's a lot of people, they don't have cars. And there's a lot of people who's using the trolley to get their kids from school instead of using a Uber or a Lyft or anything else, because you tell the kids to get it and then get there. And then this is not my information, it's for what I get from doing a survey from the people that coming over to see us. So I will ask you guys to analyze to see what's good. If you have to cut on some of the road that's not profitable for the trolley, like people are not writing on it, take that money and then put more right somewhere else. Because sometimes people have to wait for almost an hour before before one Charlie picked them up. So it's always, we have to analyze and see what can be done, but I will advise for you guys to see if it's something that can be all done to the city. And also, one last thing is, it look beautiful for the city. It represent North Miami Beach. And from the group of economy that I'm in, we always analyze how to improve the city. And then this is one way. And we're not the only one who have a trolley. Other cities has it. Automatically you go to Cayocho, that's the first thing you see. That's the trolley going up and down. So analyze this and see, and then to know how you guys going to hold on to it. Thank you.
Ray Mesa, and then Mary Lucy Charles.
Good night. My name is Reinaldo Mesa. I am deaf. I hear a little. If you don't understand, I can speak Spanish. And someone can translate. I am here because you want maybe to cut the trolley bus service. But I was thinking, why? You have closer here, North Miami Beach. A school, high school, and middle school. You are right. You have some students there that they cannot use the bus transportation because they are living close. Yeah. So you can make a plan at the peak time. That's truly come pick the student. They have a route so they can pick. I saw several too much students working to go to the school. My daughter, she was there in the middle and high school. Yeah, she graduated school. For the safety from the student, you can use that service. And also there are people that don't have money. $2.50, one bus. But before we have transfer. We can get a transfer for 25 cents, that was a long time. But the quota, so you have to pay, if you are far away, you have to pay 2 times. $2.50 to $5 for people that work for the minimum wage. No. I think it's a good idea to plan for your student here, and also for the people that cannot pay to go to Aventura Mall or go to from Aventura to Golden Gladys. So it's too short to be paid for $2.50. We need this service. Tell you. And also, please, I need to inform you that you need to have one interpreter service program. Because that's it for the law. Say, law for the deaf and hard of hearing community. Any from the government information like this meeting, you need to have a system to be free because it's only the government, the FCC, that help you to give you, there is a system from interpreter. You need to find out if you can put the program in the tablet or on the computer. And you need to talk to a deaf or hard of hearing. It's really there. This meeting need to have that program because any people that come here that is deaf or hard of hearing need to have this service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam, I thought Madam Clerk, don't we have that service available?
We have it, I think when you watch it.
When you watch it, right? Online?
I'll try to help him.
I don't think we.
The closed caption.
We do have closed caption.
No, but, okay.
But for people in the audience, they don't have that.
Yes, yeah, because it doesn't show closed caption.
It's not up here.
It doesn't show up on the live feed.
So can we put?
Can we work on staff? Can you work on possibly have that we can have a live while the meeting's continuing, live basically. Thank you. Next speaker.
Marie Lucy Charles, and then Louise Harkness.
Good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Lily Beaumont, living in North Miami Beach since 1974. I see good and I see bad. But my concern is about the bus jitney in North Miami Beach now. At the 19 and 8 on 16th Avenue, there was this bus 16th and 19th that go downtown and come to the mall by Walmart and take people to Golden Glade, to doctors, and to go shopping. And the city bus stop almost here now. But now the jitney is there. But someone told me that it will stop soon. I don't know. So I'm come here to have my concern that I drive, but people in North Miami Beach doesn't drive, and they need to go shopping, and they need to go to the doctor. And if the jitney stop, then they have no ride. So my concern is for you to look into it and see what can be done, that the bus will stay in North Miami Beach. Okay? God bless you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Louise Harkness, North Miami Beach. I've spoken to most of you individually regarding the concerns for the library and surrounding Amphitheater Park and the future encroachment of SLAM into our public facilities. Please keep in mind that we have one singular expert on libraries already on the city payroll. Dr. Adenia Hernandez has made libraries her life work, and her knowledge and wisdom is invaluable. What our library desperately needs is for the bathroom project to be started and completed instead of just kicking the can down the road. Look at how much more Washington Park project is costing now when it could have been completed many years ago. Do we have to keep repeating our mistakes? Lack of action is not an option. Or how about the city doing something in its power to get the front door of the library fixed? What a shame to be greeted by a door that doesn't work. I hope that you're hearing my words and help move these projects forward. I am confident that there are people who can actually make these things happen. They just need to prioritize. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Patricia Miller, and then Mimus Lewis.
Patricia Miller, 1730 Northeast 171st Street in City Center. As most of you know, I'm a highly invested member of North Miami Beach. And I'm interested in everything that goes on here, and what Louise just said about kicking things down the road is very concerning. We need to take care of things when they need to be taken care of. 100 years ago, our city fathers decided that this strip of land not too far from here was costing way too much money for us. And it was, draining our resources, and we were losing out on some money. So they gave away what is now Sunny Isles Beach in their infinite wisdom, when they weren't exactly looking down the road and thinking about our future. There's been some disturbing talk of handing over control to Miami-Dade Water and Sewer of our water department. Let's be honest, and that would be another mistake of historic proportions. Not only would we lose 12,789 accounts, nearly 1/3 of our system, we would forfeit our leverage, our quality, and our future revenue potential. That would be a permanent loss. And for what? Because somebody is crazy and lazy? We would trade away our independence and quality for political points or short-term appeasement for Miami-Dade County, which has already such a glowing reputation. Yes, we have remediation. It's coming, PFAS. It will cost us, but it will cost Miami-Dade more. They are already facing a $1 billion infrastructure gap, while ours is only $200 million. We are in a stronger position with better water, cleaner systems, higher pressure, and state-of-the-art filtration like reverse osmosis and nanofiltration systems, which I had to look up. And Miami-Dade doesn't have that. That's not something to throw away, not even to consider. What's more, we have capacity. We are using just $26 million gallons a day with a plant capable of much more. The real issue here is transparency and negotiation. Do not make any decisions without considering all of the ramifications. We don't want to give away another Sunny Isles beach. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make it clear to everybody, I don't know where that is coming from. We are not thinking of giving away our water department.
No, it's not. Next speaker.
Mimos Lewis, and then Irene Pellinger.
I'm not.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mimos Lewis. I'm living in North Miami Beach, Florida. I was here yesterday. I'm here today. I not feel good. I don't feel to come in. I said, no, I have to. Because I need the charity car for North Miami Beach. I really need it. Because when I don't feel good, I just go take the car and go to Walmart and bring me back when I'm finished. I don't want to call any Uber to come home. I just take a car and go home. And close to my house. It's coming. Okay. I don't have nothing to do. That's the reason I'm coming for tonight. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Irene Pellinger. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Those who attended the Haitian American Heritage event at the library on May 9th know what an outstanding event it was. From the film debut, food, and amazing band, it was a night to remember. The city must get better at promoting these events, perhaps a quarterly mailer with upcoming city events would be effective. Unfortunately, rumors swirl about our library. Rumors start somewhere, often have a nugget of truth, but are usually inaccurate. Nonetheless, they keep us busy imagining the worst. If we give credence to the rumor of building a multi-story library, keep costs in mind. The Boynton Beach Library added another floor and had to hire 6 more employees. Our library is 24,000 square feet with annual costs of approximately $1.4 million. Boynton Beach's library is only 6,000 square feet larger, but costs $2.6 million to run, just shy of double our cost. Only slightly larger and twice as expensive to run because it is multi-storied. When you add floors, you need adequate staffing for each level. We can't even upgrade one set of bathrooms we actually have. Imagine having to upgrade bathrooms on every floor. The front door has been out of commission for years. Imagine keeping an elevator running. But I digress. I started talking about rumors. Rumors that SLAM is after our beautiful amphitheater and park on the canal and our library. Rumors that it's done a deal. I just hate rumors. And It looks like you're trying to rectify the sleight of hand tactics used at last month's meeting regarding the trolley. Residents repeatedly asked for a ridership study. Suddenly, the vendor produced a study. Who did the study? What methodology was used? Without knowing this, there is no credibility to the study. How do you pivot from a 3-month contract extension to awarding a 5-year contract without evidence-based information supporting route changes and without putting this contract out for competitive bid? I also want to remark on limiting the public to only speaking during public comment and not on individual items. Residents give up their time and energy to participate in the city on various committees and boards and following this meeting. Although we participate, shorter commission meetings seem to be more important than taxpayer participation in the process. I mentioned sleight of hand tactics earlier. This is another one. In all things we do, being above reproach is the only way to gain the trust of those you serve. Doublespeak and confusion do not gain the trust of your constituents.
Thank you.
Next speaker, thank you.
Emilio Petit, Ketley Joachim, and then Mark Lewin.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
La vérité bien ordonnée toujours commence par soi-même. So that means if you want to say the truth, it might come from your side.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Excuse me?
Your name, please.
Emilio Petit. I'm so happy to meet for the first time so many of the commissioners and the mayors that I vote for so many times. I never meet you. It's a pleasure for me to be here. As I said, the truth always coming from your side, but I cannot live with the priest if I'm not getting baptized. I'm here just to talk about, as you call the trolley. I don't take any rise from it, but I can say most of the time we cannot take away the breads from the children to give it to the dogs. So I don't ride the trolley. But one of these days, when I get old, all my people will need it. So I'm here for that. I'm here also to thank Ms. Ketley. She's always been on our side, always invite us to assist the meeting. Thank you, Ms. Ketley Joachim, to invite me to be here. I live in the 1040 Northeast, 154th Terrace. I bought this issue so many times. I think, Mr. Commissioner, years ago when I was voting for you, I asked you on my road sides, the big holes. I'm waiting for the city to send me the citation for that holes in that areas. Because my street on the 1040 Northeast, 154th Street, need to be taken care more, because I know they're going to send me the citation to fix this problem. When it's raining now, there's no drain. I ask so many times if I can get help to get a drain when it's raining so the water can go away. The water stay right in the front of my house. And I don't live in the flood zone. I need help with that matter. Number one. Number two, the reckless driver, years ago, they hit my cars in my parking lot. I lost the car, new cars. I was asking for slow sign because I get the grandkids playing sometime on the front of my house. I lost a new car when a reckless driver at 8 o'clock hit the cars. Lucky for me, I don't lost my beautiful daughter. 5 minutes after she get in my house, somebody hit the car. And the car was total loss.
15 seconds.
On the 1040 Northeast 154th Terrace, just one after the stop sign. I was asking, please, for me to get a slow sign. At least the driver can drive slowly in this area. And especially when I was saying, when it's raining, the water staying for so long before it's drained.
Thank you, Mr. Petit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kathleen Joachin. I'm here this evening for quite a few reasons, but I want to thank the tax collectors, the office yesterday for coming into our city. Property. It was great to see them, and they were able to help so many people that didn't know that they could have a second exemption. So thank you, Commissioner Smuggler, for spearheading this. So the trolley hub is right there in New Lida. This afternoon, while coming here, we were on 18th Avenue. And I saw quite a few people coming out of the trolley. I know there are people who saying they have followed the trolley and they don't see anyone getting out. We don't have the ridership. But in Ulita, people do use it, especially now when traffic is so bad and a lot of people are losing their jobs. This is their main of transportation. Ray is my neighbor. He takes the trolley. I know one time he called me because he was running late and he needed to get to work in Aventura and asked me, what was the schedule, where he supposed to go take the trolley. And I explained it to him, and that's how he's able to take the trolley. You see, we want to keep the great service in the trolley company. Many of us rely on the trolley to get to school, jobs, medical care, or even the grocery stores. ProCal plan increase frequency, improve on-time performance, and keep the system accessible to all, including seniors and disabled residents. Let's keep a system that puts our community need first. When I went to meet with these people a few months back, I would think it was last year, I needed to know what it is exactly, how their service operate, what's going on, because I have so many elderlies in Ulita. I have people who are disabled, who's not able to get to certain places, and they need the trolley to get from point A to point B. A lot of our kids in Ulita, the trolley is what they use in order for them to get around. It may not work in certain area, but it certainly does work for us. I myself have taken the trolley. Ray's man of transportation is taking the trolley. Quite a few of us. So I'm not sure what is going on. Maybe the areas that don't need the trolley shouldn't have the trolley. But we do need the trolley. My community doesn't take the freebie, a lot of them, because they don't know how to download the app and how to call the freebie.
Time.
So please, let's keep this thing going. Thank you. Oh, and Commissioner McKenzie, thank you for recognizing Haitian Heritage Month. But I have to let all of you know that we have someone in our staff, Bernice Fidelia Morris, who was one of the people that spearheaded us going to Savannah in front of mayor and councils in order for us to have that monument up there. At the time, Bernice used to work in North Miami, and so she used to take the bus with us because Daniel used to charter buses for us to go over there. It took us a long time for us to be able to get this thing done, but Bernice was one of the lead people. So I think you all, she deserves a good thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, honorable commissioners, Vice Mayor. My name is Mark Lewins, my wife Robin Lewin. We are not here to speak about the trolley. We're the owners of 16851 Northeast 3rd Avenue, and we're here to speak about 10.1. We received a notice to our address advising us that there was an application for a variance to build a property just to the south of our property. Our property is a residential property. Interestingly enough, the notice had an error in it. It said come on Monday, but it had the date of Tuesday. It was a little confusing. Hopefully that was an honest mistake. The variance asks for the typical setback of 30 feet that abuts our property to be reduced to only 5 feet. Commercial property, residential property. We object to that. Ours is a private residence. The resident has been there for almost 10 years. We're just to the north of this property. If this property is built only 5 feet off of our property, we're going to be in shadow for the rest of time. Our grass will die. The children who play in that yard will play in the shadow of this building. We certainly hope no one will be throwing cigarette butts down onto our yard from that building. And we believe that setbacks exist for a reason. We don't have an objection to a commercial property abutting another commercial property. 5 feet is fine. Commercial is commercial, but this is not. This is residential. We really feel that the variance exists for a reason, and we implore you to consider this when you consider this motion, and please deny the variance, or at least reduce the amount of the variance. We'd really like you to deny it outright, but at the very least reduce it, so that we can still have a little sunshine in our property and not be up against this monolith right behind us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Marguerite Swartz, Karen Harold, and Josh Jimmy.
I'm Marguerite Swartz. I've been living in North Miami Beach since 19...
One second, okay?
Sorry.
No.
Can you hear me now? Maybe you don't want to, but that's okay. I'm here since...
Never said that. No, nobody said that.
I'm here since 1972 on 160th Street. And...
She said it.
I didn't know that there were two issues on your agenda. One for asking for money for free transportation, and the other having to do with the trolley. However, this is my opinion, that I want to speak about the grant that you are seeking for the trolley service that you have had for 5 years. To the best of my knowledge, there hasn't been an audit, and the service that you supported for this period of time, I wouldn't continue because you have not been able to justify, even though some of the people have provided some ridership. You must want, I feel you should have a small group to study better for the funding that you're requesting. The people in the city walk, drive a car, or don't talk to each other. The free dollars would be better used to find either vouchers that you give for STS and Uber, or some other depth that are greater than just your trolley service. Although 159th Street is a county project, everybody's been affected by it. And the residents came out to seek answers to the traffic problems. Maybe your staff and experience can give help to them to determine what can move you further forward. Adding more traffic to the crowds that you're experiencing will not help. I didn't think the grant that you were seeking was only for equipment. You may want to reconsider something else. I would be willing to spend time with somebody here. I'm one of the 15 people that wrote the original transit grant in 1975 for county service. Instead of at the end giving me, they said count the elderly and handicapped. I started STS with nothing, no computer, no staffing. That gave me the kind of experience you're seeking now with your trolleys. You either want free, you want those kind of things. I think you need to study a little more or get some better answers from your residents as to what they need, not keep pushing something just because it's here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
You're so good.
Yes. Okay.
Hi, Karen Harold, resident of North Miami Beach, and hello, Mayor, Commissioners, Charter staff. I find this very interesting with the mic issues today, because one of the first things I wanted to ask is if you could please speak into the mics, because this is how we feel all the time out there at meetings or on the live TV. Because and I have to give kudos to City Manager Andres, because they always go like this before they talk. He has a system, he brings his mic, he turns it on, and he leans forward, and never have a problem hearing him. Also, with this cross-conversation, when you have somebody speaking and people are speaking over them, or not want to make a point when they're talking, they take it away from the person talking. And they say, oh, but, and like somebody always seems to want to have the last word. We used to have, Mr. Mayor, if you could please institute some kind of a system where there's X amount of minutes that a commissioner has, and maybe, we used to call it bite of the apple, and maybe 2 times on an agenda item, or 3 times, 4 times, whatever you want. But it makes it easier to watch the flow of what's going on, because when this one talks and then it jumps over here, and then this one cuts him off and it moves back here, and then somebody spoke like 5 times and somebody spoke 2 times, it's like we don't feel we're getting all of what y'all are thinking, and you're all intelligent, you have critical thinking, and we want to hear it. So please let us do that. Also, I just want to thank the Chief Pinellas for the arrest of 5 individuals that were involved in breaking in cars around the area I live in, so thank you for that. And I sent each of you a detailed message on the trolley, the observations I made, the things I found out, and there are possible areas of discrimination along with poor service, unsafe transportation of passengers, referring to the children, switching out a trolley with a minibus, which doesn't show up on the live tracker, and there's no way really to see, obvious that it's an NMB vehicle, so you see a minivan pull up and, okay, where's the trolley, get on? No, not safe. So we have 2 good trolleys. I suggested in the email that you sell the 3 that are older, take whatever you get and buy a used one, and voila, we have 3 trolleys. We don't need any other things. And taking away the ambiance that the trolley gives us, we're always after branding, branding, branding. And it's cool and it's nice, it's unique. But now you want to put in minibuses? Like, we have enough of those all over the place. You know, private ones, we have them.
15 seconds.
Also, I just wanted to say, please do not vote to give a company a 5-year contract where you'll be indebted to them, and that money that's supposed to be for our needs is going to build a business, and you need to look at bids, you need to see whether options are out there, and please, we voted you in, and you swore to put the needs of the city before the needs of a business. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Josh Jemmy, address 16750 Northeast 10th Avenue. I've been here a number of different times, and now the circumstances has changed. This is in regards to I don't want to say the removing of the fluoride, it's the stop putting it into the water. As you all know, I'm sure you're well aware, the state passed a bill. It got signed by Governor DeSantis. Miami-Dade County, in spectacular fashion, really, we won the vote 8-2 to remove it. The mayor vetoed it, and then the mayor's veto got overrode 8-4. So here's the thing, right? You guys serve unincorporated Miami-Dade. We can push it back on the state and say that, yes, the state gave a date, but Miami-Dade County also gave a date. Okay, that date is more aggressive than the state's, and you guys serve unincorporated Miami-Dade. So there's 2 ways that you guys are now forced to do this. And the point I really wanted to touch on is, this is not coming from a place of leadership, in my opinion, at this point. This is coming from a place of coercion because you guys do not have the choice anymore. The only choice you have is to hopefully put it to a vote tonight and put it on the record that you're also in alignment with the county and the state. Okay, we had Bartow, places who voted to keep it in, who already have it out of the water. And I'm not sure what you guys have done, but it's certainly not responding to my emails because the only two who have is Commissioner Sue and Vice Mayor Chernoff. Those are the only two individuals who I received a response from personally. I'm deeply disappointed in the fact that we're now following and not leading on this issue. And every time I've come and other people have come, it's fallen on deaf ears. We can't even get a discussion. We can't get anything done. So I hope tonight that changes, that we put it to the vote and that then we have it on the record that there is a vote. And I think it should be a roll call vote to see who exactly are the people who are either going to go against what's already basically the law that you're now being forced to follow, and who are the people who are actually listening to the constituents of the people that they represent. I've come here a number of different times with prepared speeches, and I'm just telling you what's on my mind. In fact, I'm sure you guys know Commissioner Gilbert, okay? He voted to remove it, and you guys served water to him. So, I mean, I would be more than happy to have a meeting with him and discuss it if there's not any action that is taken. I'm tired of not seeing action. Period. End of story. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Cleo Noel, Jonathan Glabman, and then Miranda Sherman. Cleo Noel, Jonathan Gladman, Miranda Sherman,
Miranda Sherman, representing Infinity Transportation and Infinity Tours. I know you guys are tired of hearing about the trolley, but that's why I'm here. I run a transportation company, and it was brought to my attention by someone that lives in the area about your trolley issues, and I wanted to submit a bid for it, and I didn't see anywhere online to do it. And I got here and I saw you had a legislation here, 11.2, about the trolley. I sent an email on Thursday to all of you saying that I wanted to submit a bid. So I'd like to make sure that somebody knows that and gives you the opportunity to do that before you assign it to someone else. Excuse me. I'm fighting a cold. Our company's been in business for 20 years. We have a A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, 5-star on Google, and I would love the opportunity to serve your community. So please, somebody respond to my email. Let me know how I can submit a bid. Other than that, that's all I really had to say. I want to be able to submit a bid. I think it should be only fair. That I looked in the books, and I think the last time you had one was April of 2022. That's a long time ago. I'd like to have a chance to look at it and submit my opportunity to serve you guys. That's it.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Next speaker.
Pardon me?
Dorothy Inararity, Diane Doolittle.
Hello, everybody. Good evening.
Hello.
To the mayor, commissioners, vice mayors, and acting managers, also to our clerks and attorneys, to everyone. On a lighter note, okay, I'm standing before you.
Your name, please?
My name, I'm sorry, is Dorothy Inararity, and I'm the vice president for North Miami Beach, Washington Parks Voters Council. So on a lighter note, we just want to commend you. Thank you all for coming in and joining us for our Heritage Day. Hopefully in the last Heritage Day in the old community center. And we just wanted to thank you all for participating, coming out. We had a great time. It was good to see each and every one of you. Those that were able to come, those that were not able to come, we could feel you there. And also, we would like to congratulate Andrew Plotkin.
We haven't voted.
What I'm doing.
We haven't voted yet.
Huh?
We haven't voted yet.
Oh.
You're jinxing it.
But we're gonna congratulate him in advance. Thank you, Rennie.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, are you done? You have any other thoughts? I'm so sorry. You have any? No, you still have 2 minutes if you.
If you have more to say.
Please.
How you doing? Okay.
No, you do. Please.
Thank you all. Anyways, but I'm going to stop because I was asked to stop for the person that I support the most, but it's okay. But
no, I was just clarify like if you have more to say.
I got it. Okay,
I just want to make that very clear. Thank you.
Let it go. I love you all, but we're like on that wave. But congratulations, and we're going to miss Mayor. I'm still going to say it. The city manager Mario Diaz. So thank you, because you all have a great night.
Mr. Mayor, a moment of personal privilege, please.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to say to Voters Council, I am so sorry I missed it. I've never missed it before. I was out of the country, but I hope somebody had an extra hamburger for me.
Thank you. We know you're always there.
And the breakfast and just the enthusiasm of that community. If we could rub that off on our whole city, what a wonderful city we would have.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Bastian was involved, as well as State Representative Wallace Aristide contributed to a great Heritage Day. Looking forward to at the new facility, Lord willing, next year.
That's right.
Amen.
That's right.
Thank you.
Amen.
Next speaker.
Diane Doolittle. Okay, perfect.
I just want to say good evening to all of you. There's a couple issues I wanted to talk about. My name is Diane Doolittle.
Please speak into the mic.
From Sunray West. And I was reading about the exit package that you were going to give to our manager, and I really don't think it's justified at this moment. Oh, it was removed?
Yes.
Okay, then let me scratch that. Okay, the other item I wanted to talk about was a trolley. Having the company that's running it give you ridership, I don't believe is a good thing. I think we should add an independent people that would go. We've asked for in the past to have the ridership of the trolleys and see what areas are in need of it and what areas do not. And there are some areas that, some people don't have cars and need better transportation, and the trolley is a good thing for them. But they also have the choice of freebie, which again, if you're able to use your computer or phone some people are not able to do that. But having an independent person doing a survey for the ridership, I think should have been done. And as far as our contract, I don't know why it wasn't put out to bid, because if you go things for your home, what if you want to hire a lawn service? You might get different estimates, maybe you won't. But if you're getting a new roof, I'm sure for that expense, you would be getting different quotes. It's not any different than spending millions on our trolley system. The other question I had was regarding the retreat. I know that had to be planned in advance, but I was wondering if anyone had considered, since you were having a local retreat, why no other arena was chosen, perhaps in the city of North Miami Beach. Are we saying there's nothing good here, that we have to go to Aventura to have a proper meeting? So I don't know who made that decision, but I wonder if our own council has to go out of the area why would we expect any other businesses to come here? Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
You, next speaker.
Lily Beaumont, and then Jeb Hanwerger. Daniel Pierre. Yeah, I know. I got it.
Testing. Wow, I would like to say hello to every one of you. Hello. Anyway, my name is Daniel Pierre. My address is 15240 Northeast 10 Court. So tonight I am here also for my life. So what's going on to me today, for the thing I'm going to talking about, I've been coming here so many times to ask for that service. So that means nobody never do anything, no one never do anything. Today I am almost got killed by my house. Almost. Maybe God saved me. So I've been coming here, beg any one of you, the commission, the mayor, I need the speed bump in this area. I come in there almost 3 or 4 times for the same thing. Nothing never done. Please, please, before somebody dead, before some kid dead, examples to me, do something. Do something for us. Because whatever you spend, you do it for everyone, for the safety. It's not right. So when you hear in the radio, hey, you know what going on? You know Daniel? You know this guy always coming here to the mic? He got killed, close by his house. Because for something I've been asked you for a long time. Please do something. Please. I come in here, even I don't speak English. You see, my wife put me to the class today. I learned. He told me what I have to say when I come in here. Please, do something. Do something. Please, please. I don't want to be died yet. Because I've been living there almost for 45 years. I never see something like that. Never see something like that in this neighborhood. People drive the car, just take the drive, just take the I-95.
15 seconds.
Please, can I have our extra minute, please? I've been struggle, work hard for the city. I don't want to pass out like that. Please do something. Do something for us, all right? Because you spend something, put the speed bump there, everybody will be happy with you, okay? Please. So I think everybody hear me.
Thank you, Mr.
Tout le monde comprend. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. They've done it several.
Daniel, I think the
Good evening.
manager has your address.
Good evening, Mayor Joseph, commissioners, fellow residents of North Miami Beach. My name is Jeb Hanwerger. I live in Monticello area of North Miami Beach, and I'm here to urge you to vote tonight to move the discussion item, Lin Su's discussion item to end water fluoridation immediately. I have a message from Commissioner, the Honorable Commissioner Roberto J. Gonzalez from District 11 that would like to be read on to the record. I respectfully, this is the commissioner that sponsored the legislation for the county. I respectfully urge this body to support a vote in principle to end public water fluoridation. Miami-Dade County and the state of Florida have taken decisive action on this issue, but your leadership adds important momentum. As more residents demand a voice in their health decisions, this outdated practice is rightfully being brought to a close. So I've been coming to the commission to discuss this item since Dr. Joseph Ladapo's guidance at the end of November. I think I came the first December meeting. Lin Su sponsored the legislation here. Roberto J. Gonzalez, commissioner from District 11 in the county, supported it at the county level. The county level passed A2. That was then vetoed by the mayor, and then it was overridden 8-4. And the state, Senate Bill 700, was signed into law by Governor DeSantis. He had the press conference here with Roberto J. Gonzalez, and many residents from North Miami Beach were invited to that press conference, myself included. That bans fluoride in public water systems throughout Florida, effective July 1st. 2025. The Miami-Dade County, as a speaker said before, they have a June 5th deadline to stop fluoridation. So I'd really like to thank Commissioner Lin Su and Commissioner Chernoff and Commissioner Smith for coming out that night to meet Surgeon General Ladapo and to bring the discussion to the people. We know that as Oliver Gilbert, who's the commissioner that represents Miami Gardens, he says we cannot ignore the emerging science on fluoride's risks. Commissioner Keon McGee, now, this is Democrats. These guys represent low-income minority areas, said it's an outdated practice. It risks costly lawsuits. Governor DeSantis labeled it forced medication.
15 seconds.
Keon McGee says it's a
Keone
civil.
McGee.
Keon McGee.
Keone McGee or Keon Hardeman? Which one?
Keone McGee. Keon McGee. So Governor DeSantis labeled it forced medication, and Secretary Kennedy also says that this is an issue about informed consent. So please, tonight, end fluoridation before the June 5th deadline. Thank you.
Bruce Lamberto.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Last commission meeting, that trolley discussion was just...
Your name, sir?
Bruce Lamberto, Eastern Shores. That whole discussion on the trolley was just amazing to watch. I never seen anything like it. For 2 years, we tried to get a study done on the trolley. I know Commissioner Chernoff and Commissioner Smith had asked the manager many times to put our coordinator, we had a full-time coordinator working for the city, to get her on the trolley to collect data. It wasn't done in 2 years. And then the trolley company comes along and gets it done in a few weeks. How did you do it? Well, we put somebody on a trolley. That was the question that was asked. And then, so now we're believing the data from the trolley operator. In 5 years, the trolley hasn't been audited. There's been no outside auditing of ridership or anything. Now, I've heard, the people that came up here and said, I need a ride. There's other ways to get them to their destinations and to serve them other than sending, 50 passenger trolleys to pick them up. We can do Uber passes. We can give assistance on the passes. Maybe pay 80 to 90% of the cost, and it's going to come out so much cheaper. Because what the problem is we're dedicating all our resources, the 100% of the CITT funding, to freebies and trolleys, and there's no money left over for traffic calming. People are complaining. There was a lady here complaining about the speeding on her street. That's where that money could be spent. You have something to show for it at the end of the year. And then I'm really dismayed. I heard another transportation company came here and says, how come I can't bid on this project, this $9.5 million 5-year, well, actually, it's a 7-year contract. Why can't I bid on it? And this just violates all purchasing requirements, our city ordinances. The city attorney, I'm sure, has probably advised you of that this is not something that's normally done. And I would think that you may want to pull this and at least go out to bid. The bid waiver document that the manager signed it's really bogus. He's saying he had to do it for continuity. That's why it's a sole source. The only company you can use is this company because they have to have continuity. Well, it's been there for 5 years. We've been extending this contract at least 10 times over the 5 years, and you was on there for a 3-month extension. That gives you plenty of time to put it out to bid. And again, how you can put that on a bid waiver and say, we're not going to put this out.
15 seconds.
All the people here are being cheated. The residents are being cheated. We don't know if that's a good price, and there's other options available. So I really wish this would get pulled. We'd give this opportunity to put it out for bid, and then just look at all the other options like this lady said about the different options that are available. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Former Commissioner Barbara Kramer, and then David Zapin.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Kramer. I'm here tonight to speak publicly. It was going to be about 2 issues, but now it'll be about 1 issue since the manager's severance parting gift has been removed. And I thank you very much for that because what were you all thinking? That's crazy. So I guess I'm going to speak about the resolution awarding a trolley contract without a competitive bidding process. And I just want to start by saying that this isn't easy. It gives me no pleasure to speak to you guys like this. In fact, I'm angry that I even have to. I'm angry because I care. And I'm angry that I have to look some of you in the eye, people I like and respect, and say this: your actions have been irresponsible, lacking in transparency, and unworthy of the trust the public placed in you. In regards to this trolley, last month you voted in violation, in my opinion, of the agenda to approve a 5-year no-bid contract. The agenda clearly stated this was a 90-day renewal. Why wasn't an RFP issued months ago? Why skip the bidding process entirely? And now you're back seeking to award ProCal a 5-year contract worth between $9.5 and $13 million. You had other options. You could have renewed the current contract for 90 days, or even for a year because that's what's allowed, while putting the service out to bid. So you wouldn't have disturbed or disrupted essential services, as the manager has put this as a bid waiver with that excuse. A competitive process might have reduced costs, it will, improve service, or it might push ProCal to offer better terms to remain competitive. And let's be honest, why are we dedicating so much CITT funding to a service used by a limited number of residents when that money could go toward broader priorities that benefit everyone? Things like better roads, as Bruce Lamberto was talking about, safer traffic infrastructure, upgraded bus shelters, and regular tree maintenance, investments that the entire community could rely on.
15 seconds.
No one is saying to get rid of the trolley, but to do this without a competitive bid is absurd. You owe it to the public to act with transparency, sound judgment, and fiscal responsibility. We deserve better, and it's your job to deliver it. Thank you.
Next speaker, thank you.
David Zapin.
David Zapin. I'm the founder of Zapin Capital that funds the rehabilitation of homes for rent. Thank you. Good plan. Yes. So with these buses, has anyone finally updated the need for a bus stop that's relevant to our crazy weather? I mean, it's bad enough, my house is 90 degrees inside, but, I've only seen 2 really good designs for bus stops. Aventura that wraps around with glass, and Margate that's one big square. If there's a third option, that's good. I haven't seen it. Unfortunately, I realize there's the temptation to discourage, shall we say, transients. I get it, but as the weather continues to get insane and people come here looking for a beach that, as it's been pointed out, is no longer in the city limits, we're going to attract the transients and their lack of money. Just the same way calling ourselves North Miami Beach was supposed to attract tourists. So I hope that we can still have some level of cooling stations to keep people out of the ER and from overloading our first responders. Because while some of us are enjoying the comfortable affluence of counting yachts, some of us on the west side are dealing more with the transients, people who are literally leaving the Jackson North Hospital. They are coming here, and I really hope the county pays attention before it becomes a crisis. This heat will kill people, and I don't think our library is open on Sunday. I know the county library is officially a cooling station, which is great, but they're not open on Sundays. And as we know, here in Florida, there is no right to air conditioning. This is something I've tried to explain, whether through my Facebook or on Free Speech TV, and just keep in mind what you hear on AM radio it's not even half the story; it's maybe 1/3. Wishing you an early happy Father's Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker.
Last time speaker, Mr. Kazan.
Un momento, por favor. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Mubarak Kazan. Good evening, everyone. Couple points I want to make. If I could get all of your attention. The mayor, when he got into office the first time, he said he was rather humbled. I'm a very humbled person. And the first thing he did was curtailed residents' speaking time. You could only speak for 3 minutes for a 6 hours meeting. We did not get to speak on quasi-judicial matters. We did not get to speak on ordinances. And that was how he showed how he was humbled. He had a city attorney's office that agreed with him not to allow the people to speak. Well, when you do not allow the people to speak, you get problems like what you had in the last meeting, where a trolley contract of $460,000, no more than, turned to a $9.5 million contract. You had a trolley contract that was supposed to be no more than 3 months, turned to a 5-year contract. Why are we going to encourage a city attorney's office to continue like this with us? We're only going to be running into cliff after cliff after cliff. You need to get rid of that city attorney's office, and we need to bring back the city attorney's office in-house. The last meeting, the city attorney's office refused to read into the consent agenda the records. We had a lot of records there in the consent agenda, most of it being removed, some of it being left back, and he just refused. That city attorney's office refused to bring it into the consent agenda. In terms of this trolley contract, the monies where we're using for the trolley, most of that money is supposed to be going for road calming, road repairs, road markings, tree trimmings, all of that. None of it is being used. For the last several years, most of that money has been used for the trolley guy. The trolley guy seems to be a powerhouse here now. Now he's going to get a $13 million contract without even it being advertised. And it's all okayed by your city attorney's office. We need to get the city attorney's office back in-house. For the last 4 years, we've had 4 city attorney's office, and what they did, they treat us like Edward Snowden. They put everything on a thumb drive, and they take it out with them. That is why we can't win a case up to now. We're losing all of our cases, and I thank you very much for having me.
Any more speakers, Madam Clerk?
That was the last time speaker, Mayor.
All right. Next item on the agenda is announcements. City. Oh, there's Communications Director. Thank you.
Good evening. Going to give you the events list for May/June. This Thursday, we have our Farm Share drive-through distribution. May 22nd starts at 9 a.m. here at the Kevin R. Sims Aquatic Center. We have the College Financial Literacy Workshop, also that Thursday, May 22nd at 6:30 at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center. We have the Jewish American Heritage Month celebration Thursday, May 22nd at 6 p.m. at the North Miami Beach Library. Senior luncheon Friday, May 23rd, 11 a.m. till 2 at the Marjorie McDonald Center. Our Memorial Day ceremony Monday, May 26th at 10 a.m. at the Corporal Howard B. Hinson Park. Memorial Day is a federal holiday, so City Hall will be closed May 26th. We have a community tea party on Saturday, May 31st at 10 a.m. at the Ulito Community Park Center. That same day at the Heart is the Heart of Reading, Saturday, May 31st, 2 p.m. at the North Miami Beach Library. Free Community Zumba, Wednesday, June 4th at 6 p.m. at the Ulito Park Community Center. Crestview Towers Community Outreach Event is Wednesday, June 11th at 5 p.m. at the McDonald Center. We have a City Commission meeting Tuesday, June 17th at 6 at the City Hall Chambers. 151st Street Station, we have a community outreach event. That's Wednesday, June 25th at 6:30 at the McDonald Center. Pangea Wild Animal Showcase, that's Wednesday, June 18th at 2 at the North Miami Beach Library. We have our Juneteenth celebration Thursday, June 19th at 6 at the North Miami Beach Library. Actually, no, we have 2 celebrations. The library, which is Wednesday, June 18th at 6, and then the city, Juneteenth, the day after, Thursday, June 19th. And time is to be announced, and that will be at the Littman Theater. Juneteenth is also a federal holiday, so City Hall will be closed. Our Farm Share drive-through distribution, the date is tentative, so please stay posted on our website. And we have a senior luncheon Friday, June 27th at 11 a.m. at the McDonald Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, we're going to City Commissioner reports. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you. I know there's various communities, including the Haitian American community, Jewish American community, Pacific Islander Asian community that are celebrating Heritage Month this month. So happy Heritage Month to you all. In addition to that, it's mental health awareness. So, take some time out for yourself and perhaps take out more time for yourself than you do anything else. Because I think if you think about it, you probably get more out of spending more time with yourself when it comes to your work. If you're more prepared and more mentally prepared to take on your work challenges. So definitely spend more time with yourself. Aside from that, looking forward to an expedient meeting, and it's 8:51 already. So, let's get down to business. Thank you.
Leading by example. All right.
Commissioner Jean?
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to ask a few questions, starting with the tree trimming. Have we started scheduling the tree trimmings before the hurricane season? And if there's a way for us to let residents know when we're going to make those stops around the different neighborhoods. Also wanted to ask about one of the ARPA programs that we approved. I think Commissioner Chernoff had championed it for the painting, and also still waiting to see how the scholarship program is going to be rolled out. I wanted to thank the library for hosting all of our cultural celebrations, and also kudos to the NMB staff for an amazing retreat. We really had a chance to dive into some very interesting topics, and I'm looking forward to our budget season where we'll be able to kind of have a deeper dive so the public can also be part of that conversation. And also wanted an update on the bus shelters. I know a couple of the shelters have been put in place, but there are still about 10 to 12 that have yet to be put in place. So I definitely want to hear back on any updates there. Thank you.
All right. Next.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you very much. First, I want to tell everybody I believe that was my second meeting I ever missed in 15 years. I think the first one was when my granddaughter was born 16 years ago. But I wish everyone the same reason that I left, I wish it on you. My son treated his mother to a trip to Europe. And I want to tell you, when you have a son that's married happily 21 years in a different state, and between law school and college, I haven't been with him for 30 years by myself. I wish everybody the same blessing I have. So I caught up, I came back, I watched every meeting that I missed, the CRA, the pre-council, and the council. You get such a different view, I will tell you, from watching it and from sitting up here. You get and I beg my commissioners, go back and review that meeting, because you'll understand maybe some of what you're hearing from the public. I want to mention the retreat, because the retreat, one thing that it really shared with all of us is how the people that work here, that are department heads, how they care, how they're working, how for the first time there was a camaraderie where we were all together. And when you really understand the limitations with being able to have the funds, being able to have the communication. So one good thing I hope will come out of it is we start with better communication between North Miami Beach City and the public, between department and department, between the departments and the management and the commissioners, and between the commissioners having an idea 100% of where we are together, not breaking sunshine law, just knowing where we are, whether it's with emails, where we need to be, whether people are looking for us. I just think that was a good thing with the retreat. I want to also, of course, all the ethnic groups that we're having for this month, all of them. Whether it's, the Haitian, the Jewish, the Oriental, all of them. You know something? This room today shows why we respect and why we honor all of us, because everyone is important. I think that was amazing. The library, again, I can't tell you, if you don't go, you're lost. You're lost. The event was extraordinary. She sang for over an hour with 4 musicians behind her and with a gentleman that sang with her. It was extraordinary. So, and the movie, what can I tell you? I try to tell everybody to learn. If you didn't hear earlier, please just find out about the Haitian soup that they have every single January 1st. And the name of it is?
Soup Jamon.
If I may, Commissioner,
Just tell me the name of the soup.
she asked me a question. I'm answering the question.
All of us the question.
The name.
I thought she said commissioner. I didn't know. Okay. Soup Jumu, but it's also available. People don't have to wait until 1st of January. Every Sunday at the restaurants, they make soup Jumu as well. So you don't
Okay.
have to wait until the 1st.
So now you know. And every time you have any soup, just think of how hard people gave up their life to be able to have soup. I want to also tell you one very important thing about the library. They have just got accreditation or whatever it's called that for health. For health, they're going to have a separate room. They're going to have professionals there 1 day a week. If you yourself or you and a family member feel somebody's having dementia or Alzheimer's, and you would like an appointment to go to the library to talk to a professional, for a professional to help you through it, North Miami Beach Library just got the certification to be able to do that, and that's going to be implemented. And the last thing I'd like to do, because it's the last meeting with our manager, is to thank him and wish him nothing but the best in his future endeavors. You know, I told him day one, watch what you wish for. And it is true that this is can you imagine having 7 bosses? Just imagine that. And imagine that every day you go to work, it could be something different. The bridge collapsed. There was a horrible something with the police department. You just can't imagine what your day is going to be when you get to work. So you were appreciated, and we wish you the best. And with that, I want to thank everybody again and tell them, each and every one of you, it is an honor to serve you. It's an honor to be back here to study your agenda and to try to do the best thing I can to make a better city, a better home, a better place for you to work. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the property appraiser's office for coming last night. They served over 230 people. That's how many they were able to help. They absolutely want to do this more often, and this is something we'll decide in the near future, how often. I mean, they'll come once a month, every 6 months, whenever we want, they'll be here. This Thursday, the North Miami Beach Library at 6 p.m. is celebrating Jewish American Heritage Month. I hope to see you all there. I also hope that everybody enjoys Memorial Day and remember those that gave their lives for our country, so that you have a right to sit there and talk, and we have a right to be voted in or not. The summer reading program at the library is Saturday, May 31st at 2 p.m. June 11th, the property appraiser's office will be speaking to the residents of Crestview about the different, they have a few scenarios of different property tax issues that they're having. So they will be there on June 11th from 5 to 7. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Happy birthday to Marlene. Happy birthday to Mario. And Mario, thank you so much for everything you have done in the last 2 years to make our city better. Happy Haitian Heritage, Jewish American History, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And Mario, I have one question for you. A few months ago, I had brought up an item about the gun mount on 19th Avenue to look into it. I'm just curious. Someone was saying that the commission shut it down. That's not true. Can you tell me what happened?
No, ma'am. We started looking at the possible moving, and you had asked that we just focus on other priorities instead.
Okay, so I said that.
Yes,
the
ma'am.
commission didn't shut it down. Okay, so to that person out there that's always giving misinformation to everybody, you just did it again. Thank you.
Commissioner Sue.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for everyone who made their public comments. Of course, happy Asian American, Pacific, and Native Hawaiian. It's funny that we're the biggest population and we all group it into one in one group. Haitian Heritage Month, Jewish Heritage Month. Happy all of those festivals to each and every one of the communities. Happy Memorial Day, happy Father's Day in advance. And so what I've been up to in the past month, I have met up. I'm so happy. Thank you, Commissioner Jean, for bringing the Beacon Council and like really getting that settlement, that agreement signed, because I have been working on something that is going to help stimulate our economy in North Miami Beach. So I've met up with the Director General Cho from the Taiwan Economic and Cultural Office. I've also met with Consul General of Japan, Mr. Nakano, and we're trying to meet up with more. I have met with the Filipino General Consul, meeting up with the Bangladeshi one next. So I'm making sure that I cover all the ground so that we can find people to come in to our city and see if anybody else wants to invest to make our city even more diverse and fun to be at, and a wonderful destination. So I also met with Mrs. Hudak, Alina Hudak, who is the FIFA Miami host president and CEO. We had a very good conversation. I had all the big guns there with me in our city. Our directors are amazing. So like Tariq has worked on the Olympics in Los Angeles before. Hamid is a very experienced. We're supplying water to their stadium, and it's going to be like 7 Super Bowls in a month. So it's going to be an amazing time, and it's going to be a wonderful time because we are going to be kicking off our centennial, somewhere around that time. I don't know yet, but that is good news because I think Alina just got federal funding from the federal funding. The amount is about $625 million. That's going to be spread out between 11 cities. So, we're trying to do everything we can so we can put North Miami Beach on the map and see if we can actually get a share of that too. So, our wonderful retreat, thanks again to our CFO, Tariq Ramani, supported by both the ACM and our city manager. We had a wonderful time because we finally got to sit down and we don't have Robert's rules. And we're out of another place, enjoying each other's ideas and thoughts and sharing them freely. I look forward to maybe, having other workshops that we talked about during the meeting that we had. We think we're going to maybe add another meeting for the workshop so that our meetings don't have to run so late. My upcoming meetings are, of course, Neighborhood Voices for the Allen Park areas. That is happening Thursday 29th at 6:30 at the Community Center. I also have the UMC Free Clinic. Okay, we're going to do that again June 1st from 1:30 to 4:30, right behind the tot lot here behind the police department. Remember that I'm also thinking of working with Commissioner Smith on bringing dental care because I know a lot of people who don't like the idea of not having fluoride added to their water are worried about dental caries. So we want to make sure that we provide services that will complement that so that you don't have to be worried about drinking water that does not have fluoride added to it. So if you need something urgently, the UMC Free Clinic that is located on 99 Northwest 183rd Street in Miami, or you can call them at 305-974-5995. You can make an appointment for a free dental checkup, okay? That's it from me. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Good evening, everybody. The retreat, thank you all. Thank everybody who attended, all my colleagues. It gave us a great opportunity to speak with each other. We did not violate any sunshine laws. Let me put that perfectly clear. We didn't talk on anything we were going to vote on. But again, it was a great sharing of information and ideas of where we all wanted to go. It was great to see all the department heads and have the one-on-ones with each department head. I think it enlightened me in meeting with the department heads of what they really do on a day-to-day basis and, how we affect them or don't affect them. And so I think it was, brilliantly done. I want to thank Brian and Kelly Mergler, their name. They were our facilitators. They did a wonderful job. And Tariq for taking the ball and keeping it going so that we did have it. It turned out beautifully, and I think that, it should be something that we do more than, not. So bring it forward again and thank the manager for, supporting it and making it happen. Mario, of course, we're going to miss you. I hope your family, enjoys having you back because we're going to miss you for sure. And, we love you, brother. Thanks, Fortuna, congratulations. Fortuna is a hometown hero again from the Florida League of Cities.
Soon to be president.
Yep, all right. And then thank you. And
Next year.
No. The hometown.
It's this year.
The hometown hero is with the Florida League of Cities.
Oh.
yeah.
I'll be president of Miami-Dade County League of Cities.
Next year.
Yeah.
Okay. So congratulations.
All right, also thanks Fortuna for bringing Thomas Regulato, who is our property appraiser, and saw what North Miami Beach can do. If you saw the amount of people that were there, it was amazing. That room filled up and they got all their questions answered. Hopefully they didn't wait too long, but it showed to a county person the power of North Miami Beach and what we can do if they bring the services to us and we don't have to go downtown. So that was a great thing, and thank you. I'm concerned with, I appreciate all the people with the fluoride and bringing the fluoride to, enlighten us and question us about it. But my bigger concern is the fake grass in our community. We have a lot of neighbors right now putting synthetic grass instead of their lawns. And if the city managers would look up this and find out about it, there's more carcinogenics and bad things going into our system below it, into the ground, which then hits our water. So it's more damaging than putting the fluoride in that we're putting in. So please, somebody look into it. And in my opinion, it looks horrible. Mr. Manager, please enlighten me. I was of the mind, and I think my other colleagues all are too, what's happening with the tennis center? Where's all the people that were supposed to come back to us already and show us what's going on?
Through the mayor.
Yes, please.
Commissioner, if you remember, we ended up doing a survey that was then extended that has now been completed. Part of the state statute requires that the city have a consultant that goes through this next phase. We are working with the CRA as they are contributing towards that. Once both legal teams are able to finalize some language, that should be going out for bids, and then we'll come back to the commission with their bids.
Okay, see, that's where I'm confused.
No,
as I understood it, we had a conversation up here. We picked the 7 or 6, however many there were, and said, bring them back, let them give us the full proposals, and that's where I thought we left it.
Yes, sir. The bids would come from those 7 if they wish to continue to participate. It would only be those 7.
But there was a survey aspect of it. That was the part I was.
Okay, I missed that.
There was a survey part. That's why there were even people were complaining that the survey wasn't as detailed as much. But you have any more thoughts?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Do we have
No, I have 2 more things.
Oh, go ahead.
Farm Share this Thursday. Please join me on the 22nd. My community meeting will be on June 3rd at Allen Park also. So Allen Park's getting both of us this month. Yay. Yeah. And everybody, please remember it's summertime. The news is reporting 97 degrees We're going to hit 100 soon, very quickly. Make sure your air conditioners are working. For those of you who, want to use our pools, please come use our pools. That's what they're there for. And everybody, please, if you don't know how to swim, please learn this summer. I don't care if you're a child or an adult, please learn. It's the most important thing you can do living in Florida is know how to swim. Thank you. Have a great summer.
And the classes are free, right?
Yes.
Mayor Joseph?
Mr. Mayor, before or after, I'd like to make an announcement. I forgot. Very important.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
Okay, tomorrow morning's meeting at 10:30 for seniors, our senior council meeting is not tomorrow morning. So if you're out there and you're listening, I hope they gave you notice. It's next week. It's next Wednesday because most of our seniors are going together on a trip up north, and so they have delayed it. So tomorrow morning is no senior meeting. It's the following Wednesday at 10:30 in the Yes Center. Every senior is invited to come and be part of that commission. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Mayor Joseph?
Be quick. Congratulations again on the hometown hero to Commissioner Smuckler. Also, we do have an ordinance. We do about having how many times each commissioner can speak. It's an actual ordinance. We voted on it twice. It's 5 minutes per. That's it, like the maximum. Or it's 10 minutes, but you have 5 minute bites. So no, it's 5. It's 5 and 5. Total of 10.
I thought it was 10.
It's 10 total.
Can we redistribute the ordinance?
Well, I mean, I'd like to have the redistributing the ordinance because we passed it so we can limit the time of going back and forth. And I know that was brought up during a section, but I know we have an ordinance tied to that. That being said, I will echo the same sentiments about all the celebratory things that are happening this month and wish everyone a happy and safe summer starting off after Memorial Day. And we're going to move on to go ahead.
The city of North Miami Beach, along with Coastal, is going to put stickers on everybody's can telling you the right position for your cans to be and how soon they should be put back after. And it's not going to be a citing by code enforcement if you do or don't do it. It's going to be a citing by the police if you don't do it. So this is a wonderful program that we're coming forward. It's going to be a sticker on within the month. So please, sorry about that.
Who told you? I'm just curious. The police is going to be doing this? Because that's a waste of... Oh, I'm sorry.
Not supposedly a code enforcement violation.
I really don't think our police should be spending time on that. I think they should be fighting crime. Right.
Well, just know that stickers are going to be placed on your cycling van.
Just follow the rules.
Put your cans back where they're supposed to be.
Yes.
Who told you that about the police?
Commissioner Smuggler.
Who told you that about
the aspect about the police?
Who told you?
I thought it was Nicholas.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Sue, one last point.
Thank you so much. I forgot about this. I've been talking to residents of the 159th Street widening, and I will be sponsoring a resolution in the city so that we can represent the city residents to speak at the county. So if you have a grievance, have a thing about the 159th Street, please reach out to me. We could, add you to the list, maybe have you help sign a petition or something, and so that our resolution will be even more effective. Thank you.
And one. I'm sorry. Just one final honor because Mario deserves it. Mario was named the recipient of the Miami-Dade County League of Cities 2025 President's Excellence in Municipal, sorry. And so well deserved. Every year the Miami-Dade County League of Cities gives recognition And Mario got that recognition because actually it was his fight with the property tax, with the tax collector office, but that's not why he didn't show up. But it was because of Mario, our cities are not paying now that, what was it, 2%?
It was about to be like more than $500,000.
Yeah, which was going to be more than $500,000 for us, and for some other cities it'd be a lot more. Yeah. So thank you, Mario, because you're the one that made it not happen, actually. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we are going to... I gotta move this train the best way I know how, and sometimes I'm like the last, and it doesn't matter as long as the city moves forward. Madam Clerk, we have quasi judicial on the agenda. Which is at 10 point.
Move to consent.
No, we're not doing consent because we moved quasi prior to.
Oh, okay.
Prior to consent?
Yeah, but and that's the one thing I wanted to, because the consent could be wrapped up now. And I don't know if we could can we fix that? Like, okay, so can I get a motion that we move forward with consent?
I make a motion to move forward consent.
Change the agenda, move for consent up. Do I have a second?
Yeah. Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Now it's moved up.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
And Mayor, if you could, before we...
Move to introduce the consent agenda.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Let me just ask if I could, and could have maybe said it sooner, but I'd like to just defer item 9.4 about gang task force to the next meeting. We want to do a little further review on something, so.
As amended.
No objection.
So move to, Jay, you want to as amended?
Approve as amended.
Okay, so please, read on.
Was it second? 9.4. Did we vote on that?
Go ahead. So we're going to read it
The rest of the consent. Item 9.1, Commission Conference Minutes of, and by the way, Madam Clerk, if I miss one of the changes, please correct me. Item 9.1, Commission Conference Minutes of April 15, 2025, submitted by the City Clerk. Item 9.2, regular Commission Minutes of April 15, 2025, submitted by the City Clerk. Item 3 was pulled, I believe. Item 4, I've just asked to defer. I'm sorry, I said item 3 was pulled. I think it was deferred.
Deferred. That was
and same with item 9.4. Item 9.5, resolution number R 2025-53, directing the ongoing water rate study incorporate analysis of current operational costs, future capital improvement projects, and potential revenue loss for the purpose of potential cost savings for North Miami Beach residents. Mayor Michael Joseph and Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler sponsors. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, directing the ongoing water rate study incorporate analysis of current operational costs, future capital improvement projects, and anticipated revenue losses resulting from the City of Miami Gardens actions, recognizing the historic infrastructure investments made by NMB Water within the City of Miami Gardens, directing the city manager to identify potential cost savings for North Miami Beach residents, including reductions to garbage and recycling services and other non-water utility rates or municipal service charges, authorizing the city attorney to protect the city's legal interests in connection with any state mandates related to water utility surcharges, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. Item 9.6, resolution number R 2025-54, approval of a sole source purchase with Seco Industrial Solutions, Inc., brought by the Water Director Hamid Nikvan, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Seco Industrial Solutions, Inc., DBA Seco He Do All, for the sole source purchase of degasifier replacement parts in an estimated budgeted amount of I think it should be not to exceed $162,500, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriations and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.7, resolution number R 2025-55, approving the revision of an existing interlocal agreement between the North Miami Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA, CRA, and the City of North Miami Beach, brought by the Chief of Staff, Marlene Monesteam, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the revision of the existing interlocal agreement between the City of North Miami Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA, and the City of North Miami Beach for administrative support services and authorizing the city manager to execute same, providing for transmittal to the city, providing for, that's a typo, providing for transmittal to the CRA, providing for conflicts and providing for an effective date. Item 9.8, I'm sorry, resolution number R 2025-56.
Wait,
Was this
9.8?
budget amendment?
It was 9.8?
Yeah.
That was moved to legislation.
Okay. Item 9.9, resolution number R 2025-57, authorizing the city manager to apply for grant assistance under the Florida Department of Transportation Public Transit Development Program, brought by the interim Public Works Director, Carleen McHenry. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to apply for grant assistance under the Florida Department of Transportation Public Transit Development Program to enhance our freebie on-demand transit service and reimbursement of such on-demand transit services from the FDOT to the city, providing for incorporation of recitals and providing for an effective date. Item 9-10, resolution number R 2025-58, authorizing the city manager to apply for grant assistance under the Florida Department of Emergency Management Watershed Planning Program, brought by the interim Public Works Director, Carleen McHenry. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to apply for grant assistance under the Florida Division of Emergency Management Watershed Planning Program to create a stormwater master plan, providing for incorporation of recitals and providing for an effective date. Is 9.11?
9.12? 9.11 was moved.
Was moved also, right, okay. And item 9.12, resolution number R 2025-60, approving a task order for strategic lobbying services with Reuben Turnbull and Associates, brought by the city manager, Mario Diaz. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a task order for strategic lobbying services in an amount not to exceed $75,000 through the previously approved lobbyist agreement, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to budget appropriations and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Move on to quasi-judicial.
Move to introduce resolution number 2025-46.
Item 10.1, resolution number R 2025-46, consideration for site plan approval and 3 non-use variances located at the premises, property address 317 Northeast 168th Street, brought by the Community Development Director, Zafar Ahmed. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving or denying a variance from table MU-IB-5, that's 1B, I'm sorry, 1B-5, to allow for a rear setback of 5 feet in lieu of the required 30 feet, approving or denying a variance from table MU-/1B-5 to allow for an interior side setback of 5 feet in lieu of the required 30 feet, approving or denying a variance from table MU/1B-1 to allow for a 1,113 square foot open space in lieu of the 4,052 square feet required, and approving or denying the site plan application for the construction of a 12-unit residential development on a 13,008 square foot lot with 25 parking spaces located at 317 Northeast 168th Street, providing for findings of fact, confirming the expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Jennings, right? Oh, Madam Clerk, please.
Okay. Per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. I received Jennings disclosure forms from Commissioner Jean, Commissioner Sue, and Commissioner Smuckler. So we'll start with Commissioner Florimon.
I've not spoken to anyone on this matter and can make my decision based on the information before me this evening.
Commissioner Smith? Thank you.
I spoke to the architect, Ari, and I spoke to the owner of the property next door, Mr. Lewin.
And are you able to make a decision upon the item based before you?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Smucker sent hers to, and Vice Mayor Chernoff.
I don't believe I spoke with anybody, but I do believe I can base my information on what I hear tonight.
Mayor Joseph?
I did not speak to anyone, to the best of my knowledge, did not speak to anyone on this issue, and I can make a decision based on the information presented.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission and staff. This is...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Perhaps we should swear them in before they make
Yes.
their
Anybody who's wishing to speak on this issue, please stand up and be sworn in. That would be speaking on this issue, please. You got to stand up so we can see you.
Mr. Kazan?
No, I just wanted everyone to raise their hand. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Yes. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your answer is?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. The item before us today is a mixed-use development that has 12 units in it. It's a mid-rise building. It's got a total 33,248 square feet building area. And one of the things that about this property is that it's a square property. It is an undersized property. It is not the norm of the size of properties in that neighborhood. So, as opposed to 130 feet depth, this particular property has only 113 feet depth. It's a square property. It has an odd size, and because of that, there are 3 variance requests which staff has considered. And that is basically the setbacks on the interior side. Instead of 10 feet, they are now 5 feet. And on the front, instead of a 30 feet, there is a 10 feet on the 2 road sides. And so with that variance and with the variance of the depth for that particular type of property, this site plan was brought forward for review and for your consideration.
So far, do you have the picture that you can put up of where the property is in relation to other properties?
Let me see this. Okay, this is the site plan, the elevation, or the 3D of the picture. And this is the site, which is the location is 168th Street and 3rd Avenue. It's on the northeast corner. And right across from it is a Pep Boys. There's a parking lot of the Pep Boys. And then there's some residential properties on towards the 168th Street. And towards the east, there are residential units to the east and to the north of the parcel. Sorry. So, to the east and to the north are residential buildings. To the west is the Pep Boys, and to the south is also a commercial property. As you can see, this is a mixed-use international district, and that's where the property is located. And it is something that we are going to be looking at today. The units basically are done in a manner that there is more open space in the interior as well as on the edges, but on the 2 interior sides of the property, it is only a 5 feet setback. Within the property, there is I guess is open to the sky, and there's more direct access to the interior of the property for the units that are built on this parcel. This building was designed on a code that was in effect at the time that the application came in. So even though we have updated the building regulations now, this conforms to a prior code that was in effect at the beginning of 2024 when this particular application was brought in. So it is grandfathered into the older code requirements. But based on that code requirements, they do have sufficient parking at one parking space per. Let me just go to the site. Okay. So there are 15 parking spaces for the units, and one guest space and one ADA space. So that's how the number of spaces are 19 for the 12 units. So it meets the old code requirement, not the current code requirement, but and that's what it is. The height is in accordance with the 4-story height, which is the standard height, and that's what it is. Now, I'm here to answer any questions you may have. There are certain nuances that we have been received some feedback about, and we have been talking to the applicant as well as to the residents, and with that, staff is recommending that we put in some additional landscape on the property, add some additional trees on the 2 interior sides to buffer the adjoining properties from this. So we are recommending additional trees on the 2 sides. We are also worked with the architect to change the specifications of the paving to more pervious type of layer as opposed to regular brick paving. So that's going to basically be suitable for on-site percolation and retention of water on the property itself. And all the trees and the plants that have been there are, we've confirmed that they are native varieties, so we don't have any plants that are invasive or not native. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, is the applicant here?
Yeah, the applicant has a presentation, so.
Would you like to present anything?
Before Vice Mayor, before Director, I wanted to hear about the residents that spoke earlier, the comment about the shadow, and can you speak to that as it relates to some of the amendments that you just made, if any?
I haven't looked at this the shadow study or to the location of their property, but we did have a shadow study done. Now, if from what I understand, their property is to the north of this property, and if they're to the north, when the sun is to the south, there is a possibility that the properties to the north will be in shade during the time that the sun is moving to the southern side in the winters.
And can you speak to the variance as it relates to its infringing on their property?
The fact that instead of a 10 feet, there's a 5 feet setback is mitigated by additional landscaping and additional trees, including understory trees, which will basically buffer this thing. So we've basically worked with the developer to add additional buffering between the two properties. So I think that mitigates that impact. Would you like to?
We're up to this, yeah, now we're waiting. Now it's the turn for the applicant.
The applicant is, please.
Okay.
you want? Okay. We have, because we sent our thing. Do you have a presentation? But I would like to use the aerial you have. I don't know if we have that aerial. Could we switch back after? Yeah. Right there. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Ari Sklar. I'm the architect for the project. My firm is called Sklar Architecture. My office is at 2310 Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood. Some of you may know me as the former president of the North Miami Beach Little League, which I was my kids and his friends and all his friends grew up here and played Little League, just one block from here at Ulita Park. So I know the area very well. We were asked back in 2021. We've been working on this project for 4 years to look at this project and see what we could do. And we were very excited because we know the lot has been vacant and has potential, and it's been sitting there for a long time, and the area could use some improvement. And when we saw that the zoning, there was a new zoning, it's a form-based zoning, and this area allows mixed use, allows commercial and residential. And this is a zoning for transition from 163rd Street to transition down to residential behind. So the zoning closer to the main street could be 10 stories, maybe 15 stories. This zoning is only 4 stories, and we're allowed to be 4 stories. And the zoning adjacent to us to the east is the same. In fact, I don't know, do we have the zoning map here, or we can go back to the city's presentation? Okay, can you zoom in to there? So I wanted to explain that, again, after many years of being in the Little League, we're excited to design this project. The project was presented in front of the Planning and Zoning Board with a glowing review and approval. They were very excited to see such an elegant building in this area that would be developed and improve the value for the adjacent properties. The project is a 12-unit building, 4 stories. And again, the reason why we are here this evening is the way we understand it. It's kind of a glitch in the zoning, where the zoning was written for properties in this to be 130 foot deep. But the existing properties on this block are only 113 foot deep. So that is the reason why we have the variance request on the north. Again, to the east, we have the same zoning. It could be commercial, could be residential, up to 4 stories. So since we were an existing property, okay, so this is the, can we have a pointer or no? This is the survey of the property, and you can see where it says vacant. That's the property that we have, that we're working on. And the property to the north, and again, the way that we read the code, the property to the north had to be 30 feet away, the existing building. There's some interpretation as to whether that's the setback or the building. We understood it was the building. And the buildings to the north are 30 and 40 and 50 feet away. But regardless, I grew up in Miami, North Miami Beach area, and I care very much about the community. Again, I was involved for over 12 years with the Little League. So we wanted to see what could we do for this property. We created the 12 units are all 3-bedroom apartments for families to move into this neighborhood, which I believe it needs it. And we saw that a lot of the greenery around the property, and we developed an interesting architecture. If you can go to the rendering, Adina. We created an interesting architecture that adds, to reflects the greenery of the project. We used a green color of paint, good materials, modern building with glass, but also we have these architectural motif of leaves that go with, and not just a generic plain old building to try to maximize the site. We tried to give architecture and interest and delight to the property to help improve the neighborhood as well. We created the building, as Mr. Ahmed said, in 4 quadrants. So it's, we have like a courtyard in the middle to allow light to come inside and flood the property, you know, and allow all the units to have light, not just the perimeter units. We spent a lot of time designing. The property, on the north side of our building, there are no balconies, only on the east and the west. So there's going to be no balconies to the north. And you can see this in the floor plan. This is the quadrant. You can see kind of the 4 units. We also did something very interesting where our units start on the ground floor. So we're not lifting the whole building and all you see is parking. We're blocking the parking with residential units as if they were townhouses. So you see residential units, the units can look out, and then you come in on that level and you can go upstairs as well. And it hides the parking and all the services inside. So we took a long time. We've been working with staff, again, for 4 years, finding the right solution for this property. And so you can see the buildings, some of the different renderings that we spent time. We addressed the corner to make the corner important. We didn't just make a square corner, we cut the corner on an angle. The balconies on the corner are shaped also in the leaf motif as well. So we tried to give an architecture that respected the community and the area. If we can go back to the aerial, and it's funny, I happen to know, so hearing tonight at the meeting, we had no opposition the whole time when we were going to planning board and with staff. The staff was all excited about the project. So tonight, hearing the concern of the neighbors surprised us. It happens to be that we're friends of friends, friends of brothers, sisters of, of a friend. And so, we understand that it's their investment property that they rent out, and it's a long-term thing for them that they're trying to have value for the property long-term. But looking at it, if you look at the aerial above here, where Adina's from my office, staying with us late this evening, and you can see that the property, the backyard of the property is heavily treed and wooded as well. So there's already plenty of shade there that's on their yard. So and in terms of shadow studies, I took a lot of classes in shadows when I was in architecture school, and through the years, we've had to do shadow studies. So the sun is interesting in Miami. We have the benefit, and everybody knows our wonderful hot summers. The sun, not only is it at 90 degrees, it comes up basically east to west, 90 degrees, and it actually comes forward 105 degrees. So sometime between May, June to September, there's plenty of sun because it's almost vertical, and even more vertical, it goes towards the north. So the time when they would get more shadow from our building would be in the winter time, when the sun is on the south side during the afternoon hours. In the mornings, obviously, it comes up from the east, northeast, and comes like this backwards, and then drops down to the northwest, a little bit offset from east to west. And then in the summertime, it's it's more east and west and higher. So I understand the concern, but we took a lot of effort to make a really nice building for this community and this neighborhood. We spent a lot of time with staff. We feel that we've provided everything that a building could be on this property. We're hiding the parking, we're hiding the services, we're providing residential at the street level to help with the keeping an eye, the neighborhood watch, from the residents. We've created a nice building for the community, a nice building for the residents, and we've also given some of our land on the front, on the south side on 168th Street, to provide a sidewalk that does not exist. Now we're adding a sidewalk in the front to continue a sidewalk from all the way around.
Inside of the property.
Inside of our property, as Adina's pointing out down there. So we have only one entrance and exit on the side of Pep Boys. So we've really tried to take a lot of effort to make a nice building, and I'm here to answer any of your questions, work with the staff and the community as needed.
Thank you. Before you start, we have to open up for public comment because it's quite additional. Madam Clerk.
Good evening. The floor is open. Please speak only on the item that is being presented before the commission. If you'd like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Thanks again, everybody.
And you took the oath, right?
I did take the oath.
Perfect.
First of all, thank you very much for June, July, and August. I appreciate that. September to May could be a problem.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did that before. My name is Mark Lewin.
Oh.
Do you need the address?
No, you're fine.
I know Ari Sklar. He knows us. Our families have lived near each other for a long time. We're very friendly. He's a talented architect. He's created a beautiful building. There's no question. It's still encroaching on our property. The trees are full and lush there specifically because they get full sun. The backyard is nice. It's got beautiful trees. Kids can climb them. Those trees will be dead in the winter. They may or may not come back in June, July, and August. I saw the parking, and the parking is also a concern to me because of the nature, the creative nature in which the parking is laid out for the units. It seems that it could become inadequate for the units, and I'm wondering where the overflow parking is going to go to. Because there's a couple spaces over here and a couple spaces over here dedicated to the units, understood, but it just seems like when those spaces are full, where are the other cars going? And I imagine they're going to be on the street. The other point I wanted to raise is that we talked about that the lot is only 113 feet instead of 130 feet, which is just, I suppose, a geographical anomaly. I don't want to have to give up the 17 feet from our property to complete the 130 feet that they should have had on their property. And then there was some question about whether the code calls for a 30-foot setback or a 10-foot. My understanding was it was a 30-foot that was being reduced to 5 feet, but I heard you say that it's a 10-foot being reduced to 5 feet. I don't know which is the correct. Right, the back. Right. So my understanding of the setbacks is still that it's from the property line to the structure. It's supposed to be 30 feet, and they're reducing it to 5 feet, and they're going to plant some trees, although I don't understand how that's going to happen in 5 feet. I also don't understand where all the water is going to go when we get one of our Florida rains in 5 feet of pervious pavers. I just don't see how the drainage is adequate to protect our property. And I also see that the property is designed in a very creative manner where there's a lot of open space on the inside of the building, which is great, like an atrium. But they've actually taken the setback and moved it to the inside of the building. So that space that could have been used is now inside the building instead of behind the building where the zoning calls for it. So I think that there's probably a creative way to solve this where everybody can be happy. I don't think that it would be a total redesign, but I think that there could be something done to increase the setback between that property and our property.
Time.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
No one has come up.
Okay, now it comes back for discussion amongst I closed public comment. Now we're going to go back with us on the commission. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you first, when you talk about they're going under the old guidelines of the parking spaces required,
Yes.
does that mean that we as a commission have no choice but to accept 1.5 parking places for a 3-bedroom unit? Because we've always said it's very hard to find a half a car, number one. Number two, a 3-bedroom unit. I can't imagine that the majority of them won't have 2 cars. So do we have a choice in that?
The commission, because of these issues, the commission passed a revision to the parking requirements ordinance, and so that was done sometime early of 2024. But this application had come in before we did those amendments.
But does this application meet the before? The
Yes.
3 parking places for 1.5? Okay, I have to tell you, I visualize that people parking all over the street. I don't know if my fellow commissioners and the mayor has driven past this property. Let me just tell you that, and in full disclosure, I did sell Mr. Sklar his house probably 40 years ago, 30 years ago, and I did show the Lewins house probably 30 years ago, I showed them homes. So I know both of them. It is a very small, tight circle up there where they raise their children together and they dine together. It is a very small, tight circle. And the project, you know, I have to say, the neighborhood should be thanking them. The neighbors should be thanking them. They're going to face a wall. They're going to face a wall on the south side, okay, where the electrical box is, where there's no setback. It's just a commercial building that's a wall. On the west side, it's commercial. The east side has a structure that's an old structure, a house, and it's an old structure. And maybe we always talk about having in North Miami Beach somebody that gives us a shot in the arm, that gets us started. And this building can absolutely maybe be for that whole area, the shot in the arm. This could be the beginning. The thing that we have to work on here is twofold. Number one, I just feel it needs more parking, period. I don't feel it. I know it because the nightmare we had in Highland Village. I mean, it's reliving right here, number one. Number two is the way the cars are coming in, apparently through the picture, was the fact that they were coming in from the west side and coming in through the atrium. Is that right? The cars are coming in the middle? How are the cars parking in the garages? Or where
I can, Commissioner Smith. I would like to explain that we have 2 parking spaces per unit. We do not have 1.5.
Okay, I'm only reading what I see.
Okay, no, the code allowed 1.5, but we provided 2 per unit.
Okay, and how
because
are
we
they
knew
coming
that
in?
they needed the 2 per unit.
Show me how they're coming in on that
So-
picture.
So they come in underneath. The courtyard is on the 2nd level. The courtyard begins on the 2nd level.
So the first level is all
It's all
people
parking, right?
So
and
therefore,
we're hiding
because-
yeah. So the neighborhood won't see the parking.
Okay, and well, okay, so what they're going to do, you cannot move it, squeeze it, is what I was, a good word to say, very professional, to squeeze it closer.
We're at the minimum.
Yeah, like he was saying with the fact that you were having an atrium in the middle. The atrium's on the 2nd floor.
Correct. The atrium starts above. The units are smaller
There
to
is
make
no
the
squeezing
right.
because you have to have room for the cart.
Right.
Okay, so the notes I made, and thank you for clarifying that. I only have 2 other notes. One is on the east side with the 5-foot setback. Has that neighbor been notified, and has that neighbor given us any feedback as far as their setback? The neighbor on the east side.
The only comment we got was the applicant, the neighbor coming in today.
Okay.
For the
So the other question I have, and that was a very good question from the Lewins when he came up, was 5 feet, and then you're going to plant these beautiful trees. So you won't. 5 feet doesn't give you a lot of for trunks and the roots and what have you. So I have a question about that, but I also have a question about the lighting on the north side. How is that lighting going to affect that resident? And you know, I feel very strongly as a commissioner, it's not an easy task to have people have a serious concern for their property, but it's also not an easy task for a community to try to move forward. And that's what this project does. It tries to move us forward. And I mean, I'm very supportive, but I have to find out those answers. What are you doing about the landscaping that you're going to give them on only 5 feet? And what are you doing about the lighting because if everybody recall, on 163rd Street, facing northeast 164th Street, we have had a resident that has just not enjoyed his home because 163rd Street lighting has ruined his enjoyment of his home. So I want to make sure that the lighting, because we have certain requirements about lighting here as well. So I just want to make sure those
100%.
And thank you very much. I appreciate.
If I may, to clarify, Commissioner Smith.
And thank you for clarifying the parking.
Sure. So in all our projects we do, and especially for you here in North Miami Beach, working with staff, we had to provide architectural, civil, photometric, landscape, all kinds of engineering drawings for the project to make sure everything works. So Adina has pulled up on the screen, if we can show the photometric study, which means that we had to calculate the lighting in the parking area and along the perimeter, because there's certain minimum lighting we have to meet in the parking for safety and along the perimeter. We're not allowed to have lights spill off our property.
Okay.
Okay, we have to be up to 1 foot candle to the property line, and that's all calculated with engineers and with the lighting companies, and we can only provide lighting that will limit the light that doesn't spill off the property. Okay, so the lighting is taken into account, and also in terms of drainage, we have a full civil engineering, and we will not be able to get a permit if we don't maintain all the drainage on our site.
I was concerned about the drainage because I knew about that. I'm more concerned about having the space because I know my own trees as they grew, the roots and the trunk
Sure,
growth.
and the landscaping was considered with that. We have elegant trees, like in some of the nicer areas where we do luxury homes. We have elegant trees like certain kind of palms and bamboo, Simpson stoppers, which are certain trees that grow lush but don't need big roots and don't get big trunks. So there's lower trees, medium-sized trees that fit the right area that's provided for them. The bigger trees are on 168th and 3rd Avenue. The bigger trees. We even have street trees that we had to provide there. And we're saving like a big oak tree on the corner, so we even pushed the building back to save that tree on the corner.
Well, I will tell you, riding past it, I hope they pick up the garbage. I did mention it to the manager that there's a pile of garbage on the west side. But we just came from a CRA meeting, and the purpose of CRA is to remove blight. I can't imagine a better example of removing blight than a project like this in that neighborhood.
Oh.
Really. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other thoughts?
So do you know what the price range will be at this point for rentals? Or is
I honestly do not. That's not my business. I'm doing the design. I'm the architect.
So that's all you're talking about today?
Yeah, I'm not the business person of the project.
Okay, got
So
it.
I don't know what the price, for rent will be, but I understand it is rental.
Whatever the market would bear.
Is the owner here?
The owner is here, yes.
Okay. They didn't swear?
If you'd like him to come up and speak, we can have him.
No, come on up, Madam Clerk.
Everybody, my name is Eddie Nakash. I'm the owner, and I'm a developer in North Miami Beach for like 20 years.
One second. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm a developer for 20, 30 years.
Speak into the
I'm
mic,
building
sir.
right now in Miami maybe 2,000 apartments. With him, at least like 1,000 apartments. Miami River, 500 apartments. In Orlando, we're building projects. Going back to my neighbor, which I know exactly where he lives. If you drive over there in the corner, it's a lot of drugs in that corner, a lot of garbage in that corner. So his penthouse, not really so aggressively he's talking about. The product we're putting in that corner, I'm spending money like if you put in service at a Bell Harbor building. I can put like affordable housing, $100 a foot. I'm putting $400 a foot. Everything contemporary, gardens, state of the art, smart houses, and we want to rent it to a community. I rent like $2,800 a unit, a 3-bedroom. When Section 8 is like $3,500 a day.
Yeah.
So we're trying to help the community. In 3 corners, we have commercial, we have pet boys are there, people hanging out the whole day. We have our insurance policy, so it's all commercial, except my beautiful neighbor that has beautiful trees, like a forest. And so there's nobody to bother there. And we have a small house, there's old termites next door. So basically we're trying to do good to the community. I own in the community probably 10 major buildings here, from the Parkway Hospital I own, all the way to the 2101, the storage facility, and whatever. So I'm active over here. Yeah, I don't know what's up.
Did you give a number? You said 2,800? Is that what you said? 2,800?
2,800, yeah, right. Yeah.
For your two
baths, where they go for like today in the market, the house like that, like $4,000-5,000. If you go in the area, the people rent studios, like little cubbies and apartments for $1,500. Yeah. I'm thinking all a house, 3-story for your family with a garage and brand new, state of the art. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then there's, and I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. They told me to speak to the mic, and I spoke to
okay. Well, no, I just wanted to hear about that because that is very important for us to know, right?
For sure.
Because, 2,800, you're probably in a brand new building or any building that's younger than 5 years old, you're probably looking at a 1-bedroom starting at 2,800.
Yeah.
So for that side of town where we want to make sure that, the people who live in that area can also benefit from that building, I just was concerned about what the price range would be.
So that, I don't know if you know, but that area today, a small house over like almost $1 million. It wasn't like back in the day. Today, like you buy a small house, like my neighbor, like 800, 700, 600.
Right.
And today, a small house to rent is $4,000-5,000 over there.
Right.
It's not like $1,000. We're building together with him, a building on 6th Avenue and 144 North Miami, and 1 bedroom, we're getting proposed at $2,800 for 1 bedroom. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you taking that.
God bless you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it as well.
Yeah. And, I really do hope that Thanksgiving works out very well amongst all the families that are involved in just a joke. Are you, I'm hearing you're high tide. Is that true?
I went to Beach High, yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Sazon, is that?
So my father was a partner in the Sazon restaurant in Miami Beach.
Favorite restaurant.
Oh, really?
Right, well, yeah, I'm there like.
That's so funny. It's good.
At least 5 times a month.
My
So
father's
he's one of 4 boys. He's one
He's
of 4
always
boys.
telling me it's his favorite restaurant. So when I start,
we go there. We like to go there.
Yeah.
We went for a month.
All right, Commissioner Chernoff.
Yes, Ari, beautiful. It's gorgeous for the area, no question about it. The question I had was similar to Phyllis about the parking. If there's 3, you said there are 3 units, 3-bedroom units, right? All of them. So in the beginning, you're not going to have a problem because maybe they're young children. But what happens when they become 16 and have 3 cars per family or 2 cars per family? 2 cars, you got 2 spaces.
Yeah.
And then how many are extra?
Mr. Vice Mayor?
You want to answer?
We were required, like I said, we were required 1.5 parking spaces, and we provided 2 per unit, plus we have 1 guest.
1 guest total.
188. Oh, and an ADA.
Yeah, 1 guest. Right.
And an ADA.
1 and 1.
Right.
2 extra.
When the kids get older, it all depends. Everybody lives differently. Maybe they move, maybe they stay. It's
not going to affect me.
Right.
It's going to affect him, and they won't rent there if they can't.
Right, and maybe this is more for younger families. I don't know. I know my family, I would like to have a house, but everybody's different. I
But
can't say.
Vice Mayor.
But we provided as much as we could.
If
so.
I may ask through the mayor, Vice Mayor, I addressed that. I don't think we have the right to change it.
Yeah, we don't have the right to change it.
We don't, if we don't agree with it, those people that already had their applications in, they got to go by the old guidelines. So whether we agree with the parking or not, we don't.
I'm not saying we have a right to change it, but I have a right to question if it's viable and vote for or against it.
Of course.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I understand that.
All right.
But you wanted to address it.
Yeah, I want to address it. Today, North Miami Beach, North Miami became like Manhattan. I grew up in Manhattan, and we have condos $4 million, and we have no parking.
Well,
so you can you want to live in Manhattan, you got it's part of life. You can't have two worlds.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sue, final point, please.
Okay, so so the building is going to be 40 feet tall.
Yes, 4 stories, 40 feet tall.
How tall are the
40.
current trees that are?
Trees are 14 feet. Okay. Trees are 12 to 14. No, the new ones. The new ones have to be 14. You're saying the existing?
The existing trees.
The existing trees, there's a few big ones. They could be as high as 30 plus.
Especially the one in the corner.
Yeah, there's a big tree in the corner and the back ones. Based upon the canopy, they look large, and so those canopies are easily in the range of 30, 25, 30, 35. I don't exactly know. If in the aerial, you can see that the middle is kind of open, but the trees are along the perimeter.
Can you also show me the back facade, the one that's facing the north?
Sure, the north facade?
Yes,
the back
please.
facade. That's what I wanted to look at with
Yeah, and
Adina
also
as well.
in the east one as well.
Sure.
Please.
Let's go to the. So this is the north facade. We have windows on 4 walls. The center wall is the staircase, emergency staircase. I'm willing to add some decorative features and architectural elements and green wall to the back to the staircase wall if you'd like, if the commission would like, or any other architectural features that you can think of. But I noticed that now, but it's because it's a staircase and it's a volume, and it looks cool for an architect as a volume. But we didn't even make the roofs flat. The roofs are pitched on the corner as well. So we didn't make it just a simple plain building. Can you go to the east elevation, she asked also. Is it heady? Oh, yeah, because the east has the courtyard going.
Yeah, this is the east.
No, this is the south. This is the east. I think.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the east elevation.
Okay.
You can see how it's open, so the sunlight will go through. It's not a solid wall. You see the center, and any rain that comes in the middle will be maintained in the middle, and we'll have drainage in the middle as well.
Okay.
So the house on the east side, right? That small
Yes.
little lot is going to see
That, yes.
with the
But-
balconies.
Yes, but that east property is zoned the same as our property. It could be built up to 4 stories. It could be made commercial, office, something. That's the kind of zoning that it is.
There's another variance right there.
Okay.
Not yet. I'm sorry. So my question is, when you had the difference of 130 feet deep, and then what was actual is 113, how come the variance that you requested was not 17? What was the reason behind that?
We worked with staff on a lot of different solutions. This may be like the 10th layout option that we came up with. And this was the one that was most comfortable with everybody. And to make it work, also the density requirements, all the other requirements that we could meet to try to get the units and the parking to work.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. That being said,
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. One more thing.
Oh,
Open
sure.
space.
Yes.
Okay, so the open space that we're talking about, so we went from 4,000 square feet of open space to 1,000. So you cut that down by 75%.
Right. We have green on the roof, and we made the courtyard in the middle to make
So
up
this
for
is the
but
rooftop you're talking about, right?
yes.
Okay,
So it doesn't, like, even though we have the courtyard in the middle that's going to have green, it doesn't count towards that calculation.
I see.
Every code, every city counts it differently, and we couldn't count that towards that calculation, but we have more, we have more green through the center that's open to the sky that would allow the rain to come in, and the green, so, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right. That being said,
Commissioner, just an observation. It's the central courtyard that we're asking them to also do some additional mitigation by putting in those pervious breaks, even though it's not counted, but we want to do that additional mitigation to have the on-site retention of any runoff.
Thank
No,
you.
you actually answered all the questions I had, like when we were discussing it on the side, so thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Lewin, one question, please.
Please.
Mr. Lewin, would that be something you would want, is a decorative design on that wall? Because we, right now, can request it and ask the developer to do that. Is that something that you think you would want, or you'd rather have a plain?
I mean,
Not yet.
it's, obviously, I would not object to it, but it doesn't address our issues.
Can you come up to the mic, sir?
Sorry, thank you.
Was he sworn in?
I'm grateful for this.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I'm grateful for the suggestion, but it doesn't address our issues or our objections. I understand everything that everybody is saying. I have serious concerns about probably between the sun and the drainage are probably and the parking are my serious concerns. I don't know if any of those have been satisfactorily addressed. I guess we won't really know until the building is built and the people move in. I do have a question, though, for the builder, and perhaps I'm out of order for asking it, but $2,800 a month, 12 units, $33,000 a year, does that even, $33,000 a month, does that even pay for the property taxes? I mean, is that the real number for what these are going to rent for? 3-bedroom, how many bathrooms?
Well, I just want to say, as you know, in being in real estate, if it doesn't pay, they'll raise the rents. If they raise the rents and they don't get tenants, they'll lower the rents. I mean.
I imagine.
All right.
Move to approve.
Second.
Well, did we want to vote and have him require him to put on the decorative on the wall?
Is he making the request for the decorative?
No, I'm not making that request, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a motion. I'll have a second. I'll second it. Do we do,
Roll call.
Can you do a roll call, please?
Commissioner Florian.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sue.
No.
Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Yes.
Mayor Joseph.
Yes. Thank you.
Passes 6-1.
Next item.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Next item, 10.2.
10.2, Mayor.
All right.
Move to introduce item 10.2, resolution number R 2025-61.
Second.
Do I have I'll second it.
Resolution, item 10.2, Resolution R 2025-61, consideration to vacate a portion of right-of-way abutting the property at Northeast 16th Street and 1800 Northeast 168th Street, brought by the Community Development Directors, Zafar Ahmed, excuse me. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, vacating a portion of the originally dedicated public rights-of-way for Southwest Coligny Way, known as Northeast 18th Avenue, and Miami Drive, all adjacent to Block 57A and Block 58, as shown on the third revised plat of sections A, B, D, E, F, and amended plats of sections C, G, H, I, and J of Fulford by the Sea, Dade County, Florida, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 34 at page 20 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, lying in Section 9, Township 52 South, Range 42 East, City of North Miami Beach, Miami-Dade County, Florida, providing for conflicts and providing for an effective date.
Madam Clerk, sorry.
Thank you.
I was kind of cut off. Yes.
Okay. Resolution R95-24. The subject matter of any ex-parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the subject matter. We received Jennings disclosure forms from Commissioner Smuggler, Sue, and Jean. So we'll start with Commissioner Florimon.
I've not spoken to anyone on this item and can make my decision based on the information presented to me this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith?
No one. I spoke to no one. I can make my decision based on what I hear tonight.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Have spoken with no one, can make a decision on what I hear tonight.
Mayor Joseph?
I've spoken to no one on this issue, and to the best of my knowledge, I've spoken to no one on this issue, and I can make a decision based on the information presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Community Director.
Good evening.
Swear in.
Can we swear in? Madam Clerk, can you swear?
Sorry.
Can you do the swearing in for the people that are going to speak on this issue?
Okay, if you plan on, okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner. The application before you today is a request for closure of and vacation of and abandonment and discontinuation from public use of the portions of Miami Drive, south 15 feet of Northeast 168th Street and 20-foot wide alley lying within the limits of this final plat. This is the Citadel Care Center Senior Health Campus, and the current use of the property is basically of medical management and medical services being provided here. After the vacation of the public right-of-way, it will be a discontinuation for public use, and it will be incorporated into the plat of the center, and it will be from the application it appears that they're going to use it as part of their parking for their clients who use their facilities. The non-fee property interest sought to be vacated or abandoned does not provide a benefit to the public health, safety, welfare, or convenience. The right-of-way is presently not being utilized as a viable road and currently serves as a surface parking lot. Right-of-way is not included in any street connectivity proposals listed in the comprehensive plan, and it received TRAD approval compliance with zoning land development code, and also the zoning board previously approved the item. The review criteria that we looked at was that it provides some benefit to the public health, safety, welfare, or convenience, but the overall benefit anticipated to the result from the vacation or abandonment outweighs the specific benefit derived from the non-fee property interest. And that is to serve senior members of the public by increasing the number of beds provided by at the Citadel Senior Health Campus Assisted Living Facility, provide critical and essential services to community members, and no interference with existing services provided by the city or affiliated entities, and creation of unified and cohesive site for community members to enjoy. Staff finds that the proposed right-of-way vacation is in accordance with all applicable standards and local, state, and federal authorities.
Is that it?
Again, the review criteria was whether there's any negative impact on the ultimate use of the property, and if there's any impact on the city financial impacts. The staff finds that the proposed right-of-way vacation will not have a negative fiscal impact on the city or result in development that will have a negative fiscal impact on the city, as the right-of-way is not being utilized by the city in any manner at this time. The traffic conditions, the proposed right-of-way vacation will not affect the traffic and circulation of vehicles and/or pedestrian activity. The portion of the street were not heavily utilized for vehicular traffic previously. Will not impact access to the Northeast 18th Avenue, Northeast 168th Street, Northeast 19th Avenue, or Northeast 167th Street.
No, it couldn't be.
There is no impact on the utilities as a result of the closure of this right-of-way. And also, yeah, the kind of, there's no utilities on this particular right-of-way that fall within the closure guidelines. Staff recommends approval, and if there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes. Commissioners.
are we receiving any funds for it?
A plat, as it happens when we do, at the time of plat, the properties which make up the portion of that land give up portion of that property that is transferred to the right-of-way. So it stays as a right-of-way in perpetuity, maintained and managed by the city.
So it was their right-of-way? Like that we give a utility right-of-way in the backyard of our house?
So this was a right-of-way in that, as a part of the plat, in that development, this was a right-of-way. But then it was abandoned, it was not being used. So that's why when we looked at it, we said, well, it's not being used, so we're going to return it to them. So when we return it to them, there is no compensation for it. However, the benefit to the city is that now that it is being returned back to the
Footage bigger.
yeah, so it'll add to the property tax base of the city. So that's the compensation the city gets, not any direct compensation.
We can't ask for anything?
Beg your pardon, sir?
Can we ask for anything?
Yes, you can ask me questions.
No, can we ask for anything? Is a developer here? Or I mean the property?
Well, is the developer here? I don't think the developer is here.
No. I have to open up for public comment. I was going back and forth. So, that being said, I want to move before we get the discussion in front of us. Can I open? Madam Clerk, can you open up for public comment, please?
If you wish to speak on this item, please come forward. You have 3 minutes.
I thought that was good.
Mubarak Hassan. Just for the future, when your staff is making a presentation, if we can get the pictures going of the project, and I would wish if you would be listening. Excuse me, sir?
Just then, wait a minute to speak. Wait until they finish. Hold on.
Go ahead, Mr. Kazan.
If when the presentations are being made, we have the project going there instead of just reading through a paper and then we flick through quickly. We don't understand what is going on. I know the 7 of you probably had the opportunity to go one-on-one with staff and understand, but the people at home, for the record keeping, for the residents in the audience and at home, we do not know what is going on. And this is not the first time. I saw it at the previous presentation, and we would like to have it more clear. A good interaction. I think Commissioner Chernoff, you raised it. Well, what happened to the presentation? Do we have to say it at every presentation? This is what needs to be done. Thank you very much for having me.
Next speaker. We got one more.
I don't think he swore in.
Oh, did he swear in? Okay. He affirmed.
David Zapin Capital. Yeah, what makes me nervous about these projects, now this is supposed to be a workforce apartments. We're hearing a lot about workforce in the Sweetwater area. Now, there, a lot of people are failing to talk about how it's all about housing for FIU students, I presume employees, something I've been on both sides of. Here, I'm curious, is it for what's left of the NSU students? I'm just curious, who are the customers? Because what I don't want to see is that the 3-bedroom apartments are really for, a family of 2, and then the 3rd bedroom becoming an Airbnb.
Who's swearing for that
I mean, if it's a normal rental, fine, but if it's...
That was a prior item. Are you the item that was before us is a vacation of for another property? Is that what you're talking?
Okay,
Did you swear for that or?
Yes.
You sworn in. You're correct.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're dealing with the situation as it is, and that we're not just playing nostalgia for what used to be. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Closing public comments, seeing none left. Commissioner Smith, you have a thought?
No, the only thing is I thought that question bears in mind, because this is the second time we've given up a right-of-way. Well, the third time. We gave up a right-of-way on in the industrial area one time, and they did pay us. They had taken care of it. They paid us like $5,000. My question is, could we, even though it was the original plat and now it's coming back to the plat, could we ask for funds when we're giving a piece of land?
Library or something like that.
If there are improvements on it that require, to be paid for as a part of that vacational right-of-way, you could, but otherwise, there is no compensation.
I had a question.
Commissioner.
So we had a situation where I think we improperly requested funds for a right-of-way. I know that there was a lawsuit, right, that we had to return funds. So what's the parameter with that? What's the parameter when it's allowed or when it's not allowed to make that?
That was my question. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Technically, we don't own that property. If we own property and we're conveying property we own to someone, we're entitled to ask for compensation to convey property we own. But when someone dedicates right-of-way, they don't actually lose ownership of it. They're giving us the right, basically an easement over it, to be able to use it for a specific public purpose. When that public purpose is no longer present, we not only can, but really we should say we no longer need this right-of-way, maybe that it's not going to be used for any public purpose. And at that point, the owners really on both sides of it get to the midline because it's their property and the use of it is being returned to them. And Commissioner Jean states it correctly. At one point, this city, I happen to remember that because it was my client. The city said, no, you have to pay for this. And then later, there was an action against the city saying you had no right to charge somebody to take their own land back. So what Mr. Ahmed says is eminently correct, but the city does receive compensation because now it's no longer non-taxed land because it's being used by the city for a street or a right-of-way. Now it's returned to the actual owner, and they have to pay taxes on it.
Thank you. Okay, so when this is going to be built out, when the senior care center is going to be built, it's going to be built all right. I wanted to ask about the water and sewer impact fees, because I think our water and sewer impact fees are a little bit outdated, maybe over 10 years. So can we
Yeah, but we're talking about this specific issue. Like, is that?
Yeah.
But it's not. How? Oh, okay.
Meaning, I understand that they're going to annex, but we're talking about trying to make, get money from that. But I'm just thinking about.
No, but like on this particular issue is regarding the vacation of the particular right of way. It doesn't deal specifically towards
with the building approval.
Yeah,
I
with
get
approval
it. Yeah,
or
I
any type of
understand.
design or any type of like what the infrastructure is going to be like. So we just got to, because it's quasi-judicial, we have to be.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so I'll ask about that later.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we
Well, the bottom line is there is no compensation when it is vacation of a land that originally belonged to them.
Right. No, so they're just revoking our right for the right.
So they can build up.
Yeah. Got it.
Closing point on my end. I'm just. Oh yeah. Sorry, Commissioner Flourmont.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just procedurally speaking, wondering how are we doing this now and not prior to site plan approval?
We never had a process. Just earlier this year, we passed the first ordinance about right-of-way vacation based on which we got applications. I think this is like the second application or maybe the third.
But we've done it before. We've done right-of-way alley vacations before.
But there was no process. There was no
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just the to me it's just kind of backwards. That's all.
Yeah. So this
being that we've done, being that we've done this before, we've done alley vacations, right of way vacations before. I'm just surprised that even though we were trying to formalize a process,
yes,
why we didn't do it procedurally first before providing it. To me, it just is very backwards. Because what if you come up here and you don't get the vote? Because everyone has the autonomy to say yay or nay, although we are asked to vote on what's in front of us. So technically speaking, we just have to vote on what's in front of us, but it's a little backwards.
Commissioner, I'm not sure if maybe I can help, but I'm not sure if I understand. What's the concern about it being backwards? What's your?
Well, I mean, the project has already commenced, has it not?
Whether there's a right-of-way vacation or not, I mean, sometimes in connection with a project, there would be a right-of-way vacation because it gives them a little more land that they're able to build on because it's not being used for a right-of-way. But a right-of-way vacation is not really dependent on whether someone is developing their property. Actually, the city could or should have a process where any time it determines it's not going to be using the right-of-way for the purpose that it was dedicated for, it should be returned whether they're developing the property or not. Now, that doesn't happen all the time because who's looking out for it? But if an owner who doesn't plan to develop their property says, hey, the original plat shows there being a street here, but that's never going to happen because of the way the buildings have developed around it, I want my property back that I dedicated, or my predecessor in title 50 years ago dedicated, or whatever it is. There doesn't have to be a development related to it to vacate right-of-way if the city determines that there is no longer a public purpose for the dedication. It should be returned, even if you're never going to build on it. Maybe you just want to.
No, I completely understand that. I guess what I'm asking is, there is a project. A project is So my question is for you, Mr. Attorney. Procedurally, does a right-of-way have to be vacated prior to the approval of a site plan?
No, it doesn't have to be, but you can't be saying I'm going to put part of my project on this right-of-way unless the right-of-way has been returned to you. Now,
Because
if you don't
Miami
need
Drive
it,
ran-
if it's just an
Miami Drive
extra
ran straight
strip.
through this whole thing. Am I mistaken? No, you're right. Miami Drive ran straight through the this project. I mean, if you look at Miami Drive, it literally ran straight through the project. So that's the only question I have.
Yeah, that's a legacy project. It's been there for many years.
Right.
It's so.
Okay, thank
If you didn't need it for your project, if it was just going to be an extra, strip of land there or some additional setback or something like that,
Got it.
you could do your project without the vacation, take the vacation later. But if you're planning on doing something on it, well, yeah, then you're exactly right. It has to relate if you're going to use it. Absolutely correct.
Thank you, Mr.
So that being said, do I have a motion and a second?
Motion. A second.
Madam Clerk, do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Jean? Yes. Commissioner Smith? Said yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Yes.
Commissioner Sue?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
Mayor Joseph?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right, next item is
11.2.
no. It's no. It's a
9.8.
no. It's 9.8. Yeah.
Yeah.
9.8.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes.
It's 9.8.
Wasn't it supposed to be?
Okay, 9.8
Traffic calming?
moved from,
She's
Oh, okay.
9.8. Yeah. Yeah, 9.8.
9.8.
okay, no, my mistake. We're not on the 11s. We finished the 10s. That was my error. We moved two items, 9.8 and 9.11.
Yes.
To legislation to be the
the
first
9.8
two
comes
items.
prior to-
So it's 9.8, sorry.
Move. Do I have a motion to introduce?
So moved.
All right. I have a okay.
And was there a second, Mayor?
Do I have a second to introduce?
We were supposed to move traffic calming to before quasi.
Well, no. When we're closing up the agenda, we moved.
This item is pretty quick, Mr. Mayor. Can we just hear the traffic, please? Very quick.
Okay, which item is that?
It's a discussion item, 15.3.
Okay. Which number?
Okay, so just so we can be clear. Okay, but prior before 9.8 is the one we're talking to. So move for. I have a motion and a second to read it. Please go ahead.
9.8,
Yes.
okay. Item 9.8, resolution number R 2025-56, approving a budget amendment to fiscal year 2024-25 adopted budget to fund the comprehensive plan update brought by the Community Development Director Zafar Ahmed. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2024-25 adopted budget for the comprehensive plan update and providing an effective date.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the commission. We are starting a process of updating our comprehensive plan, for which we are kind of like short on our funding because of reconciliation process that's going on. And because of that, we need $228,000 in general revenue, for which we have put in this request. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. But this year is an exciting year for this activity, and we look forward to your participation in that.
I know. Okay, that being said, it goes before the commission. Commissioner Sue, you're the one that pulled this?
Yes. So I'm looking at the final approval of the ARPA funds, right? We had already allocated, I'm trying to look for the exact number, I think it was 300,000. And we allocated that fund from ARPA, and then now, is this 228 is part of that 300? I mean, what is the...
Mr. Manager, go ahead.
So the finance department is still reconciling the general ledger and the project ledger, which was approved by the commission. Because that process is still ongoing, we haven't been able to issue purchase orders against that. This is a time-sensitive project that we have until April to complete and report back to the state. And so we don't have the luxury of waiting for that process to end and then starting the comprehensive plan. So we're shifting the funding from ARPA to general funds.
Shifting from ARPA to general fund? I don't... So what I understand is we get $21 million, right, into our coffers that's already transferred to us. We had two tranches, right? The first tranche is before your time, and then the second tranche is your time. Am I accurate on that one?
10 million, yeah.
Okay, so basically 10 million and change is actually under your watch. So we have that 10 million sitting there. So I don't understand what the wait is about. It's about, did we spend all the money already and then we didn't have enough for the comprehensive plan, or what happened?
The general ledger was never updated with the different allocations that the commission would do over time. And so to move forward, we need to have money within certain accounts. And that's still in the process of being corrected by staff at this moment.
All right.
What is there to correct?
I'm sure the CFO can come and explain it.
Okay.
You want me to?
Yeah, if you could be brief, Mr. CFO, please.
Yes. Sorry, what was the question again?
Commissioner Sue wants to figure out why.
I want to know that, look, we had allocated funds in line 146, right? Final allocation was $350,000 for this comprehensive plan. And now, instead of using the ARPA funds, we have to take general fund out to pay for it. So I want to know what happened to the $350 that was allocated from the ARPA fund that we have to come to the general fund. Is this actually a legal use for those funds, or, I mean, I shouldn't say legal.
Are you
I mean,
What are you saying? What are you trying
no,
to say?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
That's what those are some serious words.
Yeah.
No. Sorry. Okay, so is this an approved fund that could be appropriate fund for the ARPA for use for use of ARPA funds?
Correct. So when I joined the city in December 7th, I think December 17th, there was the report, the staff report that had a resolution with an allocation of projects as well as their appropriation. Explain also what happened in phase one. Some project was under, and then the allocation from under spending to some of the projects. So we took it over. There was the first quarter submittal to the Treasury. We met that deadline barely the next day. We missed it by 24 hours, or maybe the weekend if I remember. So we start looking at the accounting of the fund. So the accounting fund and the monitoring, our first assessment that there is work to be done, accounting cleanup. And I can't really tell you now in terms of this money exists or not. So the issue is not that the ARPA fund is not available. If you remember, the Treasury sent the 2 tranches of money to cities in advance.
Yes,
the 2
it did.
tranches. So the money exists, but there is guidelines from the Treasury in terms of when to allocate the money and also when the deadline to appropriate the money. The appropriation of the fund, you have to have the contract and the PO by December 30th, 2024. If you miss that deadline, then you have to work through other mechanisms of doing
That's what's being done.
in the case of my colleague Zafar and the comprehensive plan, he was allocated $300,000. But when we looked at the fund in the financial system, there wasn't the regular monitoring, I will say. So there was spending in that account. The account did not have enough fund for it. So I'm working with the city manager. I don't want to complicate the issue because it's really complex. The complexity of it is not that the fund is not available, it's the monitoring of the fund.
That needs to be updated.
We will update that in the next meeting. We are going to present to the commissioners the project that are going to move forward and the project that are at risk. So for now, for this particular plan for Zafar, the ARPA does not really exist in the GL account.
Okay. Commissioners, you had a thought, so we can.
Yeah, and just for the sake of time, if this is something that we really need, but I would say that I've been asking for the ARPA reports for some time, so if we can get a time certain on that, but I think we should just move this item along with the urgency of the item.
got it.
Yes, do I have a motion and a second?
Motion.
I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Next item
And
is
then
9
we will
point.
have, by when will we have the ARPA report?
Yes, I've been working with the city manager's office. We're targeting the next meeting in June for a
Okay,
complete
thank
brief.
Next item is 9.11.
Yes, sir. Item 9.0, motion. I'm sorry.
Do I have a motion to introduce?
Move to introduce 911,
Do I have a second?
Resolution R 2025-59.
You didn't get a second.
I'll second.
What is it?
Okay, item 9.11, resolution number R 2025-59, appointing Andrew Plotkin to serve as interim city manager effective June 14, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Lynn Sue and Vice Mayor Jay Chernoff, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, appointing Andrew Plotkin to serve as interim city manager effective June 14, 2025, authorizing the city attorney to negotiate a contract comparable to that of the current city manager, and providing for an effective date.
Commissioner Liu, you have an amendment. Please add your amendment.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to add, I'd like to amend the June 14th date to May 21st, 2025.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, as amended. That's
As amended.
as
yes.
amended. City Attorney, is that sufficient enough?
No?
No, we have to vote on it.
You have a motion
Okay.
to amend and a second. Now you have to have discussion on the amendment, and you either vote the amendment up
So
or
now
down.
we're gonna vote on the amended resolution. We have a motion and a second.
The amendment to the resolution.
Amended to the resolution, and then we can, once we get to that, we can also discuss the resolution in and of itself. So that being said, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, pass.
I oppose.
So two no?
3.
3.
You may want to do show of hands.
Okay,
Not clear.
okay, let's do a roll call real quick.
Roll call.
Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Smuckler?
No.
Commissioner Sue?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
No.
Commissioner Jean?
No.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
Mayor Joseph?
Yes, as amended. So now we're voting
Just
on
go through.
the resolution as amended,
You're in discussion on.
as a discussion. So we'll start the line, Commissioner Chernoff, since we'll go down.
Very happy to put our interim city manager, Mr. Andrew Plotkin. Look forward to it, and look forward to it, not to preclude him from, if he wants to put the application in for permanent. So I think that's in the language, and I want to make sure that's in there.
Commissioner Sue, we're going down the line.
Okay, so
We're speaking specifically just on this.
yes. Okay. Yeah, congratulations to Andy. I look forward to working with you. And thank you, Mario Diaz, for your service. I know you've put in 125%, so thank you so much.
Commissioner Jean?
Congratulations, and I look forward to continuing the great work. And Mr. Diaz, thank you for all the amazing work that you've rendered to this city.
Mayor?
We're in discussion? Yeah, we're in discussion.
Mayor, yeah, let me just point out that, since previously you'd asked the existing city manager to extend to a date certain, you have to, this somehow do something.
Well,
about that.
this starts tomorrow, but I believe we should have a discussion subsequent to this particular resolution if it passes to discuss that. So go on.
So this means, which I'm very happy, that Andy is our interim manager starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that means we're paying Mario until June 13th because that was the date that he gave us.
That's a separate discussion. We're just talking about the tomorrow, but we will have.
I don't think it's a separate discussion. I think it's the same thing.
I agree. Can we combine them?
Well, I just want to keep this clean. I want to keep it clean. I want to keep it very clean, and then we'll discuss Manager Diaz aspect on this depending on the vote. So, Commissioner Smucker.
I said what I had to say. It's the same.
Commissioner-
I just want clarity, and this has nothing to do with Andy. Andy knows that I fully support him becoming our interim city manager, so I look forward to supporting you in that manner. I just need clarity on the manager's contract and how this act would play a role in his contract, number one. Number two, I don't see how these things are two separate conversations. If we close the door on his termination, not termination date, but his separation date, then in essence, are we terminating him?
Yep, yes,
No.
we are.
Well, I mean,
Yes,
Well,
we are.
no,
this
so-
is the
You
attorney.
guys are
I
just
wanna
fired
make sure.
him, just so you'll know.
I
So
just wanna make sure.
You can, so you can get,
haven't
you
even-
can get the 20
Whoa.
weeks, because you just fired him by changing the date. Yes, you did.
I just
Yes,
want to
you
make
did.
sure, first of all,
Yes,
this,
it's better than saying something's illegally being done in the city.
if I may, I just want to make sure that we do this.
Okay, so just to be clear,
Well, the question, go ahead, Mr. Mayor, and after you're done, I'd like to hear from the city attorney.
No, and from a procedure standpoint, I just want to make sure that
20 weeks.
city attorney, right? Yes, the resolution as it is now is amended to start would be amended to start for tomorrow. We still have up until that point, Manager Mario in that interim, basically, right? I know it's a small amount of time, but it is still there, right? Correct me, at least till, I guess. We do not have two managers currently. What I'm saying is that we haven't even voted on anything. But what I'm saying is that can we decide to vote on this particular issue and then discuss how do we resolve the Mario's situation subsequent to that separation? Can that be done? Because I just want to, like I said, this wasn't my resolution. I'm just trying to mitigate this. Please.
Thank you. You have broad discretion, and you certainly have the ability to vote at any time, regardless of anyone's contract. You have the ability and, in fact, the responsibility to be sure that someone is designated to carry out the responsibilities of being city manager, which is required under your code. Now, having said that, while you certainly can say who will exercise those duties and beginning when, so yes, you can vote to do that, but that does not resolve the question of the contractual status of the existing city manager. That is an open, you gotta let me finish, Mayor. That is an open question because the gentleman has a contract. That is different than who will exercise the duties because someone must. If, you can't not have someone to exercise those duties at any time, but doing that, which is your obligation under the code, is not the same as the contract issues, and this amended resolution does not resolve the contract issues. So having said that, you certainly have the ability to designate who will carry out the duties. But understand in doing so, you are leaving an open question as to the contractual status. But yes, I think the answer to your question, Mayor, is that you can designate who will exercise duties, but understand you're leaving kind of a hole in the contract.
And that's what I want to resolve, depending on how the resolution is handled. Commissioners, I said to you.
Yes, so Mr. Attorney, you didn't necessarily answer the question, right? So if you change the date, what happens to the current person that does have a contract? Does that mean that contract is severed, or does that mean that I don't think I got a clear
different
answer.
question
Okay.
than what the mayor asked me. The mayor asked me, can you vote on designating a different date for someone, in this case, Mr. Plotkin, to exercise the duties? The answer to that question is you have an obligation to be sure that someone's doing that. But doing that does not in any way resolve the contractual.
Right. So technically, you have two managers. If you had, that's
no.
Well,
No, you have someone.
You have someone that's going to continue the duties, right?
Exercise the
duties. But there's currently someone with an active contract, right? So if we decide to change the date of the person that will continue the work, what does that mean for the individual that currently has a contract?
Well, that's a different question, but to answer that question, which was, the mayor said, can you designate? Yes, the answer to that, I think, is yes, but you create an issue. The issue that's created, to try to answer your question, I think if you have requested, as you did, that someone give you notice beyond what they were required to do in their contract, and that was agreed to, and now you're not doing that, I think that probably not clear, and it was not the question I was necessarily prepared to answer, and sometimes I have to actually think about these things, but that said, I think that probably does constitute a termination.
So, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, when they asked the manager to stay for the additional 2 weeks, was a vote taken, or was that the mayor said, I have asked the manager to stay 2 weeks, and Mr. Manager agreed? Was that a vote taken by the commission?
I have to look back, but I believe that was a
that was a consensus. Yes. So
Okay. So then I think that we have the problem, and the reason I voted yes, for me personally, I think we should continue with the current manager we have, and I'm going to not support changing the date. However, the problem is we're like in limbo. And that's a big problem because we have a manager, but the manager really has one foot out the door. And I don't mean it in a derogatory way. I mean, he is going on. And so as a commissioner, when you're making decisions, when you're doing research, when you're asking for them to find department head answers, you're kind of in limbo. So that extension of the 2 weeks, I didn't understand. If somebody says, I want to leave, why are you keeping them 2 more weeks? You still have to make a process and get somebody else. So sitting and watching it, I didn't understand that at all.
But you were.
Now we're here, we're at this space, and I feel strongly that we would absolutely have a contract with the current manager. There's no question. If that was a consensus that was done, then that's the date, because he's made his plans based on that date. So I'm just saying to the public that it has nothing to do with either gentleman. Nothing personal, nothing. It's a question of being in limbo of a head to run everything. And I find it very difficult. I do. I'm bothering constantly the interim manager, and at the same time, I definitely don't want to leave out my manager. So today I had both of them pulled in my agenda review, and that's the way I've been doing it. I don't want the manager to lose what his title is. And yet, he's the authority is going to be passed on. So it's a very difficult position. I don't know what was thinking 2 extra weeks. I'm going to live with it because I think that's the right thing to do. I think the man made his plans based on that. But whether we have got to also tonight, and it's going to get late, we have got to decide what are we going to do to get a permanent manager. I've been through this too many times. Are we going to go nationally? Are we going to go state? Are we going to go locally? Are we going to have an outside board that's going to narrow our applications? We haven't even had a board to meet to decide how we're doing it.
Wait.
So I am not going to support this.
Okay. This is
As the maker of the motion, one of the makers.
right.
Okay, the intent is to appoint the interim manager. If we pass this, then the next step is to decide what to do with the manager.
That's what I assumed. From my understanding, that's basically it. Because we didn't appoint anybody for interim. Like, we're gonna have the next meeting. Like, the next meeting is when, the 17th or 17th of June. Those two, I'm looking at it from a timing standpoint, right? So I understand the point of view of the makers of the resolution. I get that, but like that we're in this gray area period, and I thought we would try to resolve that because I saw an original resolution that kind of spoke to the current manager and his standpoint of how to resolve that. Yep. So now that was removed, and it creates this weird situation, right?
Well, again, we have to address it.
What do we
So-
do? We either pass it or it doesn't.
Commissioner
Well,
Chernoff.
yeah, if you fail this, then
Commissioner
it's a
Chernoff.
moot point.
Through the mayor, Commissioner Chernoff, there was a resolution on the agenda. That resolution, whether it had support or didn't have support from the public, opened up the conversation to deal with what you're asking to deal with right now. Because it didn't have to stay the same. It could have been changed. Things could have been adjusted, but it was pulled. So now we're saying, oh, no, let's vote on this, and then let's talk about the manager. It's still the same conversation about what are we going to do with the manager and whether or not we're going to provide him with some form of a after-the-fact severance or some sort of after-the-fact consulting, or it's still that same conversation. But there's no resolution, you pulled it. So, I just thought that issue was going to be dealt with first.
I'm sorry
and
to
then-
jump in, but to Commissioner Fleurymon's point, Mayor, you asked me, could you deal with appointing the interim now and changing the date, and I told you yes.
That was the.
Having said that, I want to be clear, though, as to Commissioner Fleurymon's point. I said that they are related, and doing it that way does create an issue. I don't want the fact that I answered you that yes, you can do that to imply, as to the point that Commissioner Fleurmont just raised, that you can't amend the resolution appointing the interim manager to address the issue of the existing city manager who is still your manager as of tonight. You can do it as you asked, Mayor, but that doesn't mean you have to do it just that way. And yes, you could amend it, and you could have them as part and parcel.
To your point, right? You can amend this particular. You can make you can amend this resolution to address the issue in regards to the resolution that was removed or whatever, and incorporate it in this based on consensus. You get what I'm saying? Okay. So if you want to do that, that's up to your prerogative. So that's what I'm saying. We can resolve all of it in one fell swoop.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to.
I got you.
No, because
yeah, I know.
I want to make.
So
sure
I have the perfect proposal, right? Because I did see the resolution that Mayor Chernoff actually withdrew. Sorry. Vice Mayor Chernoff. Am I foreshadowing? Anyway, okay. Vice Mayor Chernoff proposed. I think that the manager had already resigned. Okay, we can't terminate him after he resigned. We just went through another contract that we had that situation happen. So it's that contract has already been. The manager had already resigned. So I'm repeating that 3 times. So anyway,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to disagree with that statement.
I disagree with
the fact that the manager has resigned effective June 13th.
Yes, I got
does
you.
not mean that he cannot be terminated sooner. And in
Correct.
fact, I would tell you that if you're relieving him of his duties prior to that date, that probably does constitute a termination.
Wait, hold on. I'm not done with my thought yet. Excuse me. So what I'm trying to say is that we wanted to give him a severance pay. Well, the former resolution wanted to do that. And I think the perfect option for this is to have him start to take an administrative leave, which is not a termination. It's to give him an early vacation.
No.
This is the exact same, the thing that Phyllis said was exactly how I feel. I don't know, should I be calling Andy? Should I be calling Mario? Should I call them both? Do I need to notify someone or email them and copy each other? I'm in limbo. I don't know about how staff feels. I feel like I'm in limbo. I don't know who I'm supposed to talk to. And I feel like I don't want to overburden the manager who is now leaving. It's all of this stuff. So with that said, I think that if we just give him an early time off, and then whatever pay that he deserves has accrued in vacation, sick time, whatever it is, we take care of all of that. And he could have an early leave and be on administrative leave. Now, Mr. Attorney, what do you think about that?
I've had the opportunity to look at his contract. I think, as long as the language is the city manager willing to perform his duties, and there was a date of after which, if he is relieved of duties prior to that time, I think it constitutes a termination.
So you're saying me putting him on administrative leave constitutes termination?
As I read the contract, yes. That's what I think. I've consulted with my colleague.
I request that the maker of the motion withdraw the motion, or we take a vote on it.
I'm making a motion to put him on administrative leave.
And it's basically a constructive termination, basically.
I think it is, Mayor.
All right.
You're making a motion to do what?
Put him on leave is constructive. It's a constructive termination.
To terminate him so that he can get the severance pay.
What?
Right? Well, if she terminates him, that means that he gets his severance pay.
No.
I'm saying administrative leave, just like
So I asked him if administrative leave means that, and therefore, if it does mean termination, then let's not do it. I didn't.
Why are we opening this Pandora's box? What are you doing? What are we doing up here?
I'm not opening it.
You definitely are opening something.
No,
Listen,
he's
let
the
me
one
tell you
who's opening
something.
it. I'm just voting for it.
Oh.
Did you ask me?
That is to interpret by the city attorney as a constructive termination. That's a motion.
I'm a
second that motion. We can have discussion on that issue.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Mr.
Have you withdrawn your prior?
Yeah, he did.
Because that's what I assumed that have you withdrawn it?
No, I haven't, again, guys.
How are we making a motion when we have a vote on the floor?
No, Commissioner Turnoff, move forward.
What we're all missing is, a month ago, our current manager told us that he was stepping down. He gave us a date certain. We haven't discussed any of that. We haven't discussed the process of replacing him. We haven't discussed how we're going to, this is the first opportunity to say that we want Andy as the interim. That's why it's on the agenda, because we have a month that's gone by that we haven't discussed anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that's why we've got major discussions.
Okay, but just so we can be germane to the issue, this is what I'm saying. Now you made the motion. Commissioner Smuckler has a competing motion. She, from what I was told, she heard that you pulled back your motion so we can have at least a discussion.
No, I never. So you can have the discussion. Go ahead.
So you pulled it. You're pulling your motion. Oh, now we have a
Mayor.
Actually, it was Commissioner Sue who made the motion.
Mayor.
Yes.
I didn't put a motion in. I asked the attorney. Excuse me.
Mayor.
Yes.
There is a pending concern that I'm hearing that
Please.
I'd like to address, please.
And let's make sure we
In the
clean this
issue
up.
of clarity.
Please do.
Okay? Commissioner Smith is correct in that there is a pending motion. The motion was, it has not passed.
It has not.
There is a pending motion, which is what you said, Commissioner Smith. Let me say what I have to say, please. I'm agreeing with you take yes for an answer, please, Commissioner Smith, when I agree with you. There is a motion that was brought that was on the agenda. And there was a motion, a subsidiary motion. Okay, let's get technical here. I try not to, but this time we need to be. A subsidiary motion to amend the motion that was brought that passed 4-3 with your vote in the affirmative, Commissioner Smith. The amendment passed, and what is before you is the amended motion, which has not passed or been voted on. It is subject to discussion.
Right.
I did just advise you when Commissioner Florimond also correctly raised that this leaves kind of this gaping hole, and I gave you an opinion that I, set forth to you, and frankly, in consultation with my very able partner, that the way it was put forth would constitute, in my opinion, a termination, in our opinion. Now, having said that, I also said that while I answered the mayor's question in the affirmative, that yes, you could simply vote on who will exercise the duties as manager, because someone must, and you get to designate that from minute to minute, because somebody has to do that, and that does not deal with the issue of the contract status of the manager, which Commissioner Florimond also pointed out correctly. But I made a point of telling you, you could amend it. And it would seem to me that one could view what Commissioner Smuckler brought as another subsidiary motion in the nature of amending the amended motion that is now in front of you. I hope that's clear.
So I have a question. There was a motion, the first motion was to appoint Mr. Plotkin effective tomorrow.
Well, that wasn't the first motion.
You're right, but then it was
That was an amendment.
to appoint Mr. Plotkin
Yes.
effective tomorrow, and that passed 4-3.
No.
For discussion.
The amendment
Oh, that's
Amendment
passed,
four to
That's right.
three.
but the amended
Right.
motion has not been voted on.
Correct.
Never voted
Okay.
on that.
Mhm.
So now we have before us an amended resolution based on a new date.
No new thing that we have to vote on.
It's before you. He said it's before you. It is pending. That is the pending
All we've worked on is
motion
an amended
as amended.
We didn't pass anything.
So repeat what
Okay, so we're voting, what are we voting for?
Repeat what it is.
So right now we have an amended, okay, right now.
We have an amended resolution because the only thing we've changed prior to, so far was just the date. So right now, we just have an amended resolution. We have not voted on any action as of yet because we haven't voted on the amended motion. Subsequent to that, we had a competing motion from Commissioner Smuckler saying, I want to do X. Now, the question I have before you, how do we deal with those competing aspects? That's what I'm saying.
When there's a motion on the floor, and you pointed out correctly, Mayor, that there was discussion about whether that motion would be pulled, but let me say, it has not been withdrawn as of this point.
Right.
The question then is, you have a pending motion as amended. You can't just ignore that and move to a different one, but perhaps Commissioner Smuckler wishes to state, as I said, you could deal with the issues that Commissioner Florimond raised. There are contract issues, and perhaps Commissioner Smuckler's idea could be brought as an amendment
To
the amended motion, if she chooses to do that, but she's not compelled to. If she wants to simply wait and bring that back after. But there is, if you under the contract, if you relieve the manager of his duties while he is willing to perform them, I believe that is a constructive termination.
Could I ask the attorney two things, please? Number one is, should that require a second? When somebody makes an amendment to a motion, does that require a second? That's number one.
100%.
Because there was no second.
But not only has there not been a call for a second, but Commissioner Smuckler cannot be compelled to bring that as an amendment.
Okay,
that's up to her. If she wishes to offer it as an amendment, and the mayor recognizes her for that purpose,
the question was,
then
does
you
it
would
require
a second.
Okay, now wait a second.
Second it as an amendment.
My second,
I even said it.
Wait a minute. My second question.
I'm not at your second question. Let me finish answering.
I heard you. I understood it.
I'm glad you did, but maybe everybody else didn't. The fact is that whether the mayor intended to second it, it was not brought as an amendment.
So
okay, but
unless she says it's intended to be an amendment.
Now wait a minute. I want to know if I can withdraw my. Yes, I want to withdraw it and make it a no. Can I do that now?
Not the way you say it, but. You voted on something.
Yeah. Okay, I'm listening.
On the prevailing side.
Okay.
You, as someone who is on the prevailing side, can move to reconsider the previous vote because you were on the prevailing side.
Okay.
And if you move to reconsider it, anyone may second it.
Okay.
And at that point, you have to vote.
Yes.
If you vote, it doesn't mean that the opposite occurred. It simply means that if you vote to reconsider and it passes, it still has to have a majority.
I understand.
But if it passes, when you reconsider, it undoes the previous vote in support of amending the date. It undoes that, but it doesn't mean the opposite happens. It just negates the previous vote for the amendment to pass, and you're back where you started.
Okay.
She would then move forward with that. Okay. So
I'm making the motion to reconsider because I was on the winning side the last motion.
The amendment.
Amendment. Thank you.
Yes.
Do I have a second to do that?
He asks for that, not you.
Do I have is there a second to that particular motion?
Can the motion be repeated again, please?
The motion
Can
is
the motion be repeated?
No.
The motion by Commissioner Smith, as somebody who voted on the prevailing side, is to reconsider the vote on changing the date, on amending the resolution to change the effective date of the appointment of Mr. Plotkin from what it specified, June 13th, to May 21st. That motion does require a second, which is called for by the mayor, and then you can discuss whether you want to reconsider it, and then you move to a vote, and majority prevails.
Okay, so
What's the new date?
No, there's no new date.
It would be the old date.
It would be
Exactly.
yeah.
That's
because
what I wanted to make
we would
sure.
be undoing
Yes.
that. Okay.
Correct, Mayor.
Anyway, which is 3 days. That being said, okay, so I got a motion and a second to undo,
To reconsider the vote on the amendment.
Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, so we're
Mr.
back.
Mayor?
You have to call for the
Square one.
But no, we want to do a roll call.
No,
Yes.
Mayor. So Commissioner Smith made the motion. Who seconded?
Commissioner Sue.
Wait, no.
Who seconded? Did you second it?
I second.
Okay, so it was a motion to reconsider and second by Commissioner Chernoff. Vice Mayor. I apologize, Jay. And I said, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We all said aye. Now we're back to square one, right? Now, Commissioner Smuckler. Because now that we're back to square one, Commissioner Smuckler, do you have a motion?
To put the manager But I never I never even knew we could put the manager on administrative leave until Commissioner Sue suggested it.
Right.
So,
That's the motion?
Nobody's saying that necessarily you can do that.
okay, but-
Because it might, in my opinion, I think it's still, if you do that. I
That's
think
that's
it's
constructive.
constructive
So, and now I'm
you can terminate.
So I second that. Now we're on discussion on that motion. Okay.
Okay, I would have a comment when you're ready for me.
Okay. So now I'm gonna because I'm trying to reel this in. Right now we have a motion for constructive to put the manager on a constructive leave, to put him on leave, which is a constructive termination.
As of when?
As of I guess tonight. I guess, from my understanding. So now we're gonna.
As of when?
As of tonight.
Tonight. So that being said, I'm gonna go down, and we have the motion.
Commissioner, for what it's worth, let me just point out to you that it is now
Or May
11:18.
21st.
Yeah, saying tonight, it may be tomorrow before you finish voting on it.
May 21st.
I would say it.
Okay, I second her clarified motion. I second, just so I can. Now we're gonna go down. Commissioner Chernoff,
I agree, that's what we need to do.
Commissioner Sue. I mean, Vice Mayor Chernoff. Apologies, Vice Mayor Chernoff.
No.
Sorry.
Okay, so what is the question again?
Right now, we're on a motion for to put the current manager on leave, which will be a constructive termination. You're on your.
I'm a no.
Okay, Commissioner Jean.
What's the term? So if it's a leave contractually, what does that mean? What does he receive?
In my opinion, if you do that, then you are constructively terminating the existing manager, and then you may need to still come back and say who will be performing those duties.
No, what are the terms of termination? So if we terminate him,
Whatever the contract.
that's what I'm trying to find out. What does it say?
20 weeks.
Yeah,
20 weeks?
that's correct.
And I think there was an extra for insurance, health insurance, and a whole bunch of other things. My only comment is I hope somebody's calling the Herald. Why not be on the front page again? Why not be on the front page again? What are we doing? A man that is a responsible, honorable man on his resume is saying, I enjoyed it, I thank you for the opportunity, and I have to move on, I have personal reasons, and I'm resigning. And now on his resume, it's going to read termination. What are we doing? This has gone way out of hand.
I would like to hear from the manager.
Manager, because I just want to move. I just want to make sure we get this through. Commissioner Smoke, you have anything to add?
I want to hear from the manager.
Or 80 manager. Okay, Commissioner. Commissioner Flourmont.
Thank you. You know, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Smith has a point. A lot of valid points have been made up here. The reality is we owe this manager, and participating in this retreat the other day, the manager, even though he knew that his, time was, he was going to move on, he gave it 110%, right? He gave it 110%, and you couldn't tell in that room that he wasn't going to be here for another 5 years as our city manager. That says a lot. Me in my seat, if I want to give this manager a severance, I'm going to sit here and say very clearly that this is what I want to do, right? And this is how much he should get, okay? And that he should stay until the end of the time that we agreed on over a month ago. That's me in my seat. That's what I'm willing to say. I'm willing to say, hey, you resigned, but you've given us all that you have, and we believe that you should have X amount of dollars as far as the severance is concerned, or we want to discuss consulting so that you can be of assistance to the interim city manager, and here's what we're willing to pay for that, and figure out what those terms are and come to the conclusion. It may not be 90,000. That was an issue for some people, but it may be a number that everyone up here can be happy with, that's satisfactory, and also that shows him the respect that he deserves. That's in my seat. So that's what I have to say about that.
Okay.
And Mayor, let me add, I need to put something else on the table. I'm not suggesting for a moment that this could happen or would happen, but the fact is that you use the term constructive termination correctly, being a lawyer, as to if you relieve him of his duties early. The reality of the situation is that the manager has a legal right to say that his resignation was a constructive termination because of the terms and conditions of his employment. And when one gives severance as a legal matter, the reason we sometimes advise that severance is appropriate is we negotiate with a departing employee, as is being done, frankly, right now with an existing department or a former department head. We negotiate to give someone severance because in doing so, we bargain for a release that precludes the possibility that they could bring an action. I'm not suggesting he is or would or might, but that's why one provides severance, sometimes even with a resignation, because it allows us to bargain for the release. And finally, I want to point out that Commissioner Smith mentioned health insurance, and health insurance is only available to current employees. However, where a consulting agreement, such as was just referenced, is employed for a period of time, particularly to allow for a better and more comprehensive transition, someone who's on a consulting agreement is permitted to stay on city health insurance for such time as they are in the nature of an employee, even on a consulting agreement. You can't do that with a termination, but you can do that with a consulting agreement that is in the nature of severance.
Joe-
Not suggesting those things,
Joe,
I'm merely offering those
Joe,
possibilities.
I want to
Yes,
talk. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Look, I really don't want to get into a situation where we have to pay the manager, the 20 weeks was what, 90, how much? $90,000. I really don't want to be spending the city money, even though I do believe that he's an amazing manager. I also, I would like to keep him on as a consultant because we still have not resolved this problem with the water surcharge. If the governor does not veto us, this is going to be continuous. And who is the expert on this? The manager. Okay, and Andy, I think you're great, but I think that we absolutely need Mario involved with this water issue, at least for the next year. What's so funny?
No, nothing's funny.
Oh. So I am willing to, if the rest of the commission agrees to keep him on as a consultant and also keeps his insurance, because to me, insurance is like the number one thing in the world, then I'm willing to back down on the admin, but we have to come into some agreement where he can stay as a consultant, especially because we will, if the governor doesn't veto this, this fight is not over.
So can you, what you do, you want to amend your motion?
Well,
She would, and I accept.
okay, I'm
so now
going to withdraw that motion, but I want to make a motion where we have a discussion that we at least continue as per the suggestion of Mackenzie, keep him on as a consultant. To me, the most important as a consultant is because of the water, because this is the most important issue that our city has ever faced. And I definitely want, and insurance has always been a big thing for me. So, and I don't know what you guys want to agree upon for how long, but,
Can I say something? Mr. Mayor, thank you. If we just kept the original date, we would not have used 45 minutes to discuss. But that's the nature of what we do, right?
Wait.
Right.
I would say,
But
I would say that,
if we would have kept the original date like we should have,
Yes.
then we wouldn't have been having this problem, and he would have just left on June 13th.
That's it.
But I don't know why some people try to change things sometimes.
I think we should, for this, we are always talking about consultants, then we would have to enter into a particular term. Consultants don't usually get benefits, all the nuances that fall within that parameter. I say we leave it as we have it and continue as we should. And when you have a ACM and a manager, they work in tandem. So if you don't feel comfortable going to the manager, you can go to the ACM. The ACM is always going to report back to the manager. So it's not like we're circumventing any authority, but I think we should stick it how it should have been, with Andy being the person that takes the helm at the end of the tenure of this manager, the date that was already provided.
Could I speak, Mr. Mayor, for a minute, please?
Okay.
I just want to say, again, this is nothing personal. We have had the honor of two very unbelievable men at our helm. I thought about this quite a bit when I saw the resolution. The number one thing that comes to mind is, what is a contract for? The contract clearly states what we're supposed to do. If somebody's terminated with cause, if somebody resigns. Our manager's a very bright man. Contract works in both ways. You're supposed to give a little and you're supposed to get a little on both parties. I've done contracts for 45 years selling houses. The thing is that he made a decision to resign, knowing what the benefits would be and when they would end. I just feel that we're setting up a precedent here in North Miami Beach. I feel so strongly about this. Come to North Miami Beach. If we fire you with cause, or if you resign, we're going to give you money. I just think there's a contract that is done, and I understand and I respect all of us with our wishes. We want to give him. But do you understand that the city's in deficit here? Do you understand that we don't have the means?
Wait.
Excuse me.
No. One of the advantages I have is to make sure that we're not being untruthful. We're not in a deficit. Do not say that. We're not in a deficit.
Okay.
We just had the CFO say of a surplus. Please don't say that.
Okay, we're not in a deficit. I take it back.
Please.
I take it back. The mayor's right. We're not in a deficit. We're looking at some potential problems of possibly having to give back $4 million. We're looking at potential problems that are millions of dollars that we're going to have to face ourselves. When you hear that the door to the library hasn't worked for over a year, when you understand that the money was put away for the bathrooms and it hasn't been done because the money's not there now, these things make me a little more cautious, and it's nothing personal. I'm sick that both of these men have to listen to this. I am sick. I have a grown son. This is ridiculous. We have an original agreement. I agree with Commissioner Jean. Let's go with our original agreement. Let's move on. Everything that's been done with the manager the last couple weeks has been done with the assistant manager as well. He has been included, and thank you, Mr. Diaz. Thank you, City Manager, for doing that.
Okay, so I need to, this is because of your ordinance, Jay. Can I get a motion to extend for an hour, because we still have a lot on the agenda, and I want to make this very clear. A lot of people are criticizing the fact that, we go a long time, but if we pull the tapes of how many times people talk on here, a lot of the people that are critical of that are the ones that create the atmosphere to that. Mm-hmm. So I just want to make that very clear. Okay. Now this is the first time in my tenure that I'm asking this, Vice Mayor Chernoff. Can I get a motion to extend for about an hour and a half, please?
We have a lot to discuss.
We have a lot, because there's items that were pulled from every which way.
I'll make that motion.
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hour and a half. Okay, so we're on to 1:30. 1
o'clock.
An hour and a half is 1 o'clock from 12.
No, you said extended an hour and a half.
An hour and a half from.
It's 1:30.
It's 1:30.
From now, an hour and a half.
No.
Go for another hour and a half.
That's what he asked me.
I heard him say
Right.
extend. No, he said extended an
I said
hour and a half.
extend. I
He
said
said
extend.
extended an hour
Hour and a half from the midnight deadline. That's what I'm saying. 1:30. Yes, 1:30. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So now it was
Okay, so I.
You have to clarify what you voted on.
okay. So just to clarify, I motioned to extend till 1:30, basically. So
I make that motion.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. So I got a motion in a second.
Everybody said aye, Michael.
Yes, everybody said aye.
Aye, that's it.
Okay. So now we go. Okay.
Now, I said, my last comment was to keep him till June 13th or whatever the date was. I'm not sure, I understand Commissioner Smith's feeling about, the consulting fee. I just want to remember how important this water plant is to us and, how much we need his input on it. And if I can't get a consulting fee, I would like, as I said like 5 times already, insurance is really important to me, and I would never, what? Oh, that's right. Well, we can keep him as a consultant and give him insurance.
No.
And pay him $1.
Yes, we can. We can do that.
Yes, we
Could I ask that a question, Mr. Mayor, as long as I made the
Slippery
motion?
slope for us.
How long would you want to?
He said we can have him, didn't you say you can?
At our discretion, we can give him insurance.
My question is, how long this water plant issue is going to go on years. This is something that it's not going to be a month. It's not going to be 6 months. The resolve to this is years. So, and we as a commission should have enough strength between the two of us to hire somebody, whether it's the current assistant manager or somebody else, that will be strong enough to take care of us. The question is, how long do you think, as a consultant, it would be worthwhile? It doesn't make sense. What makes sense the most is that we have a gentleman that really thrived in his career from North Miami Beach, and North Miami Beach thrived for him. It was a win-win. So let's talk reality, please, and take the motion.
Commissioner Chernoff.
The bottom line is that if we don't make a decision tonight, we still have to deal with the contract.
Yeah. So that being
Contract talks about severance or no severance. It's up to us, the mayor and commission.
So you came up with through the mayor, you proposed, you had a resolution on the table. You pulled it. Where are you located now, Commissioner, or Vice Mayor?
I believe that Mr. Diaz should receive severance.
all right. So now,
A suggestion?
do you have a suggestion, Commissioner?
No, I want to know.
No. He believes that we do, but you were the one with the issue saying I want this.
I already said what I want.
So do you have a number?
Oh, do I have a number?
Yeah, because basically you were saying,
I'm offering 10 weeks.
Okay, so he's offering 10 weeks, right? Now we're getting to a point, right? Now, Commissioner Chernoff. Now, I'm just trying to land this plane, all right?
So we're at 2010.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's at 20. No, that was the original motion.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, pulled it. That's why.
Okay, so but that being said, so Commissioner, so I just want to resolve this motion before we go to discussion. All right. So I have the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Florimon. Do you guys want to agree on a motion that we can finally discuss this particular issue? Because you said 10. And your numbers. So is there?
20.
Oh, he's still at 20.
So is there?
So we'll settle at 15.
He's offering 15.
Perfectly fine with me.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for 15-week severance.
Mayor, before you go to the vote, I would just urge, in the interests of the point that Commissioner Smith raised, what you, instead of using the word severance, that you specify that the manager would continue as an employee of the city in a consulting capacity with the interim manager beginning, the 15 weeks begins June 14th, because you reconsidered changing the date. It'd be 15 weeks, if that's what you're agreeing on, that's up to you, of course, from that date. And by doing it that way as a consultant, if, as Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Smuckler both said, you want to provide health benefits while he continues as an employee whose duties are consulting on the issues that, for instance, Commissioner Smuckler raised, he would be entitled to receive continuing health benefits. So you just, I'm not trying to tell you what the numbers are that you're selecting, just how you characterize it. And by doing it that way, you're also addressing the contractual issues that would otherwise be a problem if you simply terminate it.
Could I just add to that, Mr. Attorney and Mr. Mayor? Could I just add, if you're going to give health insurance, if this commission does that, please make it until he gets another position. Let's not.
You can't. You can only do it unless you continue him indefinitely as an employee. He's not, the insurance company will take your premium money, but then it won't pay the claim because they'll say, oh, he wasn't still an employee, he couldn't be covered. That's why I'm suggesting that for as long as you're willing, whatever the number is that you just agreed on or do agree on, characterize it not as, quote, severance, but as him continuing. You can have someone else exercising the duties beyond, starting June 14th, is what you decided. But during that additional period, have him continue as an employee with consulting duties, because for so long as you do that, he can get health insurance because he is an employee of the city. That's the reason I'm questioning, just advising as to the nomenclature.
Okay, so now we gotta, okay, Vice Mayor, sorry.
In that regard, what the attorney is saying.
We haven't finalized the motion yet.
What the attorney is saying to us, then we still need to appoint an interim.
No, which I was,
I thought we appointed him.
We never voted on it.
oh, okay, all right, hang on.
I'm so
Can we have a side,
You have a pending resolution to appoint
Right.
Mr. Plotkin as the interim city manager since the reconsidered, as of June 14th. That's what was on the agenda. That's where you are. You can now
And I would amend
that.
I would
to say-
amend that to say whenever Mr. Diaz wants to give it up.
so now,
Well, no, you have a date certain.
We have a date
It's in your
certain.
reso. The date certain is June 13th.
Vice Mayor, we have a date certain. All right, just so we'll be on the same page. All right, we have a
Follow the bouncing ball.
the way this motion is set up right now. Correct me if I'm wrong. That we will stick to the resolution. Will stick to this date already presented. However, we're adding the severance pay of about 15 weeks on there, inclusive of all the benefits that come with
Consulting
consulting.
services.
Yeah, consulting services.
But not the
Including
car.
health insurance.
Not the car.
No, not the car. Just the manager would be eligible, as I understand it, to get his accrued vacation and sick pay because he's no longer going to be, as of that date, as the 14th of June, he's no longer in the position, and you're amending the motion appointing Mr. Plotkin as of June 14th to say that from that date forward, the manager would continue as an employee of the city for a period of 15 weeks with consulting duties and be eligible to receive his health insurance benefits for so long as he's an employee. And by the way, whatever date that happens to come to, whatever date that is, he gets it till the end of that month.
Okay, so now let's clarify. Is that the motion that you want to make?
Fine.
Is that your second?
That's fine. Second.
Okay, so that is the motion. Now we're in discussion.
Okay, discussion. I'd like to know how much that comes to, number one. Number two, I'd like to know if anybody has a flask. I don't drink, but I could start.
I have a bottle upstairs.
All right, so we'll work on that number for Commissioner Smith. Commissioner.
I want to.
No, I'm going down the line. I'm going down the line. Okay. Commissioner Smith, ask her a question. Get her that response, whatever that amount is. Commissioner Foreman, do you have any thoughts? Okay. Commissioner Smucker, do you have any thoughts?
No.
All right, Commissioner Jean.
Thank you so much. I really like the fact that we're having this discussion, even though we have other things to discuss. I have two things that I want to say. One, we could have simply allowed the manager to stay until June 13th and had an administrative overlap where you still are functioning how we've been functioning. Now we've added the consultant, we've added this nuance, that nuance, this nuance, you're doing this, you're doing that. We could have simply had allowed him to go to the end of the time, and we still haven't discussed Commissioner Smuckler's discussion about the process, okay? Which is going to be another hour, right? But I'm not done. So let's be prudent, because having a consultant for something that we are not necessary, we have consultants already doing we have consultants, we have lobbyists, we have layers and layers and layers. The only thing that the manager is doing, in addition to what he's done for the last 2 years, is also communicating with us what's being done on our behalf. So I agree to the fact that I don't agree with the consultant. I don't agree with the severance, and I just want to put that on the record.
All right, Commissioner Sue.
Thank you. Wait, is somebody else wanting to talk? I need to.
No,
Is it just my? Okay, great. All right. So I think that this is our transition period right now. During this period from May 21st to June 13th is the time that our interim manager is going to take on the baton. So anything that needs consulting can be done in this period, and there's no more consulting that's needed to be done. Now, we know that by July 1st, we would know whether the veto is being vetoed or not. And however it happens, we can deal with it accordingly. Now, I disagree with Commissioner Smuckler that the water is the biggest thing that we've ever had to deal with. Like, no, that's what she said. It was dire. Thank you. So I disagree that is the most important thing, because, I mean, we had paid $9.2 million in a settlement with Miami Gardens already.
Because
losing $3 million in water and being able to make it back and knowing how to make it back, we already have people who know how to do that. So I don't think that if somebody resigns, decides to leave us. Now, I understand that it's because of his family, and I want to be sensitive towards that. And I've heard fathers talk about, like, not missing their children growing up. I don't want him to miss that. So with that said, I'm saying that he decided to leave us. And then now we are, trying to find somebody. We finally found, we defaulted in a way, because Mario did already train Andy to be his successor. So I think that we don't need anything else. So I don't understand why we would have to pay another 15 weeks. Listen, last point that I want to make. Hold on.
Does the manager want to be a consultant?
Wait, excuse me. Just let me finish first. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Oh my God, I lost my train of thought. Wait, hold on. You want to come back to me, because I forgot my.
Call the question.
All right, we're calling the question.
Wait.
Much.
Okay, before we call, can you get the specific number for?
Okay, I remember what I was going to say now. So you guys, our residents are dealing with so much financial hardship. We want to spend $100,000 just like that to somebody who's leaving our city. We're fighting here over like this amount of money, and we keep spending this amount of money just like that. Like, how about we save that money for something else that we need to do? Maybe we can actually serve one of those, a design for a speed bump that we need, that the residents want. I think Mr. Daniel Pierre.
That item is something that Commissioner Jean has been bringing up, and even when I was. And
Wait,
I'm-
what I was making a statement.
Go ahead.
My statement is, we just keep spending money like this, like senseless, with no return on investment. When we give this money to Mr. Diaz, he's not coming back. There is no return on investment. We put $100,000 into a speed bump for a design. There's a speed bump that's going to calm the traffic for our residents.
It's not 100,000. Okay. Okay.
The design of a speed bump or of a traffic calming design.
What type of design are you talking about?
Any design. What do you?
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay.
But you're going to get a return on investment. But when you give this up, there's no return on investment. He doesn't come back and contribute to the city anymore.
So do you have the specific amount for Commissioner Smith?
Looks like it's going to be close to $80,000,
Okay.
70,000, close to 80. He's told me 70, and that didn't include the insurance. The insurance is $2,500 a month, figured out for 3 months. You said till the end of the month.
I thought the question was the consulting, not the, that's my mistake.
Okay, so that's the ballpark number. Now, that's
And can I just say one more thing so that everybody will understand? I wanted this to know that, again, it's nothing personal. I think the opportunities North Miami Beach gave to Mr. Diaz are without, and he's thanked me several times.
All right,
I know
so-
what the opportunities are.
So-
But I just wanted to tell you that the public that has contacted us, the public who it's their money, they feel very strongly about this. And so I don't know where you're going.
Okay, that being said,
Money too.
well, that being said, you call the vote.
You know what? I'm going to make a motion. I'm making an amendment. Let's just change it to 10 weeks, like Mackenzie had said, please.
Can we? Because
Okay.
we already
All right.
called the vote. We already called the vote. All right. So, Madam Clerk, can you? No, but she gave him the ballpark number.
I think it's hard, but.
No, it's around 8. Okay.
It's for 15. I'm amending it to 10 weeks.
No, well, there's a motion and a second based on the 15. Now, the thing is, if the motion fails, then we fail. Then we move on. Okay? That being said,
Wait, do we move on and we can make it 10?
yes, if it fails.
Okay.
All right?
Crazy.
Madam Clerk.
not about-
So, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can you please, No, but she got it's around that number, City Attorney. Madam Clerk, can you just do the roll call so we can have?
So if it was 90 for 20 weeks, and it would be,
That did not include the insurance, which is $2,500 a month.
okay, so.
But he gets that anyway.
So I just want to work on that, on the motion. All right, so Madam Clerk, can you do the roll
Commissioner
call?
Smuckler?
Yes. Oh, I was saying yes because I thought you were calling my name. I'm sorry.
I was, sorry.
Yes.
It is yes. Commissioner Sue.
No.
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
No, absolutely no.
Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Yes.
Mayor Joseph.
Yes. All right, now.
Okay, now since I'm on the prevailing side, I'm bringing it, I want to change it to 10 weeks.
She could do that from a procedural standpoint.
Okay, that's it.
If it's seconded and then if it's voted for.
All right, so now we have to get a second on the prevail. Well, do we need it on the prevail? Oh, it could be anybody. It has to be on the prevail.
anybody.
On anybody on the prevail. Anybody on that even if they miss the vote. So now she's on the prevailing side.
I'm changing it to 10 weeks.
She's changing it to 10 weeks. Is there a second to reduce it to 10 weeks?
Second.
All right. So now we're back. So what happens then?
Motion is a motion to reconsider. It's not to change it.
Oh, so to reconsider the.
Okay.
So we go back.
Now we're voting on
Reconsideration.
reconsider based on the 10 weeks or on
Just to reconsider.
to reconsider the vote we're taking.
So are we able to discuss that before the vote is taken? Okay. May I, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your diligence and posture on this issue.
I do too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
And you are.
You're doing a very good job.
The reality is, I know we're talking about residents and their concerns, and we're talking about various elected officials and our concerns. I want the residents to understand that the nuances of what's going on here is that we just voted on something, and we've kind of been negotiating amongst ourselves.
What?
When I say negotiate amongst ourselves, meaning that we have a party that has to accept what we're offering. Am I correct? Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
No.
Is that-
No. Just to be clear.
I just want to make
No,
sure.
what we voted on, right, is to provide an additional because he resigned, right?
Right.
I understand the standpoint of he resigned. We added, we agreed on that prevailing motion or prevailing action to add.
Correct. Okay, because we're not changing the date.
We're not.
Okay,
we're not
very well.
changing anything. All we're adding is an additional aspect to move forward.
Right, but okay, I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Mayor. In addition to that, I wanted to say,
I want to know if you're upset because I care about you and you're ignoring me?
No, that's not. No, that's not. No. Please.
this is one of the important things to know about this process is what.
Okay.
Rescinding my.
She's rescinding her motion. All right. So she's rescinding her motion. We're going now that
I just wanted
if
to.
she's rescinding, we're moving forward.
You now have an amended motion that says that Andrew Plotkin is appointed as interim city manager effective June 14th, and that's been amended by what you voted for a consulting duty employment for 15 weeks with health insurance for Mr. Diaz. That's the amendment to it. That's what you adopted.
Yes, we did.
You can now have further discussion, or you can vote on the motion as amended.
I just wanted to make sure we voted on something
No, we
that.
already voted on it. No, she's rescinding the entire thing.
You voted to amend the motion to appoint Mr. Plotkin to add that. Now you have a final vote.
Oh, okay. So now we're going to vote on the final vote.
Yes,
Now,
as amended with both.
Madam Clerk.
First Amendment out, the Second Amendment.
Madam Clerk, do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Sue.
Hold on.
No, I've done the roll call. I've done the call the vote. Now,
He's bifurcating
No.
it. It's too late.
so that's too. So now,
Discussion.
Madam Clerk, please.
I said Commissioner Sue, and I'm waiting for her response.
All right.
No.
Commissioner Florimon.
Oh, the answer is yes? I'm sorry, I didn't. No, I didn't get that question. I thought it was.
Wait.
Wait, can you clarify what we're voting on again?
Motion, the existing resolution that stands is to appoint Mr. Plotkin as interim city manager effective June 14th.
Yeah.
And you have amended onto that Mr. Diaz is to continue in the employ of the city with consulting duties for a period of 15 weeks with health insurance after beginning June 14th. That's the motion as.
So now, please.
Yes or
No, wait, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry,
No,
but
that was
wait, I
withdrawn.
did not agree to have another add-on to my amendment. So we have a resolution here.
It's not your amendment.
I get it. What I'm saying is we have an appointment for the interim manager.
No.
This is all this resolution is about. Whatever you guys want to do, you can
You
go.
amended it.
We've amended it. Now we're going to vote on the amended resolution as amended. So now, Madam Clerk, can you please go through the roll, please? Roll call. Can you repeat it one more time, City Attorney?
The resolution before you was the original resolution to appoint Mr. Plotkin as interim city manager effective June 14th.
Yes.
And you have amended that to deal with, as I said, there was a very open question about the existing manager, and you amended the resolution appointing Mr. Plotkin to continue Mr. Diaz as an employee of the city beginning June 14th for a 15-week period with health insurance. That is what is before you, the original thing as amended.
That was never voted on. We're voting on now whether we want 15 weeks as a consultant.
That was voted, you have amended, you already voted to amend it. And there was, at one point, Commissioner Smuckler was going to reconsider, but you withdrew it. So you voted to amend the resolution appointing Mr. Plotkin. To answer the question that Commissioner Flourmont raised, where does that leave Mr. Diaz? You voted to amend the resolution so it appoints Mr. Plotkin and deals with Mr. Diaz's status.
That closes the loop.
What's
And that
before
closes the
you.
loop. That closes.
And you vote up or down.
Madam Clerk, please do the roll call, please. You started off with Commissioner Sue, so let's go down. Come on.
Okay.
We're going down the roll call. Madam Clerk, please.
Commissioner Sue, your vote?
We're voting for the entire thing. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
So if I vote no, that means I'm also voting no for Andy to be the interim?
You're voting down that resolution, yes.
The amended.
Oh my God, I can't.
Okay, so go, okay. So is that yes?
Can you skip me for a while?
No.
Like, next person. I will come back and vote.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Vice
I
Mayor
have to-
Chernoff?
Yes.
Now, before, please, Commissioner.
Commissioner Sue?
No.
Mayor Joseph?
Yes. All right, we'll close the loop. Andy starts as the city manager, effective June 14th. We've resolved an issue in regards to contract situation, in regards to our manager, Mario Diaz. Now we go to the next item on our agenda, please.
No.
What?
I would like to, since we're at this point in our juncture, I would like to now discuss moving forward.
Well,
How are we going to go move forward for a new city manager?
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I know we have to do a process. I would want a process, to be quite clear, right? In the past, we've always talked about we doing a process and what have you. And I've heard a lot of weird things leading up to this. I call this the manager of sweepstakes in that sense. It's a bad term of art, but I see that a lot of jockeying for positions, as Commissioner Flourmont pointed out during the retreat. I want to make very clear, and like I said, I think we should have, I don't know if we can come up with a formalized process right now, but I do want that to be presented at our next commission meeting. I want that to be presented. I don't want us to do it on the fly.
Right.
Well, and again, whoa,
No,
wait,
Jay,
wait.
Jay, I agree, we have to have a process. I think that because of the time. Because we're gonna do the process, but it doesn't matter if we do it today or in another month, we still have to do the process.
We are going to do the process. I want to.
But again, hold on.
Okay, Vice Mayor, sorry.
If you do it in another month, then we start losing Mario.
No, we have an interim.
I understand we have an interim, but that's not the point. The seasoned manager is Mario now. Mario is going to train Andy. We're going to have that. That's the benefit of Mario staying and being here, right? Okay. But if we go and have a process of saying, okay, we're going to go out and throw it out there to put out for staff to put out the feelers for the RFP, whatever, for managers, let's say Florida only.
Well, I would
application.
Well,
I want Florida.
I would want it to be bigger, but I understand what you mean by Florida. But my thing is that I would want procurement to come back with something formalized, or HR to come back with a formalized aspect. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to.
So you want them to choose what you're going to?
No.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I could interrupt, I had asked for the clerk to provide us with the previous posting to see what were the requirements of the last time it was actually advertised. I don't think that was done, but I think that's a good metric for us to have, and that should have already.
Do you have that in front of you?
Well, that was supposed to be given. That was asked about a week ago, so it wasn't sent.
My thing is that it hasn't been given. I appreciate the fact that we should have that, and if that's a starting point, that's our starting point from that point on. But my thing is that we have a litany of other stuff here. I'm saying that given this fact or whatever, we can have that all formalized by the June 17th date.
Should have had it formalized for tonight.
I know, but this is the situation that we're in, and like I'm running through a clock right now, and I just want to. We have other stuff on the agenda. Let's go through this agenda because there's a lot of stuff on here. We can have a formalized discussion. We can give direction to the manager as well as HR to come up with the prior posting, which would make it an easier sample because we know we have an interim. It can clock in that moment that happens or what have you, that we do the posting, or now, depending on how we stand. But what I'm saying is that we can move forward and have it more formalized by the next meeting. So right now we have an agenda. The next item, Madam Clerk, would be what?
Wait, and Vice Mayor, the manager, you said you wanted his input on it. The manager will still be a consultant for us at that time, so he can give input on it.
So, Madam Clerk, what's the next item, please?
Mayor, can I hate to do this, but.
Oh, yes, you have.
However, two things very quick.
Yes, you do have two.
I try not to give unsolicited advice, but this is just one tiny comment to all of you. You're making the most important decision you ever make, with all deference to city attorneys and city clerks, is who your manager is.
Yeah.
So my one tiny piece of advice is, whatever you do, don't give up your power to committees or consultants or headhunt. Keep your power to make your decision about who you want. Don't give that power up in any way because it's on you. And then the next item, if you would,
please, the city attorney has an executive.
Quickly, it's city attorney's report. I need to request executive sessions on 3 matters, okay? And I need to request that we have executive sessions on the following cases. I understand we may have finally, as of today, agreed on language on sorry, but it's still subject to your approval. So I need an executive session on Sorry versus North Miami Beach. I need an executive session on a construction case we're handling, and C&W Pipeline versus North Miami Beach. I say I need, presumably, and an executive session on the Anderson versus North Miami Beach case.
Can that all be done on the same day?
Yes, they can all be done at one time. And however, I would also request immediately following, whenever we get them scheduled, and I'm going to talk about that just for a second, that there also be a special council meeting. No settlement can be approved in an executive session. Every settlement has to be approved in open session. So I would ask that we have, I'm going to call for the executive sessions, and then we, at the conclusion, move to a special council meeting so settlements can be approved. And I'm going to ask you if we can do it hopefully by the end of May, but if not, certainly within the next 2 weeks, if we can try to get them scheduled. I don't think they'll be extremely lengthy.
So you're not talking about the same day we have the executive session?
I am talking about the
right after.
Immediately after.
So how do we do that?
I think a block of about an hour and a half, all told, executive session, special council meeting. I think we can keep it to about an hour and a half total, and I'll need you to hopefully work with the clerk so we can get these done.
Then you'd have to advertise and everything.
We have to advertise.
Madam Clerk, you have the direction. Can you work on coordinating a date within the next couple of weeks to see what can be worked out?
No, he said end of May. End of May is next
Hopefully
week.
end of May, but certainly within the next 2 weeks, which takes us into the first,
So if you
couple of days.
with the next couple of weeks, can you work on that, Madam Clerk? So next item, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
We're on 11.1, that ordinance. Oh, sorry.
She's going to try to schedule it in the next 2 weeks. Madam Clerk's going to reach out. What is the next item?
Ordinance 2025-03, 11.1.
May I go back to the consultant issue for just a second?
We've passed the issue.
I know you passed it, but I want to know what the scope is. Can he still hire and fire people? Like, what is the...
He's a consultant.
No, until the 13th, he is still full 100% city manager. He can hire and fire whoever he wants. Okay. And also the other part is, so the consultant is, then at that point, he relinquishes any rights to hire and fire people.
Yes.
Okay.
You have an interim manager.
And is it paid by the hour, or is he just paying a flat 15 week?
That's what you voted.
Okay, got it.
All right, so now we're 11. What number?
You had 11.1, which is ordinance 2025-03, first reading.
Okay, that is Commissioner Florimon as well as Commissioner Smith.
I'm thinking if, with Commissioner Florimon's approval, maybe we should table this till next meeting and improve maybe some of the requirements, or
I can agree with that.
So we're motion to table.
I make a motion to table it.
The second?
Yes.
To postpone to a date certain? defer to it?
Yes, I'm thinking that maybe we should have like a business be required to be open maybe 6 months before they can be on a board, or, some suggestions.
Motion is to defer to the June meeting.
Correct.
All right, we got a motion and a second. This is an ordinance, so it has to be a roll call. Madam Clerk?
No, a motion to defer.
Oh, it doesn't need it? Okay, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, passes unanimously. Now, what's this next item?
Mayor, I apologize. The commission had moved the traffic calming discussion up, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out there is another discussion item that is a bit of a time sensitive, which is the Black and Beach transition plan. The contract and the 90-day extension is going to be up prior to the June meeting. And so we would either ask that additional time be considered, or that you have that conversation before the end of the night.
How much time can we add?
That's totally up to the commission. For me, it's a very simple conversation where two of the three options jeopardize grant and WIFIA loan for the water. And so for me, they're non-starters, but it was part of the conversation.
So here's my thing. Now I got to have a motion to go out of order to bring this up. I will motion for that because it is an issue that the manager. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye for moving.
Aye.
Aye. Now it's.
I'm not sure that you can make the motion. I'll make the motion.
Okay. So you. Oh, okay.
I don't think the chair. I'll
Can
make
I
the
not
motion.
make the motion or?
Can't get past it.
Robert's rules suggested.
Okay, so you're making the motion.
I made the motion.
So we have a motion and a second, right? Who's the second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Susan, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, now we are, the item is before us, Black and Beach is before us, that issue. Where's that? Okay.
Thank you. If I
Be
can
real
have
quick, please.
our water director.
You do 11.3?
Well, I'll bring it up. Yes.
Has everyone reviewed that transition plan with the manager?
Yes.
We have spoken about it on one-on-ones.
I was just trying to move it along because I recall that okay.
Please.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, and City Manager. So as we follow the direction from City Commission, we came back before the Commission with the proposed transition plan to address the concern. We elaborated on three options, and then we went through reviewing the pros and cons of each option and what would be the risk associated to each option. We're still recommending the original negotiated contract that we brought before you to continue the service over the extent of the 12 month while we're focusing on fooling the CIP department. So this way, we can maintain the continuity in our project management and program management.
All right. So, all right. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, one opposed? Motion. Wait. Commissioner Smuckler?
Weren't we supposed to discuss there's nothing else to discuss?
No.
The transition plan?
Yeah, we agreed on the transition plan. Commissioner
So
Smuckler,
we're
do you
going
want
to hire like 7, I don't know, how many people are we supposed to hire according
No,
to the transition
I
plan?
think the motion, the item before you guys was only relative to extending Black and Beach for the 12 months period.
Oh, okay, got it. All right.
That was
So
the
I thought
intent
there was
of
a
the.
transition plan with the CIP director.
No, that was not part of, that was
That's a
the.
different one?
that-
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. All right.
What was your vote?
Yes.
It was a yes.
Yes.
So that it passed.
I'm a yes too.
Now we have, Madam Clerk, you have the traffic calming. Because.
Correct.
So, Commissioner Jean. Commissioner Jean, we're ready for you.
Traffic calming, Commissioner.
You got 10.
No, 11.1 is postponed.
Deferred.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we had some locations, and I know we've been going at this for quite some time, so I'm hoping that everyone's okay with the locations that have been proposed.
I've been told them, yes. So I know we've discussed this ad nauseum. Commissioner Jean had the courage to bring it up to speed this along. I'm sorry, it was my fault that we didn't bring it up since I am supposed to be the traffic cop. But this is something that we've discussed several times. And a lot of people have brought up this issue, why it's taking so long. Commissioner Jean, if you have a motion in a second so we can try to move this forward. You have a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a second?
Second.
All right, we got a motion, a second, Vice Mayor.
And discussion.
We're approving the
Traffic
15.5 traffic calming resolution, I believe it is, right?
15
Correct?
Yeah, it's a resolution.
It's a resolution.
15.3.
It's 15.3 resolution. All right? So that's what we're voting on right now. All right? All in favor say aye?
No.
Wait.
Discussion.
Oh, discussion.
Carleen, the gentleman that was here saying he almost got hit by the car, do we have his location? Daniel?
We have his location.
I'm sorry. Yes, Vice Mayor, we have his location. We took his address. That's not part of what's before you right now, but it is in the queue to evaluate it and, if possible, add a temporary speed hump.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, so again, I'm going to bring up the 165th Street and 26th Avenue. Commissioner Lynn goes home that way. Commissioner Sue goes home that way. And there is absolutely no reason to spend $180,000 on that.
I agree.
It goes into a dead end. It doesn't make any sense.
Can we amendment removing that one, please, until pending?
And on Northeast 2nd Avenue, it doesn't tell us what street it's going on. I think that's important because we had a lot of people from 2nd Avenue come here. On 180th Street, Northeast 12th Avenue, that's near the canal. 10th Avenue, 180th and 12th, that's where the speed bumps are by the canal. So I don't even know why we're spending $111,000. In fact, there's roundabouts there, and there's speed bumps everywhere. That's by Windward. Panulita, 651 Northeast 168th Street. When you come in on 168th, that has a roundabout. So that to spend $220,000
We've
there?
been going through this. I had asked staff through the manager for them to make sure that these locations have been vetted. So can you speak to that, please?
Yes, the locations on this memo have all been studied by a professional transportation engineer. So they've all been vetted and as well as studied in terms of their criticality and that they're at risk.
So we got
intersections.
We got a motion in a second, right?
I just want to put on record 168th and 20th Avenue. You do understand, I hope everybody understands it's right here.
So we're keeping it the way it is.
Well,
I'm keeping 168 and 20th has had 13 accidents in the last 3 years. So we're keeping the list as is.
All right, so we're voting as it is presented. Just keeping that on. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I'm going to let it ride. I'm going to say aye only because we need this.
Unanimously. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Was there any in there for Highland Village?
You have to ask.
Oh, Carleen?
Oh, Carleen, was there any in there for Highland Village?
No.
So we have a drainage project that's actually underway. We're pending. Yeah. So we can't start any traffic calming projects until absolutely. Yeah. So that's why that one was on
11.3.
Just for clarification, Highland Village does have a traffic study done and is ready for design once that project is done. It's the first unfunded project listed there for 139.
39.
Thank you, Manager.
135,
So
137.
now we're going to 11.3. Madam Clerk.
The attorney will read it.
Motion to bring it?
Do I have a second?
Okay, item 11.3, resolution number R 2025-63, approval of the issuance by the Capital Projects Finance Authority of its educational facilities revenue bonds for Lennar Elementary School project. brought by the CFO, Tarek Romani, a resolution approving the issuance of the Capital Projects Finance Authority of its educational facilities revenue bonds, Lennar Elementary School project, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $27 million. The proceeds from the sale of which will be used principally to finance and refinance the cost of acquiring, constructing, and improving certain charter school facilities located within the city and owned and operated by Lennar Elementary School, Inc.
Make the
Authorizing
motion.
the execution and delivery of an interlocal agreement with the authority and providing for an effective date.
Make the motion.
So, Mr. Manager, can you be quick on this?
Just very quick, and
Please.
the CFO can confirm if anything is changed. This does not have any financial impact on the city whatsoever. The school is they are not taxed, and the IRS requires an interlocal agreement for the funding. Therefore, we need to have this interlocal. Their site plan has already been approved. They are moving forward with construction. And so even though it's a $27 million, there is no impact to the city.
Okay.
Joe Linda Herring and Bryant Miller and Olive is here to answer any
And
questions.
okay. That being said, I have a motion. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I made the motion.
Okay, yeah. Oh, so I got a motion from Commissioner Smith, a second by Vice Mayor. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimous. All right. Thank you. Next item is is it ProCal? 11.2. Who's introducing? Vice Mayor's introducing. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion, a second. City Attorney.
Item 11.2. Resolution number R 2025-62, approving service changes to the NMB line and the Transportation Operation and Maintenance Services Agreement with ProCal Mobility for 5 years, brought by the Interim Public Works Director, Kerline McHenry, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving service changes to the NMB line and approving a bid waiver agreement pursuant to the city's Code of Ordinances 3-4.5 for transportation operation and maintenance services with ProCal Transportation, Inc., DBA ProCal Mobility, for a 5-year term with 2 one-year renewal options in an annual amount not to exceed $1,863,960, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date. We had there was a scrivener's error in the text of the resolution.
Deputy City Attorney mentioned that, right?
Yes, so just to clarify the language, and again, I understand there may be a motion directed to it, but the corrected language to it will be as follows, because it does not specifically use the words bid waiver as is read.
Right,
We
that
changed it, but
needs to say.
it will read as follows. Section 2, the mayor and city commission finds in the best interest of the city to approve the waiver of competitive bidding and the service changes to the NMB line and approve and accept the negotiated agreement with Pro Transportation, Inc., DBA ProCal Mobility, for a 5-year term with 2 one-year renewal options beginning May 30th, 2025, in an annual amount not to exceed $1,863,960, and to execute all necessary documents consistent with this resolution and with the city code, authorizing the city manager to waive competitive bidding pursuant to section 3.4-5 of the city code. And we'll certainly circulate that, and if there are any questions, but that's the corrected language that specifically incorporates the bid waiver.
So now we have, because of the issue that happened last time, we've mitigated that issue based on what's presented to us.
That's correct, Mayor. We felt it needed to come back for a final vote. There were questions raised by numerous people, including members of this dais, as to the method of procurement, and we want to specify clearly, that's why it's back for a vote, notwithstanding the instruction, because it did not reference bid waiver.
It didn't express that specific term of art.
Cite that specifically, and it has to be done in accordance
by statute
with the city code, which includes some other things that the manager can and could do. So that's explicit. Doesn't mean you have to pass it, but it does mean that you couldn't do it. And just say it this way: you can't infer
It has to
a
be
bid
expressed.
waiver.
It has to be
to be explicit as to it. That's why it's back.
Okay, that being said, I know, Commissioner, I'm going to go down the line, and now it's before us for discussion. Or do I have to have a motion and a second, then have a discussion? How does that work? So do I have a motion to approve? Do I have a second? We did it, motion to introduce.
Oh, okay, second.
So now it's before us for discussion. Commissioner Smith was not here last time, so please, Commissioner Smith, it's your opportunity to speak on the item.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I definitely feel 120% now that this has to go out for a bid. We had two people. We received a letter from another company that also wants to bid, and we had somebody come before us that they want to bid. And I think that this is a major, major, major investment with a study necessary and which routes necessary. And the way it was worded then, the way it's worded now, if you really read what you're voting on, it is very up in the air. It's not definitive. The contract actually started, and I read all four amendments, and every time it came before us as a resolution. It started in April 2020. And I'm sorry, it was September 2020 for a 5-year, 3-year, and 2 1-year additions. So that would really mean that the contract went until September 25. So that's number one. But then the question was brought up, how did it change to April? Well, it changed to April, they're saying, on one of the resolutions that were voted on. But if that's the case, then it was made back into a 4-year and not a 5-year. So I just think that 200%, this needs to go out for a bid. Procurement did not know about this. They didn't even know. The public didn't have any right to speak about this. If you watch the tape as I did, you'll see that this whole vote, this whole discussion, this whole trolley was done in an unusual way, that we don't do procurement that way. We don't spend that kind of money that way. And I have to tell you, 100%, some of the things that were said, like they're going to get advertisement and they're going to give you half of it, $15,000 a year you're going to get in advertisement. Weren't they supposed to be getting advertisement right along? We always said that they could have advertisement on the trolley. So now to introduce that as another perk that they're going to do for us, no, you were supposed to be doing this. So I have to tell you, I happen to like the company. I like the owner very much. They can bid. And let's see competitively who gives us the best run for our buck. Let's do it competitively and see who gives us the best routes. I will tell you, I've also got in touch with Dade County for what kind of free transportation do they do? They do not do transportation east of Biscayne Boulevard. So I love how the conversation is, well, you didn't want have a trolley in Eastern Shores. That was never said. There was low ridership in Eastern Shores. And what I really was very concerned that nobody brought up, nobody paid attention to, anything east of Biscayne Boulevard. When you cut off east of Biscayne Boulevard, where you're cutting off all of 26th Avenue, all those townhouses that you're so worried about the traffic right there, guess what? You're cutting off the bus, which would stop more cars from going. But the big thing is, that bus that comes into Eastern Shores also connects with Sunny Isles. So anybody that lives in Washington Park or Ulita can go to the beach on a trolley by taking the trolley to Eastern Shores and then getting on the trolley for Sunny Isles. It's there many times during the day. That trolley from Sunny Isles will take you to Aventura. I understand it's an all-day trip, but some people have the day off or like to go to Aventura, spend a few hours. Maybe they'd like to go to the beach and spend a few hours, and they don't have a car. They'd like to take their children to the beach. So cutting that off completely did not make any sense, number one. Number two, I'd like to study to see how many people use the trolley from 5:30 at night to 7:30 at night, 6 days a week. I'd like to see that. The big thing that nobody's considering, still, North Miami Beach tax dollars. And there's no way you should be voting on this. North Miami Beach tax dollars are picking people up outside of the city at the county bus terminal and stopping in Miami Gardens at their shopping center. Oh, yes, they're stopping at Miami Gardens Shopping Center. It is a stop they get on Northeast 441. They're stopping in Miami Gardens. We need to go out for a competitive bid. We need to extend this contract. I believe it's not up until September. I believe in my reading it is not up till September. But if it's up now, we need to extend this contract, and we need to go out for a competitive bid for the two people that own companies that want to bid, just them. And then procurement can put it out, and we can maybe get 5 companies. Let's see what happens.
Okay, Commissioner Flormont, any thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to what Commissioner said about going to Miami Gardens, are you referencing the Walmart on 441?
I'm referring the stop on 441. And I heard it was a little shopping center area.
Okay, well,
I haven't been to it.
I do know that a lot of our residents use, that Walmart on 441 and shopping centers in that area because, they are more convenient, especially for Ulita residents, et cetera. It's more convenient just to go over the bridge and go shop.
Right, but it's not for our residents to determine where the stop is. It's for us to determine.
No, I know. I guess the point what I'm making is that it is a stop that is worthwhile for our residents, for people who use the service. Right. So whether the stop is within our city or not, it's still serving our residents. But in addition to that, last time this was up here, it seemed pretty clear that what the staff was requesting was that they go and negotiate a particular proposal that was in the packet. That's what was presented. So I spoke about this with the city attorney, and he said this was the best and ironclad way of doing this, making sure that it's right. And, based on his advice, this is the best way to do a bid waiver. So I'm comfortable with the initial staff recommendation. Thank you.
All right.
A
few things. So if, in fact, the bus is stopping in some shopping center in Miami Gardens, isn't there like a real time that we can check? Can we go back in time to check?
I will have to get with staff to see where that GPS and that tracking goes back, but we'll look into it tomorrow. Okay. I'm looking at the routes right now. The stop 12 on Route D is the transfer station with Miami Gardens Express, right there on the corner of, what is that? 2nd Avenue and 183rd, I believe it is.
Did we know we were always, it's been there?
Yes, this has been a stop.
Like forever?
Yeah, this has been a stop.
It's been there since the beginning of time?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so because I did get a complaint that it was going into Miami Gardens, but if you're all saying that's been there forever, then it's an uncomplained. Okay. Another thing, and I just wanted to point this out because I'm not even sure if it was said today or if it's somebody texted me, emailed me, because I don't remember anymore. But a lot of people are saying that they can take that STS service. Okay.
That's a hard thing to get.
Okay, I had 3 broken bones.
Were you approved for it?
And I couldn't get into it. Okay, so for someone to say, "Oh, they can take STS," no, it's not like that. Like I needed to get my doctor to write a letter, and they had to send X-rays, and it takes months and months and months. And by the time I didn't even, I stopped because I then finally 3 months later I started driving. But I had 3 broken bones, and I couldn't get into it. So please, people, don't say they can take STS. It's not like that. You have to have a mental or physical disability and go through a whole process. Okay, and then the other thing is, this happened, I think it was last year with the communications bid that we had someone come and give us a quote, and we had, I don't remember if we accepted it, but then we decided to go out to bid. And what happened is that everybody knew this person's bid, this company's bid, so now everybody was bidding lower. So if we were to go out, this is what's going to happen, that everybody's going to bid lower than the Procel, and it's not fair to him. But also, I believe on the contract it says that they have to have a service area in North Miami Beach, or what was it in the contract?
Not in the contract, in the RP. That was when they put out the bid. That was a requirement, which Propel was not in North Miami Beach. They were in North Miami.
They're in North Miami Beach.
They are now. After they got the bid, they moved.
Okay. So, right now I've gotten 2 letters, and one of them, neither one of them that I could see had an office or whatever it is that they need to have in North Miami Beach. And one of them, I actually looked at their website, and maybe I was looking in the wrong place, but I couldn't even find trolley. To me, it was all like limo service and party buses. So I couldn't find anything that had to do anything with trolley, or that they've done anything with a trolley in the past. That was one of the 2 that I received. And that's it.
Okay. Commissioner Jean?
I don't have anything to say.
Commissioner Sue?
Thank you. So I think our city has been through a lot of controversy, and this is...
Some of it's self-inflicted, by the way.
Yes, and we're about to inflict again.
No. That's
So
what I'm saying.
let me explain, because the checkoff box was to check off I, which is when an essential government service would be interrupted. We still have a couple of months before that contract ends. There is no need to rush into something. If we can extend it to the full term, Procel will still continue to get their money, and then everybody will have to come back and give us a better deal. And the winner, it's not fair to Procel. Yeah, I get it. But you know what's fair? It's fair to our residents. Our residents will be getting a good price, and they will be getting what it is that they deserve. And also, they have done studies. We don't know which stop has picking up more people, which stop is actually like the best stop for that. We don't have any town halls. Contrary to popular belief, maybe some of the residents who came today thought that I wanted to cut the service. I absolutely don't. But what I wanted to do is to serve the residents so that we know which is the stop point that is most convenient for everybody. There's been no town halls with the residents. I think we should have... When was this? When did we have a town, Mr. Manager? Do you know when we had our last town hall?
We're talking when we had a trash transit. Yeah.
You had a what?
Let's talk trash. We did a comprehensive community. Can anyone speak to it from staff? The one that we had last year.
Yeah, we did it prior.
Last year there was a series of town halls throughout the city, in addition to my listening tours in 23 and 24. That was talking trash and transit, and it also had the police department as part of that as well.
So we had that information, but we never had the trolleys change their stops. Or did we already optimize that?
We're optimizing it now with the percent.
No, I'm talking about like the whole year that we had ever since we did that town hall. We did not change any stops to accommodate the residents. Is that what happened?
That was based on feedback.
So what was the feedback? And okay, so what I'm trying to say is that we have all this information, but the study that they did, they didn't have the information that was presented to us. They just said the ridership, where was the ridership coming from? The ridership came from our coordinator with the numbers that they had. It's nothing new. And then they cut out routes that they had buses running overlapping them, and that was all that was there. I don't know what else is maybe Procel would like to submit something that they had like a report. Who was it done by? Was it an independent company that was doing transportation? Did they actually analyze all the things, including the information that we had from the town halls? So I'm leaving that pending. We have 2 vehicles that are 5 years old. Okay, we do have another 3 vehicles that are over that age. Why can't we blend some of the vehicles? And I know a lot of residents love the look of our trolley, but we're not using that. We're going to get the buses. How about we supplement the bus and then pay a little less? There's no compromise or looking at whatever's existing. We just want to get rid of all 5 trolleys and we want to buy new ones, and we're going to go under contract for 5 years. Now, I want to also remind you, first of all, Boca Raton is right now doing a test pilot for self-driving trolleys.
What?
Yes.
Well, look, I've done way.
No,
that I'm not.
No,
that's not our life. Boca Raton is trying this out. What I'm trying to say is you lock yourself into a 5-year contract. By the way, self-driving cars run into less accidents than actual human beings driving.
No, I've tested the Waymo. I understand what you're saying, but just so we get.
What I'm trying to say is you're missing out on technology if you sign yourself up for a 5-year contract. And then the Procel will not take anything less than 5 because they've already invested in the vehicles.
Okay. So
okay. So my point in saying this is we're missing out on potential opportunity, a future opportunity. We don't have real trolley studies present, or at least not in the package that I saw. We're not incorporating information from the town halls. We're closing out opportunity for people to bid on this trolley service so that our residents can get the best deal. Okay? And we're opening ourselves up for potential lawsuits. Even if you have a bid waiver, there is no good reason for your bid waiver.
Okay.
Because you're saying the service is going to be interrupted, but the contract is not over. We can extend it longer. Now.
Commissioner Sue.
Yes, sir.
All right. That being said, Commissioner Chernoff.
The only thing I'll say is during the contract, what we asked for at the last one was for the staff to negotiate the contract, which we have the right to negotiate anytime during the contract, and we have a right to cancel the contract at any time.
Exactly.
Right.
So now all we're doing is adding that express language for the bid waiver. Do I have a motion in a second?
I wanted to add for change. I received an email from Freebie that trying to remember. It was with the route with Ulita. Do you remember what it was?
It was an option saying that there's other thought processes. I know that I got the same email, but that doesn't. So we won't mix.
Right, but I'm saying that maybe if we're gonna, because we're supposed to be negotiating contract with Procel, if I think we can take that.
But even the freebie app, the freebie.
What are you guys talking about? I
So
didn't get the email.
that's why I don't want to mix and match because freebie has. Mind you, Freebie has been expanding. It's getting grant money. I want to keep it separate because there's various aspects of Freebie, and I know them very well.
Right.
So that being said, I
have a question about
Mayor,
Freebie.
just to clarify something, a couple quick points. As to Commissioner Smith's point, we did, based on your request, Commissioner, go to Procel, and they did agree to continue service down into Eastern Shores 2 days a week as you had requested. And I do want to clarify that also there were, as has been pointed out, a bid waiver is permissible. It's not required. It's permissible. It's in our code. That's why we brought it back. two other people did submit. One of the languages when you do a bid waiver is that the manager is authorized to look at other proposals. There's language about looking at three, and frankly, the manager is able to look at the other two that have been submitted and can review those, and if they found some great upset, that could be considered and come back to you in that form. So those two other proposals, that, as opposed to formal competitive bidding, the two that have been received can be looked at. If they were vastly superior, they could be the subject of the actual procurement. There has not yet been a, I just wanted to clarify.
No, you clarified. So now we're just, like I said, we're voting on the waiver of bid as presented. Yes. Do I have a motion in a second? Do we have, and can we, is it a roll call vote? Because,
Wait a minute.
No, I'm calling the vote.
I want to hear what she was talking about.
But she.
You did what Commissioner Smuckler was talking about, just so I can.
It just has to do with something that we're duplicating.
No, it's called competing, but they don't have a no complete clause for freebie.
Is she talking to me?
Yeah, she has it.
Is she talking to me?
Wait. Hang on.
Can the attorney take it?
I have called the vote. I've called the vote. So all in favor? You'd be better doing just as a show of hands for a roll. Okay, where's the clerk? Oh, you want to? Okay, so do the roll call, please.
Okay, well, I'm going to just start at the end. I don't know
All right,
what
go ahead.
protocol is. The motion is for, as stated, we read the corrected, it is a bid waiver, and it says it is pursuant to our city code. So, Commissioner Smith?
No.
Commissioner Fleurimont?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
I'm going to start at the other end. I'm sorry, no, I go. Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Sue?
No.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Next item.
What was
Next
the?
And also,
5-2.
and I just want to say that Procel has their headquarters actually in North Miami Beach.
Right there, you lead it. Okay, so now what's the next item?
Move to the next
Still not
item.
the best deal
Thank
our
you, Mayor.
residents can
that
get.
Passed 5-2.
5-2. Next
And
item.
if I had it, the two dissenters were Commissioner Sue and, was it you, Commissioner Smith?
Yes, it was.
Okay,
That
those
was the
are the
next
two.
item?
So we'll move now to item 11.4, I believe. No, that was
No,
done.
we
That
did
was
that
moved
already.
up. I'm sorry. So 11.5.
11.
Item 11, you need to introduce, yeah. Second on it.
Do I have a second? Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. Item 11.5, resolution number R 2025-65, approving a budget amendment for fiscal year 2025 to amend revenues in the Water Operations Fund to account for settlement proceeds from the PFAS settlement from 3M and DuPont, introduced by Commissioner Sue. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a budget amendment to the annual budget for fiscal year October 1st, 2024 to September 30, 2025, to amend revenues in the Water Operations Fund to account for settlement proceeds from 3M and DuPont, providing for the allocation of the net settlement proceeds to the Water Operations Fund Reserve, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve.
I'll second it. And all in favor say, I brought it in for this. Well, I want to clarify a couple of things on this one issue. Because I remember when this came about before you came, Commissioner Sue, this is something that we negotiated with the prior council. This was when Heron was still here, remember? Heron was still here. This was brought before us. We negotiated a very good rate. And I understand that you're taking the lead in this. It was going to go to reserves anyways, but I understand you want to write it down.
Well, it goes to reserves
but
initially,
but
subject to your
budget. Yeah.
Yeah, but don't we need it to? So it costs money to remove this.
No.
To remove this PFAS.
Oh no, it costs money, but we've already started this process. We've been fortunate enough, by God's grace.
But don't we need this money to?
No, this was a settlement as a result.
Yes, but don't we need this money to continue to remove this?
Yeah, no, it's going to be utilized, but it can be. My thing is that we were fortunate enough because of the fact that we entered that lawsuit,
Right.
and that we got this result. And like I said, before Commissioner Sue showed up, got elected to this great commission.
I'd like to hear from Hamid.
Just let me say, for the reso that you're voting on, it says goes into the Water Operations Fund Reserve, but it says for use toward water system operations, capital investment projects, rate stabilization, debt service coverage, or other utility-related purposes as determined by the city commission.
All right, so now, do I have a motion in a second?
We already did.
But I have a question, is,
Are appropriate uses, we care to serve as well? Is that an appropriate
Rate
use?
stabilization.
So can we specifically allocate a number to we care?
No, I don't want to, I want to be able to allow it to, we can, okay, talk about that in a budget process. I'm saying like it allows us to have this discussion. All we're doing is putting it, we're agreeing to put in.
Right,
reserve.
but when
It doesn't-
would that conversation happen?
During the budget process. It's
You're
still,
parking it in
we're just
reserve
parking it.
until you decide what to do with it.
So like, let's,
Oh, well, I thought we can get that, because right now, I thought we can get some funds, at least, some money right now, and then
Commissioner,
we can deal with that another.
Through the mayor, the city won't be receiving those right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's
saying.
still several months away, and by the time the city does get the actual funds, you'll be in October.
Exactly.
So you'll be dictating as to the use of those funds through the normal budget process. So it just aligns really well.
Okay, I thought
with
the money was
timing.
already,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
these are the PFAS ones. So just to be clear, I want to make this very clear. We have not received this money. We're not going to receive it for several months. We're just parking it where it's supposed to be. That's basically what we're doing. Nothing special, nothing. We're still going to go through our budget process for fiscal 2026. Everybody's on that same thing. Commissioner Smith, can you have your thought, please? So we can
I just want to make sure that we discuss adding the word city manager before May 20th. Adopted resolution, we're voting on it now. So we did not adopt it. We're adopting it now. So we wanted to put before there, what did we want to put? Not pending. Upon.
Is that
upon vote? You're the attorney. What should we do? What do we do with there?
What's the question of?
No, it's a word choice. The
Where
diction.
it says adopted resolution, we didn't adopt it. We're adopting it now. We did.
The way it's written down right now, Joe.
Okay, Commissioner Smith, what is your question?
Whereas, the first whereas clause, where it
First,
says-
whereas.
Says
where
it's
it
already
says
adopted.
adopted resolution on this, we didn't adopt it May 20, if adopted or when adopted.
Wouldn't that be?
When you vote if you vote in favor of this, you make that whereas accurate. We have to fill in the number. It doesn't have the number either.
Okay.
Okay.
So now, so let's clarify. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Passes unanimously. Now we're going, what item?
I think it's
15.1.
11.6.
11.6?
Yes.
That was removed.
Okay.
Can we already do it?
No,
Did we do 0.6? Yeah.
No,
he
that was withdrawn.
withdrew it.
That was withdrawn.
No,
It would go into discussions.
I think that we're now going to the discussion item.
Okay, we took care of Black and Veatch, right?
I withdrew.
Yes, sir. And the traffic calming. Next would be the discussion item for resolution 2025-17, ordering the end of the fluoride of the city of North Miami Beach's water with possible action by Commissioner Linsu.
Okay.
Okay, so here's my question. Commissioner Sue, this is your item. But here's my question. This is for all intents and purposes law, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney. Regarding the
Whether the governor does or doesn't take action.
No, he's already signed it.
He signed it?
He signed it.
Okay.
It's law.
But notwithstanding, it's also law because it is adopted in Dade County by the Dade County Commission.
Well, so I mean we're separate entity to a degree, but you're saying because of the home.
Mr. Mayor, it doesn't matter. It's inevitable.
It's inevitable. So it's inevitable. So like what? I mean, at the end of the day, like it's going to happen. Staff has direction that they have to do the recommend
From the health department.
from the health.
Make a motion, we vote on
to
it.
approve.
So I have a few
well-
questions about that.
I made a motion, we vote on it.
Well, no. We can't. The way this is written. The way this is written, right? The way this is written doesn't kind of has a lot of. I don't think you understand what you're voting on because this hasn't been updated in regards to what has happened thus far. You're only utilizing the prior resolution you've done months ago.
Got it.
So let's to be clear, what we should vote on is that because of the fact that we have a governor that did X, Y, and Z, because we have the county saying we've done X, Y, we should come in line to that. So I'm saying that is a sensible way of going about it because at the end of the day, it is what it is. Subject to any injunction, by the way. That's what I.
Right.
Subject to that, there could be a lawsuit,
So
however.
subject to any injunction that prevents such.
Right.
Yeah, however,
That's what I would.
the operative part of it that you still would want to consider is that the resolution called, if the city stops fluoridating, which the law, unless, again, as you say, Mayor, unless there's an injunction, loss or something, the city will be stopping fluoridating, both because the state voted it and the county voted it, and they both preempt us.
True.
But this resolution calls for the fact
The
that
fluoride.
certain funds that were being expended for fluoridation are no longer going to be being expended.
Well, I mean-
and this calls for treatment. It has some certain statements as to what should be done with the money that's saved.
Here's the other issue. See, this is where I get really confused. How can you say something is poison, but also give an opportunity to use that poison in some other capacity? Because I don't consider fluoride poison. But no, I know it's not. Look, I'm a smart.
Depends on the level.
No, it depends on, no, but like you cannot in one breath say, hey, fluoride is bad, but let me use some of that money to give you additional fluoride. To me,
Mr.
it never
Mayor.
made, no.
Mr. Mayor, if you wanted to take fluoride supplements, you need a prescription by a healthcare professional. You can search it. A doctor or a registered nurse needs to prescribe any fluoride supplements to you. You have it in toothpaste. If you'd like to eat the toothpaste, then you could do that too. But what I'm saying is,
you're missing my point, Commissioner.
you're saying that it's poison.
You've mentioned.
No,
I never.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Part of the resolution that remains is if the city is going to not be spending money for fluoridation, there will be a lower expenditure of funds, and the resolution directs part of that.
Well, I would like.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a question?
Yes, Commissioner Smith.
I want to know how much chemicals do we have left if we stop it tonight? How much do we have invested that'll be there? Because if we vote on it, do we want to make it immediate? And if we make it immediate, what supplies does he have, and is there a way to distribute the supplies we already have?
I would like to have it in line to how the county is doing it, to be in line, because like I said, we're preempted in that sense. Also,
I have a question and maybe I'm misunderstanding what I'm hearing on the news, but on the news, it's not saying that the bill is to end fluoride. It's not using the word fluoride. It's using the word additives. So we can't.
Yeah, Fortuna, the water, our water has natural fluoride in it.
Right, but the bill doesn't use the word.
Put
No.
supplement.
Additives. The bill doesn't use the word fluoride, so we can't.
Because it's called not fluoride, it's called
minerals.
Right.
Minerals or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
No, we call fluorosilicic acid. So that's
because I thought I saw on the news, and maybe it's fake news, but that it's to end the use of certain minerals, and
No,
that it
doesn't
never
say
says
minerals.
fluoride.
It says additives.
Yeah, but what's considered an additive, though, Commissioner? Is it just fluoride?
So the additive in this case, there's several additives. Now the chlorine has been exempted because it already has been.
I know there's other additives, right?
Yeah, of course, to clean the water.
In our additives, what do we have?
Clean the water.
No, it's a lot. You should have a laundry list. But go ahead, please.
Good evening. Yeah, so yes, the bill is talking about additive in the water that does not have the water quality related impact. For sure, you're adding a lot other additive in your water. For instance, we're doing chlorination, right? So should we remove that? The bill that is not reflecting that. So it's pretty much narrowing it down to the only additive that doesn't have the impact on the water quality side of it is only fluoride. And we're still waiting for more guideline as far as from Department of Health on what would be the process for that, because now it's in effect. So we're preparing our operation, because there are some adjustment that needs to be made on the operation to make sure we'll continue monitoring the impact on the pH or other elements in our operation. While we're working through that, depends on the direction from the commission.
Right, understand that if we tell them to stop adding additives to the water of fluoridation that is considered fluoride, then still has to get it approved by the health department.
No, it's a.
He can't do it. He can't do it.
Regardless, we have to notify.
It's a process.
Florida
It doesn't-
Department, FDEP and FDOH, yes, sir. We need to
No, no,
notify and follow. There might be some permit impact because our permit for water treatment plant is considered with the fluoridation. So now we need to modify unless they relax it. So they don't have the guidance yet. But we can still, depends on the, direction from commission, we can proceed and find out.
The way, like I said, this is not a switch you turn on or on. It's not like some guy that's just pouring fluoride into a bottle like, hey, let me stop it right now. That's not how this works. There's a process and procedure. That's why you have certain timelines with the county that has a period of time to do it. You don't just automatically
30
do it.
days.
You're just creating arbitrary number.
I'm not.
Where did you get the number?
They said June 5th. You read the resolution.
When did they vote on it though?
They voted when they overturned.
How long ago was that though?
Living cover. That was earlier this month.
That was May?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
At least, no, at least 2 weeks ago. I think May 2nd was when they voted.
So now you want to give a 30-day timeline for us to phase it all out? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what. Is that enough, director? Is that enough time for you?
Let me explain. So the whole point is that we don't add any more fluoride, and then the water director actually goes in to see how do we balance the pH after we remove
That process,
we
ma'am,
don't
it may
add
take
acid,
6
right?
months even.
Then the pH goes up. So what he needs to do is to see what he could do to balance the pH so that it's at the level that you need.
Well, there are some indirect,
Okay, so it does take.
All right.
One question, he said it for the record, how long does it take for you to get that balance? And did the county speak to the process that they're taking to phase it out?
FDOH, Department of Health, just sent a guidance that informing us there are some process, there will be more guidance that will come to the line as far as what would be the potential impact on certain utilities. Some utility may just, decided to go that route and shutting it down with no impact.
So can we make the motion with a time certain to give you that allowance versus
It's at your
30 days?
discretion, ma'am.
Well, no. The thing is that
You do it in 30 days?
No, you can't. He cannot. That's what he's saying. What I'm saying is that we want to give direction to stop the fluoridation to the.
All right.
We're just gonna give the motion. We're gonna stop fluoridation. So Commissioner Sue, and for you to follow the process and completing that for however it may take you to verify.
We'll follow your direction. If you guys vote on
So
that, we'll
that's
follow
what it is.
that.
So
I motion to approve removing the addition of any fluoride additive to the water.
I made the motion to do that already.
Okay, second.
But to clarify, he needs that you have to.
I make the motion to remove fluoride per our water department's guidelines to make sure it's done correctly and it's done under the law that we now have with the county and with the state.
Ma'am, to your point, we will follow the proper regulatory guideline to ensure, after whatever the decision
Being the
is.
Lord, I am subject to an injunction if ever filed, right? So we got a motion, your motion.
Commissioner Smith, can you use the language? I'm sorry, can you use the language in accordance with law?
There it is. That's the one.
Does that work?
I could not only use that language, in 7 years, I could actually start it myself.
Yeah, there you go. Mother of a lawyer. There you go. So so that's the motion she's made. We have a motion and a second for Commissioner Sue.
Feeling better?
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Welcome to politics.
All right, passes unanimously. Next item.
Thank you.
We're on discussion items, Mayor, so the next one, we talked about 15.2 and 15.3. I think we come to 15.4, sustainability efforts, Commissioner Sue.
That was 7-0.
Huh?
It was unanimous.
Okay.
Go on. So what number are we on?
15.4, sustainability efforts, Commissioner Sue. And there's only 15.6 left there.
All right, Commissioner Sue.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that are about to move in our city, right? Whether it be like maybe smart utilities and a lot of things that are in advance. I want us to I want us to consolidate our actions when we choose items. What happened?
Apparently, I wasn't on the mic. It's item 15 for sustainability efforts, Commissioner Sue. Sorry.
Thank
that
you.
has to be on the record.
So, I mean, I've been talking about this with several like departments, like water. I've also been talking to Marlene about this. So, you know, we think that this is the path forward if we're going to do resilience and sustainability. That way, we can also, if we start setting up our systems that way, when we look into getting grants, or funding for certain things, like I think it would be in our purview, we would be able to qualify for more grants. Okay.
All right.
Marlene, would you like to step in?
A little under the weather, I apologize. But to echo Commissioner Sue's sentiments, we noticed there is a gap in general regarding sustainability efforts and resiliency. And part of our participating in the CRS program, the community rating system, through the Community Development Department, there's opportunity for us to really focus on implementing programming and activities that will align with us receiving improved ratings for the CRS program, which would thereby reduce your insurance premiums for flood. In addition to that, I've had conversations with the water director, who also echoes the sentiment of establishing some initiatives in the city that our residents can take part of by means of establishing a committee or perhaps a division within a department based on how the commission would like to proceed.
Can we have consensus to do that? So.
Can we yield this to the budget process?
Yes, we'll yield it to the budget process. We understand that we have to have sustainability.
Speak into the microphone.
We understand we have to have sustainability. Thank you for bringing that forward, Commissioner Sue.
I would also like to see if we'd like to start a committee that is like staff mixed with residents who are interested in this effort so that they could bring new things to the table.
I think we should take some time in reviewing that issue. Like, we have time to do that. So
Would you entertain an
didn't?
initial?
I sent this to you like a couple of months ago. Did you guys see this?
No.
Oh, it was sent to you. I think
it was,
Madam City Clerk.
Well, the thing is, like, for me, like, I would need some additional time. It's not saying that we don't want to do it, Commissioner.
I understand.
I just say that, like, let's go through the process, please.
Okay, we don't. Why would? How will we know how much budget we need for it if we don't discuss it?
Well, so
we're gonna talk about the budget when we're talking about what possibilities there are.
I think from the sustainability standpoint, there's so many different categories within it.
It's a big gambit.
So the water is a portion. Maybe water can, to your point, lead in that. If there is, but I think there's so many different areas of sustainability.
A lot of things.
That if we narrow it down to just water, that would be one thing. But like to your point about insurance and the different the impact that it can have, you have to identify which area we want to narrow it down to.
So that's why I want to have this more fleshed out. That being said, staff has direction. I want to go to something that you did, we're bringing up, Commissioner Sue, 15.6?
15.6, so if Northeast 159th Street roadway widening, Commissioner Smith.
All right. Commissioner Sue?
Smith.
Smith.
Anyway, I could start talking about it.
Well, I mean, it's an issue. Look, we've gotten a lot of calls from this. Commissioner Sue, do you have any additional thought? Because I think
we need to support this.
I think we have.
I think we support.
What would you like to see? Yeah.
Not doing a six-line highway.
This is Commissioner Smith's item.
I understand, but she's not
But
here.
we're moving it
so
along.
here she comes.
Okay,
we're moving it along, and I'm going to say that, like, actually, we did a study about this before. North Miami Beach did, and the advice was that this was not conducive for a highway, like a.
What year was that?
Widening.
What year was it?
Where is Mitchell? Who's Mitchell and Safar. When did we do that study?
Probably like 2010, I think, or a lot.
No, I think it was not that far ago, not that long ago.
Okay.
But I think it was like just a little bit pre-pandemic.
Pre-pandemic?
But the whole point is the residential area is not suitable for that. And right now, if you add that traffic and the speed, the distance from the sidewalks and all that. So anyway,
She's here.
Commissioner Smith, would you like to continue?
159, I know what we're talking about. I think I want to see the next meeting that we're having, and I am anxious to see if they're going to divide it. In other words, they from the residential area from 6th Avenue to West Dixie Highway may be one extreme, one extra lane, and it'll be 3-lane highway, a 3-lane road, and from 6th Avenue to Northwest 2nd may be different. I want to see what they're doing on it. I've had a lot of calls, and one of the women that's been very involved, her mother lives on that block. I rode down the block specifically to pay attention to it. The problem is I'm worried about injuries. I'm worried about our residents' safety.
Absolutely.
That's what's really concerning me. How are they going to get out of their house? How is a child going to learn how to ride a bike, skate, go to their friend's house on a sidewalk? It's really going to change the quality of life for people that live on that block.
I'd like us to, excuse me if I may, I would like us to send a message to the county.
Make a resolution.
That they should buy all the houses.
Well, a resolution has been asked to be presented, and I was only holding back, and it wasn't asked to be on this particular.
You wanted to wait for after the meeting, right?
Well, no, the thing is that hopefully the people were going to have a private conversation with the Dade County representative, and they have not been able to make the appointment with them to see if they could get that representative to go strongly with the commission, the council for Dade County, to explain to her fellow commissioners not to pass this. That's correct.
So, see,
and I put out a message to them. I put out a message to her.
so you're
staff.
saying so we should wait for that conversation to happen?
Well, that's what they asked me to do. Otherwise, it would have been on this resolution. But it should now. If that conversation does not happen, then the next month we should definitely put together a resolution.
Table this. So can we table this to the next meeting? To have that discussion for the next
Well,
meeting?
I was thinking of bringing a resolution for us to move forward in dealing with Marlene.
Well,
No, I don't want to. Wait, we're dealing with Wait, just to be clear.
Okay.
I want to have I want to give some discretion. Like I want them to have. They've asked to say let's have the conversation with Commissioner Bash.
Right.
So we can still do the resolution to this is a long term project. So can we wait? Can we table this?
I think we could table it until I mean we need to have a resolution next month if there's no conversation that's going to go in a good direction. And I'm hoping that between now and next month, there will be a meeting from the county with us to be able to go. And I think we should call and offer North Miami Beach, I think we should offer our Yes Center for them to have a meeting. Look what happened when the tax assessor came.
It's been offered.
The property assessor.
The direction will be given to the manager. Like we're going to table this to our next our June meeting. All in favor? Do I have a motion or a second just to table it to the next meeting? That's a date certain, right?
Motion.
So moved. I have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Before you go to your next item, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make sure the clerk through the manager for the federal lobbyists for them to make a presentation on the priorities that were selected.
Turnbull, right? Is that Turnbull?
Yes.
Please.
Because we didn't.
It's federal. Yeah, that's the one that works as.
we use that for the government?
No, we do, but mind you, they have a bunch of stuff. We needed a lot of help. That being said, manager, can you please work on for next meeting a presentation, or at least have one-on-ones with each commissioner in regards to those issues. Now we go. What's the next item?
Miami Gardens.
I had one thing that's not on there that we can think about, please.
Commissioner Smith, we have
I'm going to
have been in an excellent behavior, Commissioner Florimon. But Commissioner Smith, what is that one point?
The one point is because it's talking about safety on 159th Street. The safety of Eastern Shores is critical for all of us on this commission. It's critical. And we're talking about the safety with what's going on with the road and the construction that will be coming forth on the property of the shopping center. So we really have to pay attention. I'm going to tell you why it's important. We had a mishap this past week, and the traffic was blocked for hours and hours. If you were coming from the beach, you had to end up going to cross William Causeway. That's going to be the norm. I have spoken to Sunny Isles. I want to bring them in on this. Mr. Manager, if you will make an appointment with their manager, I would even like to sit in on that. Because we're talking now a safety issue. As I said to somebody the other day, and I said I'd be brief, but I don't have young children that have to be picked up to go to a dentist appointment. I do not. And I don't have food delivered to my house. I cook. And I don't have business people sending me supplies at my house so that they're always coming, dropping off. I don't have that kind of business. But you know what? If my husband, God forbid, has a stroke, I need them to be able to get there. If my next door neighbor across the canal has a fire, we need them. So we cannot, I think $750,000 was put away for the U-turn. I believe that was, I want to make sure that that's implemented. I want to make sure that we get the report sooner than later before they start construction, because when you saw what happened last week, now we're talking about safety and the life issues of our residents. And you know what? I really have to say, my next door neighbor, I think they pay $70,000, but the neighbor next door to them pay $125,000 a year on their taxes. You know what they can do to help us in all of North Miami Beach? Let's help them.
Well, this is what I will say, and I've heard this a lot. And I want to go back and forth, but I hear your point. Thank you for adding that before we conclude.
We still have more items.
We have, we do have the commission, the city manager report, right?
And we have Washington Park, and we have
but I mean,
water.
it's all, like, the report is always, it's in there for us.
Okay.
It's something that we always kind of say, it's there.
Right.
But thank you for that point. City manager, do you have any additional thoughts in your, going down to item 16? All right, so now we're moving.
What to say about the
No, it's not, no. I'm just saying, like, thank you for the point. Now we're going to city attorney report. We did discuss that. Yes. No, it's in there.
We did the city attorney's report. Yes, sir, man.
So now we're on. No, we're not doing city commission reports. Can we just waive that and move on?
By the way, just as to Commissioner Smith's comment, I do want to mention, Commissioner Smith, we discussed this with the manager. The manager has asked, because that's a county road apparently, and he is in discussions with the county about it.
All right, so
it has been, you asked us to look at it, we brought it up with the manager, and he's talking with...
As well as the state, to get the state approval about some of the land off of the
we
park.
did respond to it, and the manager already had those discussions ongoing.
All right, so now we are going to mayor's discussion. I waived that. Now we're going to number 20, adjournment. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? Well, motion and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you so very much. See you later, folks. Stay safe. Stay blessed.
Let's go to Denny's.
16 minutes.